Minute silence in honour of Mike Cowan. You look at that first-class record, Churchy, and of course, if you look at a player's a player's career record, one-day internationals, one-day matches, or what are they, list A as they call it, T20s. But you look at Mike Cowan's. He played from 1952 to 1963. That was in the end of his career, I guess, of the Gillette Cup era. So play one day or short form of the game, but 99 first-class matches, still a heck of a lot of effort for Yorkshire with his 276 wickets, and great to see players, if you like, just appreciate the effort that gone into building a career record like that.
Terrific record, it really is outstanding. As you say, 203 runs, but 26 first-class wickets, and he's bowling left arm, and averaging 24.5 with the ball. Yeah, that is a fantastic record, and beautifully observed minute silence. That it really was. And yeah, fantastic player, and it's always dreadfully sad. Obviously, your former great players, it's no longer, but that record will last them. So yeah, fantastic record. As I said, minute silence was impeccable. The only thing we have got is a bit of rain. So we have rain coming down at the moment. Yes, blue sky, sun out. I'm not sure we're getting underway here. I think we're off. I think Messrs Tattersall and Lyth have got to the middle with the Surrey players, and then the umpires have got to the middle, and fingers crossed this doesn't last too long, but understandably the covers are coming on and the stumps are coming off, so it's slightly reminding me of 20 years when there was a bit of sea fret about the place. But this wasn't forecast. Everywhere else is in a heat wave, but here in Scarborough, in the microclimate that is Scarborough, there's a little bit of precipitation about the place now. So down below us, people scrambling for coats and numbers are going up. But as I say, fingers a short, sharp shower, because the umpires have stayed out. And actually, funny enough now, it is beginning to ease a touch, but it was there's a bit in the air at the moment. I understand why they haven't got to, because it may just be a couple of minutes delay and then get those covers off. But I was lucky this morning. I went for a walk along the beach this morning. Nice coffee. Watched a few people taking their dogs for a walk. Very nice indeed.
As you do.
A couple of joggers went past, and then got here. And the first gentleman I bumped into, I sort of got here early as always, was out having my coffee. And this lovely gentleman came up and said, "What did you think about yesterday?" We had a chat about yesterday, and then he went, "Well, by the way, I'm Adam Lyth's dad." And I was, "Oh, very nice to meet you." And just talking about the way that his son plays today, and I was sort of saying to him, for me, that was the best I've seen against Surrey, and it was a guy who knows his game upside down and backwards, knows this play really well. And we were actually discussing more the shots he didn't play than the shots he did play, and sort of talking about the way he let the ball go in the morning session, and how he just looked absolutely watertight today. He had a couple of moments later on where I think he was a bit tired, but just an outstanding innings, it really was. And I think what was so good about it was the fact that he knew what was coming below him, and we sort of saw that in that morning session, in the fact that the 5 wickets, 125 for 5. If you look at the dismissals again, there's a couple of shots in there that are attacking shots, bit of inexperience against this Surrey attack, but he wasn't going anywhere, and he went through a little patch where I think he scored 14 off 3 balls. There was a 6, a 4, a 4. Then he just went back in, let the ball go, and the bit that fascinated me was Jamie Overton's first spell. I thought was very good, but I think if you went back and looked at the numbers, Lyth took most of that spell from Jamie Overton from the Trafalgar Square end. He just went one end against Overton, let him go. He hit him a couple of times, balls nipping back, letting balls go over the top of his stumps. And then the other one that really interested me was the way that Tattersall and Lyth came out ahead of that new ball coming. 16 overs I think they had. Ryan Patel came on from this Peace Home Park end and just held it out there. Bit of swing. Neither of them played a shot basically, and just waited for that new ball to come, because they knew what could happen. They knew if they went at that point, there was still a chance that Surrey could have been batting last night. So I think as a partnership, and as an innings from Adam Lyth in its own way, and that innings from Jonny Tattersall in his own way, absolutely outstanding. Now, from a Surrey perspective this morning, as I say, what they'll want to do is get rid of those two as quick as possible, knock Yorkshire over as quickly as possible, and then bat well. Yorkshire, in a way, they're in quite a nice position here because, as I say, in these conditions, if they were to get knocked over quickly this morning, actually it won't be a bad time to bowl at all. If they don't, then they've got that opportunity to keep batting. You know, they're in no rush here. We've only had one day of the game so far. And sort of do to Surrey what Surrey have done to other sides this season, which is be absolutely ruthless, leave Surrey out there, pull the plug at 650, and then the other thing that does is when Dom Bess, who will have a say in this game without a shadow of a doubt, because we saw Will Jacks get a couple to go yesterday, Dom Bess can get men around the bat early and not worry about runs. That's the thing. He can keep close catches in there. When you've got runs on the board with your spinner, and I'm thinking also a bit later down the line as well, if they do bat well this morning, pull the plug, let's just say they did knock Surrey over and were able to put Surrey back in again, Bess is going to be a big say in the second innings. So in a way, Yorkshire this morning, they're in a pretty good position in the fact that they'd obviously love to get to 400 and get that extra batting point. They've got 14 overs to get there. But if they were to be knocked over in these conditions this morning, it might not be a bad time to have a bowl as well.
No, and I mean, you mentioned Dom Bess, and he's bowled an enormous amount of overs in his time with Yorkshire in first-class cricket. One of the reasons he wanted to come and play for the county. But with something to work with on the scoreboard here, and with that bit of extra Scarborough bounce, he could be, as you call it, you know, particularly interesting proposition for Yorkshire. If the openers, if Shannon Gabriel in particular can do a bit of damage, Jordan Thompson, in these sort of conditions, you'd expect him to be able to get the ball to swing. Then, of course, there's the metronome, Steve Patterson. George Hill can get the ball to swing. Matthew Waite's around as well, etc., etc. So it's got a bit of depth with the bowling department. That would be, on paper, when you look at their lineup, what you'd say would be the stronger of the two disciplines here for them. And so, yeah, Bess is probably just rubbing his hands together a little bit, because not only will he, you know, he may still have to bowl some holding overs here, as happens with spinners in our game, and particularly with Dom at Headingley, but to come to Scarborough, where he could be maybe seen as a more attacking off spinner here, that, you know, he'd be delighted with that proposition.
Graham caught me this morning. This is how boring I am. But I was sitting watching Dom Bess bowl in his warm-up this morning and just seeing how he was bowling and what he was practicing with, and he went over the wicket, then went over the wicket wider outside the off stump, then went over the wicket straightening up a bit, then he came round the wicket, and he was just sat with, well, not sat, but bowling Otis Gibson with him, and those two just chatting the whole time. And that's all about angles, basically. That's all about pace, that's all about angles. What I would say as well is what fascinates me with this is so yes, strength for Yorkshire in this game is the bowling. Surrey bat a long way down. Surrey, I'm just looking at the card at the moment, and you know, Surrey have got Jamie Overton on this card coming in at number 8. Now, Jamie Overton at number 8 is a man coming off the back of 97 in a test match for England. So you've got Jamie Overton coming in at 8. So they bat an awfully long way down, Surrey. So it's, I think it's just going to be very interesting how they sort of match this up. Gabriel, what are we going to get from Mr. Gabriel? That's the other thing here. If he gets it right, he's going to be a right old handful on this. How much he's bowled lately. He's been warming up a lot. I was saying this morning, I've been watching him stretch for about 2 hours this morning. But, you know, Gabriel will bowl quick. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. But I just think Dom Bess could have a big say in this game. I really do. And he's a lad I've always liked. I've always thought he's a terrific cricketer. I think the fact he's getting a ton of overs under his belt is perfect for him. I think he needs to be bowling a lot. And I think he will have spotted that first ball from Will Jacks yesterday, he got some turn, he got some bounce. Bess was practicing from this end yesterday, which is the end that Will Jacks bowled from. You know, if Burns and Patel get off to a good start, 2 lefties up top, you could get Bess into that attack quite early with 2 left-handers on strike. But I'm going to be really interested to see as well here from Surrey, whatever they have to do now, even if a miracle happens and they knock 5 over for nothing. In these conditions, there's still a score on the board. It's how Surrey respond to that. And on paper, and the way they played this season, they bat so deep. And I think we've also seen with Tattersall and Lyth yesterday, if you get in on here, there's definitely a new ball pitch as well. I think you saw that yesterday at 125 for 5 new ball pitch. If you can get through that, there are a huge amount of runs, I think, to be had here, because quick outfield, smaller boundaries, ball coming onto the bat, and I think today could be absolutely fascinating. I really do, from a bowling and a batting perspective. But if I was Yorkshire, I'd be looking at this at the moment. Rain's just eased up a touch now, so I don't think it'll be too long till we get underway. But I would be, if I was Yorkshire, I'd be sat there going, whichever way this goes this morning, we're in a win-win situation in many ways.
And you mentioned Surrey batting deep, and undoubtedly in terms of depth and weight of runs and all of that, they would be the stronger batting side of the pair. We talked about Don Bess in a bowling capacity, but in a batting capacity, he is still a very useful player for Yorkshire. Now, after having a couple of orange juices with a couple of you two last night in the local hostelry, I had to nip and get a few indigestion tablets. And while I was in there, I could have sworn I saw Don Bess with a vat of Sudocrem, because he would have had pretty serious pad rash yesterday.
He sat there for a long time, didn't he? Waiting, and it's never easy, that as well. I saw him, he was sort of up and down a bit like a fiddler's elbow yesterday, sort of having a bit of a walk and having a watch, and he's sort of missed a perpetual motion at the best of times, isn't he? So he'll be keen to get out there with the bat. But, as I say, if he gets in as well, and Lyth sticks around or Tattersall sticks around, Yorkshire could bat once here. Yeah, and as I say, it's what Surrey have done to sides this season. They batted first, they batted once, and then they put sides under pressure. And I think, again, just looking at Bess, if Yorkshire could bat to 600 and then pull the plug, what that enables Bess to do is have people round the bat, and he's not worried about sweepers and all that good stuff. And if you do go for a few runs, it doesn't really matter, because you've got men around the bat the whole time. You've got that luxury. But then the sort of flip side of that as well is that if they were to be knocked over quickly this morning, Yorkshire, as I say, then in these conditions, with a bit of rain about, you've got Gabriel, you've got, Surrey won't want to see Jordan Thompson again after what he did the other night against Surrey in that quarter final, and he got his cap yesterday as well, didn't he? So he'll be bouncing around the place, ready to go. He'll want to bowl this morning. Good crowding again. That's the other thing here at Scarborough. Good crowding. And I suppose the other thing that Surrey will say to themselves is, and completely understandably, but I often say this when you go to Chelmsford for sort of T20 nights on a Friday under the lights, if you can keep the crowd out of it, that's half the battle, really, as the opposition. Now, if Surrey go out there this morning and it doesn't go according to plan, and the Yorkshire faithful are into that, and then they lose a couple of wickets up top, and all of a sudden the crowd are into it, that will play its part as well today, without a doubt. And
Jamie Overton got up the noses of a few of the Yorkshire faithful, because they make a point here at Scarborough more so than anywhere else, because we can chat with them at on their level rather than at Headingley being stuck up 4 floors away. And a few people have come up to me this morning saying Jamie Overton this and Jamie Overton that with regard to yesterday, but it's part of the game. Some players need that. We looked at the Wimbledon finalist the other day, Nick Kyrgios. Maybe that's a bit extreme, but you know what I'm saying, that some people have to get charged up in some way, get annoyed with themselves, get annoyed with somebody to get some feedback to really lift their game.
Look, put it this way, I'd rather see him like that than sort of not doing anything at all, because he'll know he wasn't at his best yesterday in that afternoon session, and that was a lot of that was just pure frustration. He had trouble with the footholds, he had to go off, he had to change his boots, and then a couple of his bounces were definitely no balls, and then there was one late on that I don't think was, and he got no balled, and it was just pure frustration from him. Now, personally, I'd rather see that from my ugly quick bowler than not saying anything. I want to see that passion. It's all part of the Jamie Overton armoury. And look, the Yorkshire faithful, they know their cricket well enough to know what it was all about. Today, if Surrey get in and it's not going that well for the Yorkshire bowlers, I can't see your Yorkshire bowlers sort of not saying a word. It's all part of it. And he was just frustrated yesterday. Surrey would have been frustrated. I said to you this morning that Surrey have lost a player this morning after yesterday that's been called up for England. That's extras because, what was it, 18 no balls
18.
yesterday? So, 18 no balls. You're going to be, whatever you say about slopes and coming downhill and your big size 15s overstepping the mark, the problem is you do it once, you've got the umpire in the game. Graham's next to me now. That first one, the umpire's on you, and he's watching you the rest. Every time you get near that line first up, the umpire's onto you. And we saw it all day yesterday. So I think a lot of yesterday was pure frustration. But Jamie came out last night. This is what the study is. I went to go and do one of my hard-hitting interviews and stood out there, and I'd asked for Mr. Worrell, Mr. Hardy. And suddenly Jamie just marched out, still in his jumper, no boots on, walked out and said, "I'm coming to talk to you." And I went, "Oh, right, fair enough." Took him around the corner there. Failing to realise actually I stood under the toilet sign, which probably wasn't a great idea. And he was completely honest, completely upfront. I think I started with another hard hitting of bad day at the office, and he said, one of them days. And he said, we weren't at our best in the afternoon. We possibly thought to ourselves at 125 for 5 we're going to run through this. And as he said, cricket comes back to bite you on the backside. But he said, we've got to come back tomorrow and we've got to switch on in the morning. So I think it was just pure and utter frustration from him yesterday.
And therefore, that was a skill of the interviewer, getting that, eliciting that information from him. I'd say two things. One, I know Kate's busy here next to me, but not only the 18 deliveries that cost 2 runs each, but I wonder how many of the extra ball in those overs where the 18 no balls were bowled cost the team as well. So a cumulative no ball total from 364 for 5 yesterday. The other thing to say about Jamie Overton is that to me that all just felt like pantomime baddie stuff, really.
It's all part of his makeup, and when it's going well, everybody loves it. Everybody absolutely loves when he's going well and his follow through. That's the sound of somebody's sandwiches being delivered to the pavilion.
Nice.
On his follow through, he sort of ends up standing next to the batter. Well, it's all part of the Jamie Overton armory. The other thing I'd say on the no balls was the first big one was Conor McCurr when who was it? Catch taken.
Will Luxton was caught, wasn't it? Slip.
That was the first one really, and all of a sudden the umpire's in the game. The umpire's watching you the whole time. I think Surrey were frustrated whether it was out, not out, with the run out as well of Tattersall at that point. And I think it was just one of those days where everything sort of just built up and built up and built up. But they didn't, people get upset about these things. There was nothing in it. They wanted to get the ball changed. The umps weren't going with that one at all because that one wasn't swinging, and they were trying to get the ball changed and they didn't get their way on that front. So I think what they said to themselves last night is, and Jamie Overton was full of this yesterday. He said, look, at times as well, they batted well. They played really. Lyth was outstanding. Tattersall batted really well. He said, and then the impression I got from him was at 125 for 5, Surrey might have been guilty of thinking, here we go, same as Taunton, knock them over for 180. We'll be batting at stumps tonight too, down with a lead of 100. But it didn't happen, and I think it sets the game up really interestingly, especially this morning. The good news is the rain has stopped now, so I think these. Well, if it is raining, there's not a lot of it at the moment. We're in that wonderful position of cricket, which at times I often say this: if you were arriving now, having never seen a game of cricket before, walking into this beautiful ground with lots of people in it, just stood around with, out there in the middle, a set of covers and a tractor and a lot of gentlemen with a bucket stood around, you'd think, what on earth is going on here? But I think at the moment there's a little bit in the air, but I can't see it's going to be much longer. There really isn't a lot around now. You may as well crack on and get on with it. This is not going to affect the players, let's be honest. This is not going to affect the players in the slightest at the moment.
The voice of Mark Church of BBC Radio London, alongside myself, Jonathan Doidge. We've got Graham Orange and Kate Holsworth in the box with us today as well. And who knows who might call in during the day. So welcome along to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, and of course on the BBC Sport website and app as well. Our warblings have hopefully killed a few minutes before play starts, and umpires Watts and Lungley are walking out down pitch side, having a chat with Bats, with Gareth Batty, of course. Local lad, Yorkshireman, well, they say local not to here, but a Yorkshireman, local to back where I'm from, over the Leeds area. Bradford League cricketer, Bingley back in the day, and
I'm just wondering
and
as
now
well.
head coach at Surrey.
I don't think the light's too bad, but I wonder if the light might be having a little bit of a say in this, because when Mr. Batty was chatting with our two umpires, they sort of looked heavenward. Now, I never know whether they're looking heavenward for the clouds or heavenward for the light, because obviously no floodlights here at Scarborough. It doesn't seem that bad, to be honest with you. It's exactly the same as it was at 11 o'clock. So I think we should probably start playing some cricket in a moment, because, as I say, there's a little bit of rain in the air, but really nothing too bad. At the moment, I'm doing what are they talking about down there, the umpires and Gareth Batty, and it's either Gareth's talking them through off spin again, which he does like to do, or they're sort of talking about a front. They seem to be sort of indicating with a parallel hand in front of their noses that there might be a little front coming across us at the moment, but it does look a lot brighter up above.
I'm sure I lip read. Well, I was going to go for the rump steak, but in the end I went sirloin and medium, and it was a delicious piece of meat. I think that's what umpire Tom Lungley was saying. Gareth Batty, yeah, he's just probably just getting in the shell, like having a few words, because he's you know, as professionals do, he's trying to set the tone, the parameters for the day. That happens, doesn't it, on the field of play in whatever sport?
They're probably not even talking about this game. They're probably discussing when sort of Mr. Lungley played against Mr. Batty 5 years ago or something along those lines. But it might also be a little chat about yesterday as well, sort of as the head coach of Surrey. And Gareth is always very demonstrative in his discussions with his cup of coffee. Just to say elsewhere, in Division 1, Essex had a terrific day yesterday. Gloucestershire all out for 136. Mr. Simon Harmer in amongst the wickets again. And Essex 140 for 1 this morning, so they already have a lead of 4 over Gloucestershire. Hampshire and Warwickshire, and of course Hampshire sitting second in the table at the moment, 16 points behind Surrey. Warwickshire 217 all out yesterday. I think Mr. Abbott had a good day. I saw that Dom Sibley made runs up top. I read in my report, batting as McCullum would want him to. So playing some shots, I think. Hampshire 47 for 3 this morning. Northamptonshire 303 all out. And Kent 10 for 1 this morning. And Somerset, Lewis Goldsworthy, yesterday's first class 100. He batted very well against Surrey a few weeks ago. And 305 for 5 against Lancashire. In Division 2, because all the other games are taking place at the moment, but the microclimate in Scarborough, there's a little bit of precipitation in the air. Derbyshire 283 all out. Durham 14 for 1. Glamorgan 318 all out. Nottinghamshire, the leaders, 37 without loss. Middlesex, who started this round in second spot behind Nottinghamshire. This is at Merchant Taylor's School. Ooh, there's a bit going on there, because Middlesex 188 all out. Worcestershire 114 for 5. So there's some wickets tumbling there. And Sussex had a terrific day yesterday. 424 for 4 they are this morning. Tom Alsop 150 or 70. Carter is 58 not out, and Rawlings is 19 not out against Leicestershire. So pretty good day there for Sussex yesterday. They'll look to build on that this morning. And of course, down in South London today, it's the first ODI. England against India. That's a 1 o'clock start. So the first ODI today.
Thanks for the roundup, Churches, old boy. 7th ball runs then. Kate has been beavering away. There was 1 boundary struck off one of those 7th balls, and in total 9 runs were added. So the 36 from the 18 no balls plus 9, 45 runs. Knock that off. 320 for 5. It just makes it 319 for 5. A little bit of a difference.
Well, the other thing I would say is, you know, you saw it was hard work on there yesterday in the afternoon, in the evening session. Bowling an extra 3 overs as well on top of that is not what you want to be doing. You don't want to have to bowl an extra 3 overs on top of the 96 you've already got to bowl. So in many ways, Surrey bowled 99 overs yesterday. So yeah, they won't have been happy about that at all. And as I say, you can take the slope into consideration and all that good stuff, but actually with Graham alongside, as I say, you bring the umpire into play once then they're going to be on you from either end the whole time. You go over that mark once or get close to it, they're on you the whole time. And Surrey were guilty of that yesterday. And that will definitely be something they spoke about last night. I must say this morning, the other thing I did, everybody, was I had a little wander around the ground and went in the bookstore. I found some Surrey yearbooks, Alan Butcher on the front of the 1985 yearbook, very nice to see that. I found an Alex Stewart book, My Cricket Companion, which, as I thought, if I need to sleep tonight, I'll have a read of that. Mr. Stewart's book's in there as well. Mark Rampakash's book in there. There's some brilliant books. And then there's also 4 cricket bats. One for the grand total of £10. Other cricket bats are available, of course. And I had a pickup of it. Nice bat, that. But who's in the ground listening. There is a cricket bat over there leaning against the wall at the moment. It's got no stickers on it, but it's a lovely pickup. I think it's quite a good bat, that. Next to it was sort of a yellow plastic bat for £2 and a set of stumps. But there's one cricket bat over there which has got no stickers on it. But you pick it up. It's a nice bit of willow, that. So that'll be a bargain. And then the other thing I looked at this morning, and I was with the great Surrey physiotherapist, Mr. Alex Tyso, fine figure of a man, and we were looking at the rack of 3 shirts for £10 this morning, thinking we might be able, but sadly they weren't in our sizes. Unfortunately, which for me these days is an extra large, but there were some retro shirts there, I tell you. God dear, some old school Yorkshire shirts and England one day shirts, and what a bargain that is! 3 for £10.
Bargain of a lifetime, my son.
I might do some Christmas shopping actually, so that the members of my family will be delighted when they get a 2013 Yorkshire one day jumper for Christmas this year, which a lot of thinking's gone into, and also sort of an England replica T-shirt from the 1996 tour to South Africa or wherever it was. But it's great over there, hats and all sorts of things that you can buy. And also this morning when I was on my little sojourn down to the beachfront this morning, Mr. Dodge, I almost bought you one. You can buy a big plastic Yorkshire flag as well down there, yes. And they were
nothing about Yorkshire is plastic, I'm afraid.
They were in a bucket alongside some other flags, and I did think to myself, I might purchase that Yorkshire flag for your good self, and you can take it around the shires with you for the rest of the season. It was next to a lot of candy floss, and any type of sunglasses you wish to buy.
I'll take the candy floss. Yeah. I feel like I should have come dressed like a few of the people in my hotel this morning. They were of a slightly older generation, and therefore, you know the generation, the trouser and shirt generation. So yesterday morning, when we all knew it was going to be 30 degrees or whatever, there were people at breakfast in their lovely striped Van Heusen shirt, whatever it might have been, and a pair of slacks. Other shirts are available. And again, the same this morning. I kind of felt wrong being in jeans and a T-shirt, but anyway, I did it. Just for the youth that we are, Churchy.
I think my favourite thing about this trip, and the good news is, everybody, the rain has stopped now, so all the umbrellas have come down. I don't know why we're not playing, really. Our umps are still down there with Gareth Batty having a chat. The only thing I can think at the minute is this could be light, because it's actually not raining now. So unless they think the light is really bad, I don't really see why we're not playing any cricket at the moment, but there we are. But I've really enjoyed my sort of sitting down, watching the world go by here in Scarborough, and it's absolutely tremendous. And you see a lot of cricket supporters around the place, and on the walk back last night, sort of quite a few Surrey fans about the place and Yorkshire fans about the place. And if you want to have a chat about cricket, this is the place to come. It really is. And over your sausage bap in the morning, you can have a really interesting chat with a lot of people about cricket. I think it's lovely. It almost feels like you're on tour. It really does. It almost feels like you're abroad, overseas. Everyone's in the same place at the same time, and it just is a great atmosphere. And I think, you walk through Scarborough and everybody's talking about the cricket and Westlife. on Saturday, of course, because that's obviously the big thing that's happening on Saturday night. Yes, Westlife are in town.
Okay.
So as of Friday, when we'll be back in London, I think that sort of clientele will have changed a touch for Saturday night. I'm not sure quite how many of the supporters that are here today will be watching. What is it? With wings or whatever it is that Westlife's saying.
Graham's probably got himself a gig at Scarborough umpiring on Saturday, especially so he can go and see Westlife after the match. I've been trying to catch the attention of Gareth Batty, but he's got his back to us, unfortunately. See if we could usher him up for a quick live chat about yesterday.
You might be able to at some point. I think probably just before the players get out there, he'll be in there having a couple of quiet last words with them. I'm actually slightly confused now whether this is light. If it is rain,
I think you're right.
like it has to be, because even if it is rain, there is hardly any rain at all at the moment. So but the light's exactly the same as it was when we started this morning, when we arrived this morning. So I don't know. This conversation is continuing. Our two umpires are Mr. Gareth Batty's definitely talking about off spin at the moment, without a doubt. He's definitely talking about off spin. I've seen this chat enough times now to know what Mr. Batty's talking about, and he's talking about off spin because he's sort of indicating having men around the bat and sort of playing shots as well, and a bit of bounce and all that good stuff. But yeah, all we've got at the moment is the ground staff out there, covers, and Mr. Batty having a bit of a natter down there below us, and it's all a bit frustrating, this, at the moment, I have to say.
It is. We've missed 29 minutes of play so far, and so we can just hang up the mic for the moment, given that there doesn't look to be any immediate sign of any play. And of course, as soon as we hear any different, or we see any different, we shall be back on the live stream and across our various audio channels. So from Churchy and myself, just for the moment, we shall say bye for now, and we hope to see some cricket soon.
Yes, Seconds played 2 games there in April. They played Northampton Championship and won that, and then they played a Selectation 11 in a 3-day game. But the whole spectator viewing area is like the Ukraine. There's a few bucket seats left in front of where the pavilion used to be for watching from. It's really sad. I mean, they've got a lot of new facilities at the bottom end where the football ground is. New scoreboard, there's superb nets, and because there was going to be first class cricket there in 2020, there was an artist impression on the website. And I spoke to Mark Arthur, who was there for an MCC game pre-COVID. He said the money ran out, and he said security's a problem because it's not in a good area. And but it would have been a superb headquarters for Yorkshire Seconds. And they've had quite a decent crowd to watch them there, because they always got a good crowd at Bingley. No, best viewing ground. Oh, yeah, Bradford first, Scarborough. Always the 2 best favourite grounds for me.
This is all that balcony and the football stuff.
Yeah.
Right on the boundary edge.
Yeah.
Got overlooking.
Yeah. Watch Fred Truman from the pavilion end.
Yeah.
They were frightening enough watching from boundary edge. That would be 22 yards.
So yeah, because it's slowed down, isn't it?
Yeah. Used to swing round that hill. I used to go up after work. I worked in town, and you can get in free. The commissionaires on managed by about 5:15, so I used to go up and get the last hour or so. So if opposition were batting it, they'd be down to the tail. If Fred was bowling, you could see tail end actually trembling. And if he struck him somewhere, he'd march up and say, "Next time use your bat, lad."
Yeah, it's a shame that ground went to rock and ruin. It's been like that for probably about 80 years, hasn't it? Nothing ever done to improve it.
A lot to answer for at Bradford Council.
Yeah.
Awful lot to council for.
It shows that football stand at one point, didn't it?
Yeah.
Where do Bradford Park Avenue play now then?
The player off Halifax Road, almost 4 playing fields.
What league are they in?
Tier below the conference, Northern.
Yeah.
Northern something.
Yeah.
It's that league's almost like the old 4th division when you look at some of the teams I used to see regularly. You know, Gateshead, Wickets, all that.
Yeah.
But Park Avenue was a nice ground. It was one of the nicest lower division grounds. Park Avenue.
Yeah.
I remember seeing Fulham there. They got to the 3rd round in Avenue. They got home draw against Fulham in 65. Johnny Haynes, George Cowan, Graham Leggett, all that. Tony Macedo in goal. Alan Clark got a hat-trick. First half hat-trick, and that was the final score, 3-0.
Yeah.
They always used to have the edge on Bradford City when they played him in the league. They always won, did Avenue. There used to be loads of goals. When I first started watching, they had Kevin Hector. There was a 45 goal season man before he went to Derby County. And if you looked at the final tables, matches involving the Avenue, be nearly 200 goals. Avenue would score about 105 and concede.
Does this ECB
always tons of
generate
goals.
that with any of these ex-staff? You stop them working in cricket again?
Happy days.
Can they prevent them working in cricket again?
All that's left now are the 2 turnstiles on the Park Avenue where at the covered cop end.
Yeah, but take, for example,
Was it not 1970 when they got kicked out of the league?
Sorry?
Was it 1970 when they got kicked out of the league?
I can't remember exactly
around that term,
what
wasn't
year
it? Investigated by that
the very last match there, non-league match of course, was Great Harwood.
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
But they'd been re-elected 2 or 3 times because they didn't have the automatic promotion to non-league in those days. All clubs voted to keep them in. So there were only clubs like Peterborough and Wimbledon sort of got in through that back door.
Must have been one of the last clubs to have been kicked out in that way.
Yeah, Barrow got kicked out, didn't they?
Was that after it or before it?
I'd be on the same term. Barrow got 1970 was
I
big.
think one of these first.
I think it was the first time they finished in the bottom 2. They got kicked out.
Well, were they the
Probably
last?
because of the geographical position.
Were they the last or Bradford the last to be kicked out?
I remember going to watch Barrow regularly at City and Avenue.
Because it used to be Darlington and Hartlepool used to finish bottom, didn't they, quite regularly?
Yeah, Hartlepool were always the
Yeah.
strugglers. Saw Hartlepool when a certain Brian Clough was manager.
And instead of teams like that, we've got Forest Green.
Yeah.
We're now in League One.
These are all bank clubs. Like Brentford Cricket Club. They had a big money back then.
Well, good morning again. Welcome back from North Marine Road, Scarborough. We're pleased to say the covers are off, and whatever it was, and we're not absolutely sure whether it was rain or light that was stopping them from starting on time, has no longer stopped them because they're wandering out there onto the field with Yorkshire on 364 for 5. We thought it was the light, but that's not really changed. So it must have been just that there was an odd spot of rain lingering around and they didn't want to start in the rain, having not started the day because of a few drops right at the beginning. Adam Lyth 152 from 265 balls. Jonathan Tattersall 104 from 218 balls. They came together when the score was 125 for 5. So I reckon they've put on 239 for unbroken for the 6th wicket. It is a record partnership against Surrey for Yorkshire for this particular wicket. And one thing I guess that we didn't say in our long preamble there during the delayed start was that you would expect, I was talking about Surrey coming back hard today, and you would expect that they've had a chat about what they were delivering with the ball yesterday and how they might change that up this day and improve and pick up a few quick wickets and, you know, run through the last 5 of the Yorkshire batting lineup as quickly as they can.
It's what you talked about last night as well. It's pretty straightforward. Bowl like you did in the morning session. Just get the ball up to the bat. You know, we saw yesterday when they hit that length, it was tough. It was really, really tough. And that length is a good length. So I'm sure that's what they spoke about this morning. But yeah, this will be interesting in these conditions as well, won't it, this morning? Dan Worrell it will be to get us started from the Trafalgar Square end. Tattersall is on strike and first ball is up to the bat, just a little wide outside that off stump, and Tattersall shoulders arms, and that's taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side. But Jamie Overton's in a short sleeve sweater. That's how different it is today. So Jamie Overton at first slip in his short sleeve sweater, Will Jacks at second, then Ryan Patel in there at third. Conor McCurr is at cover, Rory Burns the captain at mid off. Mr. Amler, as always, stood in there at mid-on. Tom Laws is at mid-wicket. Who have I got down there at long leg? Aaron Hardy is at long leg as forward comes Tattersall, pushes Worrell up towards mid-off, which makes you think that Hardy will get the ball to get us started from this Pease Home Park end of the ground. And Tom Laws, we didn't see a lot of Tom Laws either yesterday afternoon and evening, which slightly surprised me. Because he every time he's bowled nicely for Surrey. Picked up that wicket yesterday morning early, so I wonder if we'll see a bit of Laws this morning as well. As here comes Worrell towards us, right arm over the wicket to Tattersall, and Tattersall is forward to a good length delivery, plays it straight back up the pitch, and Worrell does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
The people you see at Scarborough Cricket Club, just seen in an orange and blue hoopy top, Paul Cook, who rugby league listeners among us will know, played of course for Hull FC and Hull KR, in fact broke the hearts of we Leeds Rhino supporters at Cardiff in the 2005 Challenge Cup final when he dummied his way through in the final few minutes to win the cup.
In over the wicket once again comes Worrell. Oh, that's a beauty. That's the length. And Tattersall's played at that, and that beats the edge. So straight away this morning, further up to the bat from Dan Worrell. Tattersall's down there to do a bit of gardening, and Ly's down there to do a bit of gardening, and Otis Gibson will just be marking down exactly where that pitch before he has a chat with his bowlers, and that's the length. That is definitely the length from Dan Worrell. Yeah, the number of times I went to Hull and sat there on a Sunday or a Friday night, got back in the car and drove all the way back with another loss for the Broncos, as forward goes the right-handed Tattersall, plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. But of course I had some amazing nights as well, where the Broncos, they went on a run once where I think within 3 weeks went to Wigan, went to St Helens. Where else did we go?
Probably Leeds.
I think it was. It might. No, I'm not sure it was. I do remember the wins at Leeds.
There were a few of those.
Well, and it was me just on my own screaming my head off, basically. As in once again comes Dan Worrell over the wicket and forward. Once again goes Tattersall, plays this one back up the pitch. There's no run. Maiden over first up this morning here on BBC Radio Yorkshire and the Yorkshire stations, and on BBC Radio London, and nothing added as yet in Yorkshire 364 for 5.
Yeah, Cookie was a top draw player as well. He was a socks down player, wasn't he? You know the type. He wasn't literally a socks down player, but that sort of player that they're going against a bit of convention. He was a real good ball handler. He had his own issues off the field, as he mentioned in his book that he put together with Adrian Durham, I think. But yeah, he was an entertaining player to watch, and he's a top bloke. Done a couple of commentaries with him over the years. See if we can manage to grab him for a few minutes actually, and see how life is at the moment, what his interest in cricket is. It's not something I've ever discussed with him before. Anyway, 364 for 5, that was the overnight score, and remains thus after 1 over of today's play. And it's going to be Aaron Hardy from this Pease Home Park end, bowling to Adam Lyth. Ryan Patel was at mid-wicket, but has just been moved across to gully. 2 slips in place as well. There are men set back at long leg and deep backward square, in front of square actually, so possibly going on for mid-wicket. Hard to tell the precise angle, as Hardy's first delivery is wide of Lyth's off stump, and he does what he did so well yesterday, which is leave the ball.
Yeah, but you can see Adam Mahmood's had a quiet word straight away this morning. Worrell up to the bat. That first delivery from Hardy, a little wide outside the off stump, but up to the bat, so that they're going with a better length. This was the length they bowled yesterday morning, and it did cause some problems. It's not as straightforward as just it's difficult if you're used to hitting a certain length.
Hardy again, and this time Lyth plays it from the crease, drops it into the offside to get his first run of the day. Patel round to field. 153 now to the man from Whitby, 365 for 5. Still to come for Yorkshire with the bat. Dominic Bess will be next man in. Jordan Thompson, Stephen Patterson and Shannon Gabriel will be bringing up the rear with the bat. Not necessarily, Yorkshire supporters will hope, with the ball, because he's played he's played 56 test matches and taken 161 wickets for the West Indies.
Yeah, he can bowl, there's no doubt whatsoever about that with Shannon Gabriel.
He's nearly taken as many wickets as he's scored test runs, slightly concerningly, because he's scored 221 of those with the highest of 20 not out. Hardy in though, bowling here to Tattersall.
As I always say though, Mr. Doidge, that's 221 more test runs than I'm ever going to score. I was with Stephen Finn and when we were on for the IPL, and Mr. Finn was being so self-deprecating about his batting, and then we were looking at it and I was saying, but hang on, just a second here, you've got more test runs than most people. Oh dear, we got somebody behind the bowler's arm already. Oh dear. We had a bit of this yesterday. It seems to be at this end, doesn't it? At the Pease Home Park end that we have a bit of problem with spectators.
Yeah, not as easy to get by at the other end, I guess. Here is Hardy bowling to Tattersall, leaves one outside off stump. Yeah, Shannon Gabriel's first class batting record, 118 matches, 507 runs with a highest of 20, averaging 5.17, which is significantly better than his 4.25 in Test cricket.
Yeah, and I think he's remembered for batting, sadly for him, for that shot he played against Pakistan in that Test match, didn't he? Yeah. Where they were trying to save the game and then he tried to launch one with not very long to go.
Hardy in, and Tattersall flicks off his legs to mid-wicket. It's been fumbled, and they're going to take the opportunity to get through for a single. So first runs of the day to Jonny T, 105 for him, 366 for 5. Yeah, there are those moments in cricket, aren't there, when the number 11 has a bit of a brain fade. Harris Ralph at Northampton earlier this season, not quite as vital, but Yorkshire on the brink of getting a batting point, and he decided he'd hit a 6, and he decided the next ball should go the same way, but unfortunately found a fielder, and they finished just short of that batting point. Here's Hardy bowling to Lyth, who's having a go at this one that leaves him. Now then, a definite win for the bowler on this occasion, and again, definitely about length there. Adam Lyth couldn't quite get forward to it. He went nowhere on the crease, and well, in another moment, that could have been killing as far as he's concerned.
He didn't play many shots yesterday. That one you could probably put in the naughty category. He actually punched the bat afterwards. He was annoyed with himself there. That he just had a little flash at that one outside his off stump. It really swung again after it went past the outside edge. If you'd had one of those snick noises, that would have looked like he'd got an edge on it, wouldn't it? So here is Dan Worrell, maiden over in his first over, coming over the wicket from the Trafalgar Square end, and Tattersall nicely played, just works it leg side. Tom Laws quickly round to do the fielding in his white floppy sun hat, away to his right there at mid-wicket. And there is no run. The marquee away to our right-hand side. All the great and good are sat on deck chairs at the moment. And then lots of people down in front of us in the family stand and in front of the pavilion, and then quite a few people sat up on the benches away to our left-hand side as well. Worrell, his curving run, then over the wicket he comes to Tattersall, and Tattersall's letting this one go that just climbs on him outside his off stump. Heard that thud into the gloves of Ben Folkes away to his right-hand side.
The way he pinged that towards mid-wicket, the ball before, that just reminded me of yesterday. And I don't think I've never picked up in any innings I've seen from Jonny Tattersall that he was so strong off his legs as yesterday. He really did make Surrey pay every time they strayed down the leg side, didn't he?
Yeah, and I think it also goes back to how well he left the ball yesterday. As in over the wicket comes Worrell, and that one's very wide outside the off stump, because sort of Rory Burns does it as a left-hander, go wide outside the off stump to him, and when he's really on it, he'll just let it go, you straighten up, bang, through mid-wicket. And that's, Tattersall did a fair amount of that yesterday, just kept letting balls go wide of the off stump, bowler straightened up, working through the leg side, so definite strength, and as I say, batted really well yesterday. And I thought it was lovely that Adam Lyth let him come off first last night, as in over the wicket comes Worrell once again, and that's climbing outside the off stump, but it's a bit wide again. Worrell looks a little frustrated there, so Dan Worrell there, that one just sort of back of a length, and just letting that one go outside his off stump was Tattersall, as he's now rehearsing just sort of punching away through the covers is Jonny Tattersall. Again, it's just 2 slips and a gully, as they're getting a man out now towards deep mid-wicket, as over the wicket again comes Worrell. Oh, that climbs, but it's back of a length outside the off stump. Just again, Tattersall happy to let that one go, and taken by Ben Folkes. He looks spectacular, that delivery, and we might see a few of those from Shannon Gabriel, but the thing is, for the batter, they can just drop their hands on that, and they know on this pitch it's not going to cause them a huge amount of difficulty. It may be he's just trying to get in Tattersall's head that I have got a man out there at deep mid-wicket now. As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and that's just tucked into the leg side, and there's no run. And welcome back to listeners here on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. You've been listening to Lancashire against Somerset there with Scott Reed and Mr. Anthony Gibson, but that will continue now on the BBC Sport website and app. But we're back here with you in Scarborough. We did get underway finally at 11:40. Strange old 40 minutes with no play, and 366 for 5 Yorkshire have moved on to, with Jonny Tattersall on 105 and Adam Lyth on 153. Graham Orange alongside, and Mr. Jonathan Doidge as well.
Aaron Hardy then from the Peaceown Park end to bowl to Adam Lyth, who's back and across and leaving one wide of off stump. So quiet start so far. Conditions overhead very different to what we were experiencing this time yesterday. I've got pink arms from being burnt in the com box. None of that today because we have got cloud cover. We've had a little bit of rain. In fact, there's still the odd spot falling. It was just unfortunate that for about probably no more than 2 minutes it was a little steadier, and because they decided to stay off, they kept off for 40 minutes. Now Adam Lyth has just been induced into playing another flash. That's 2 this morning from this end from Hardy that he's had a little bit of a go at, and he can't have been so far away from nicking that one through to Ben Folkes. Good delivery by Hardy, and so far for listening Surrey supporters, the bowling is looking more promising than it did for certain spells of yesterday. Hardy turns at the end of his run and leaves our commentary position behind, and this is a more appropriate stroke, or non-stroke, from Adam Lyth, who shoulders arms. There's a man out on the point boundary, or 5 yards or so in, sweeping down towards the marquee at the west side of the ground. Extra cover. I think he's Jamie Smith.
It is
the
indeed.
left-hander. Rory Burns at mid-off. Hashim Amla is a little closer at mid-on. There is a gap through straight mid-wicket. Man set back in front of square on the boundary on the leg side. A long leg, 2 slips and a gully as Hardy comes in again. And once more, a repeat of the delivery before. It's just wide of off stump and doesn't draw Lyth into playing a shot.
Well, Adam Lyth's played 2 more naughty shots already this morning than he did yesterday. And it was the length that the one he went after on a couple of balls ago was just the length from Aaron Hardy, but didn't see any of that yesterday from Adam Lyth this morning. As I say, he's played a couple of naughtier shots this morning, but he's still there. That's the key thing from a Yorkshire point of view.
Hardy then, in past umpire Chris Watts. He plays an attacking shot this time on merit. Short ball, and he cut it beautifully, but there is that man I mentioned posted out there. Deep backward point. Ball went zinging away to him. They got a single. So Lyth 154 now, 367 for 5. It's Lyth's 5th highest county championship score and his best for 6 years. There have been, I think I mentioned a few times yesterday, just some criticism, I guess, of him in the last 2 or 3 seasons, in consistency or inconsistency terms, to be more to the point. But he's still got it, because when it really matters, very often now, he's going in and he's finding a way to dig in and score runs. This is a beautiful shot off his legs again through mid-wicket by Jonathan Tattersall to complete that Aaron Hardy over and take him on to 109, 371 for 5. They've pitched it up a bit more. He just over-pitched on this occasion, Aaron Hardy, and once again Tattersall picks him off through the leg side to get himself going for day 2, 371 for 5.
Yeah, interesting. It would have been about the right line to the left-hander, but Tattersall right-handed, of course, and it's that whole thing of just taking the ball off the stumps, and very nicely timed by Jonny Tattersall. First boundary of the day, 109 for Tattersall, 154 now for Mr. Lyth. The other thing to mention is 10 overs for bonus points and 29 runs away. Now Yorkshire, as Worrell is into Lyth for the first time today, and Lyth is forward and pushes this one out towards extra cover. Tom Laws does the fielding, so Surrey are 1 wicket away from a second bowling point and 29 runs away from maximum batting points of Yorkshire, so they should get there with 10 overs to go. As Lyth's having a little look down towards long leg. There is somebody down there at long leg. I think it's Jamie Smith down there at long leg, slightly obscured by the written press box here at Scarborough. As in over the wicket again goes Worrell to Lyth. That's just nipping back, hits him on the thigh guard, rolls away into the gully. Ryan Patel gets round to his left to do the fielding. It's a little bit like its own microclimate sometimes, Scarborough, isn't it? Because sort of the rest of the country seems to be bathed in blue sky and sun, and then here in Scarborough, a bit of cloud overhead. And I remember this with the old sea fret when that came across, and you could actually see the blue sky over the top of the hills in the distance. But here it was sea fret as in comes Worrell. Whoa, now that has swung after it's left alone by Adam Lyth. That almost hit Jamie Overton at first slip, and well, Ben Folks did very well to even get a glove to that, because Jamie Overton was turning his back, because that just went and kept going. And that'll be buys, which at times you think is a little harsh on Ben Folks, in the fact that it was almost hitting Jamie Overton at first slip straight in his chest. But that did go after it went past the bat, and 373 for 5 with those 2 buys. As over the wicket again goes Worrell, and that's wide outside the off stump. Lyth doesn't have to bother with that one at all, and then just remarks his guard. I think there's a few more people in the family stand today actually than there was this time yesterday. A lot of people just sat around having a bit of a natter. I think people have the seat they always sit in here at Scarborough as well, don't they? I think they have their positions that they always like to sit in here at Scarborough.
Yep, you get the wrong one. Can't sit there, mate.
There's Worrell. Over the wicket he comes once again to Lyth. That's a good length. Lyth's forward to it, but half forward really. Thick inside edge, and it rolls up to Hashim Amla. Stood up at mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, get bat twiddling round in his hand as he played that. Thanks to John Butterfield, who has sent me a text saying, according to the cricket manual, it's Jamie Smith's 22nd birthday today.
Aww.
Spoke to him yesterday. A pleasant young man.
He's a very, very nice young man, Jamie Smith. So many happy returns to him. 22nd birthday in Scarborough.
Remember those days?
Oh, as not sure I have ever spent my birthday in Scarborough, as this is a short ball tucked off his hip by Adam Lyth down towards deep backward square. Well, the other thing is, and sorry to mention this, but it's my old man's birthday today. He's sadly no longer with us, but it would have been the old boy's birthday today, and he'll be delighted that he shared it with Jamie Smith, because Jamie Smith is also a huge West Ham United fan, a bit like my old man was. So happy birthday. Jamie Smith's got a few more first-class runs already than Dad did, but yeah, happy birthday to Jamie Smith today. 22 years of age. 22 years of age today. Jamie Smith, good, very good young player, Jamie Smith.
Funnily enough, when I was looking at Shannon Gabriel's record just those few minutes ago, he shares the same birthday as I do, except his was about 20 years after mine. Here is Aaron Hardy to Adam Lyth, who drops that into the pitch. There is no run. Bit of work to do for Shannon Gabriel. You would think at some point today, or if he doesn't, then it will have been one heck of a first 2 days with the bat for Yorkshire. It was a heck of a first day with this pair putting on as many as they have.
I think they'd have batted a bit too long if we don't see him have a bowl at any point today. Yorkshire, if they're still batting at tea, then they've won a session at Surrey tonight. I'm absolutely convinced.
Hardy pushing off up the hill from the Peasholm Park end. He gets an outside edge from Adam Lyth, who's squared up there by a good delivery. He's going to pick up a single, taking to 156, and the applause you're hearing is because 375 for 5 is up on the board, and that means that this pair have now put on 250 unbroken for the 6th wicket, and very well played it has been by the pair of them.
Absolutely. And at 125 for 5, Surrey wouldn't have thought they'd be out there this morning with these two still there. They've been put on 250, so they've batted so well in this game. They really have.
Hardy then to the right-handed Jonathan Tattersall, who's pushing that back to the bowler, who makes his way across from his follow-through. Tattersall's score's just gone down from 110 to 109 on the board. His highest, I believe, is 111 in first-class cricket against the Durham University side. 135. Kate's correcting me. There you go, you see.
Fine university to score runs against.
Hardy turns, number 15 on his back. And he comes, nice measured sort of a run-up and delivery. He's just induced Tattersall to drop that behind him into the pitch. It bounces up towards the cordon. Quite like the way that Aaron Hardy's got a very injury-free style of bowling, hasn't he? You can imagine him getting through plenty of overs during a day's play if needed. It's just a measured sort of a run-up. It's nice, compact little action. Feels like he probably bowls a heavier ball than it actually would measure on the speed gun. A few little various steps to start things off, and then he's in again. Wide of Tattersall's off stump, just trying to get him to drive, but not interested, the Yorkshire batsman.
Yeah, he's very early in his first-class career, is Aaron Hardy. He's played a fair amount out in Australia, and also was in the Australia A team on that recent series against Sri Lanka. Perth Scorcher in the Big Bash as well, so no, he's a talent, this one, no doubt about it.
In he comes again then. Tattersall waits, gets a delivery that looks like it might nip back on him slightly. Height-wise, they were appealing for LBW, but height-wise you'd say pretty much a definite no, even from just one view from the commentary box. But it was worth a little ask.
Definitely, and a nice bit of bowling, getting it to come back. He tried it the ball before, actually, and that's why I heard a little from myself when Tattersall looked to play that shot, because it just nipped back on him a touch as he was looking to run it down to third man. Graham is ready and waiting, so I'll vacate for half an hour or so, and then I'll be back with you before lunch. But Jonathan Doyce will pick up commentary. He'll be joined in a moment by Graham Orange.
Thanks, Churchy. Bit of movement then down beneath our feet as play moves to the other end, the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Fine scene once again. Maybe not quite as many in as yesterday, certainly not on the popular side. There seemed to be a little bit more of a vision of wood than people, the seating area, but there's quite a lot over the west stand side. Elevated view over there and at both ends. And Adam Lyth with a beautiful square drive here. First ball of this over from Worrell. And thoroughly deserved applause. Graham joins me alongside, and that was a lovely start for you to watch.
Just thinking that, absolutely, yeah. Hi there, JD. Morning, everyone. Yeah, just sat down, put the cans on, and lovely drive there through the offside for 4 by Adam Lyth. Yeah, beautiful. 160 not out for Lyth.
379 for 5 then. Here comes Worrell once again. Past umpire Lungley. This time a better delivery. Straightens things up, asks Lyth to play, and he drops it out into the offside. And there is no run. Remains overcast.
Yeah, just we just mentioned the fact that Jamie Smith, who's playing for Surrey, of course, his 22nd birthday today. I'm looking at the cricketers' who's who, and it says his hobby is horse racing. And I believe Jamie Overton, he's well into his racing as well.
I like that. I do like that. Here's Worrell, though. Meanwhile, oh, now that Adam Lyth's got an inside edge on this, it's raced away and crashed into the boundary boards through what would have been a pretty fine leg. And he's going to pick up 4 runs. It's been an innings of well, brilliance really yesterday, and there wasn't much of an offering of a chance all day. Just one delivery that looped up in the air over the head of the bowler. I think it was Connor McCurr at the time, and dropped in no man's land between he and Hashim Amlar. That was the only one of the entire day yesterday from Lyth, who batted throughout it. But there's one this morning. Now it's been not quite as secure, possibly on account of conditions, possibly credit to the Surrey bowlers as well for just doing a better job so far this morning than perhaps they did at some stages yesterday, as Lyth flicks one off his legs down to deep backward square for a single.
Yeah, I think the Surrey bowlers have bowled a little bit better this morning than they did in the afternoon yesterday. They've pitched it up more, and it's certainly been swinging, and induced 1 or 2 false shots from the Yorkshire batsmen, but they're still there. 384 for 5, but Surrey will want to get these last 5 wickets as quickly as possible. This stand is being very irksome for them, and of course nearly 400 runs. If they get there within the next 8 overs, Yorkshire will get their 5th batting bonus point.
Yep, 25 fours now. Adam Lyth has struck with that most streaky one of the lot just a couple of moments ago. After a bit of discussion, Ryan Patel's been moved out of the cordon into straight mid-wicket in a close position as well, as this latest delivery from Worrell is dropped into the offside by Tattersall, but he's probably 15 yards or so from the bat at a straight mid-wicket, maybe for a little aerial flick from Jonny Tattersall, or maybe just to get another fielder in view as he takes his stance. A little bit more white in the eye line, just has that effect, doesn't it, in the head of, there's no gap there.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
384 for 5. Worrell in again, and Tattersall plays just beyond the right hand of Patel. That's another beautifully timed flick by him, and a good piece of fielding out on the boundary as well by the sweeper to keep them to 2. That was a lovely shot once again from Tattersall, who has 111 to his name now. Bit of hopping around, perhaps out there in the middle. David Shepherd used to do that.
Yeah, he did, yeah. And the Australians don't like that number, do they? 111. No. I don't know why.
87, the Australians.
87?
No, it's England.
Right,
we
okay.
English,
Right.
111.
Right.
Nelson, 87, 13 off 100, isn't it? You've heard him talk about before on commentaries. 386 for 5 is the Yorkshire score here, having won the toss yesterday, decided to bat. Struggled to 125 for 5, but then cashed in later in good batting conditions. Conditions quite different today. Hardy bowling to Lyth, who gets one that he plays top of the bounce and drops into the leg side, but Hardy himself quickly across there to clean up. No run.
It's a long time since Yorkshire lost their 5th wicket, isn't it? A long time.
Yeah, it was at 2:02 yesterday afternoon. Matthew Waite, last man to go.
Of course, we've had 40 minutes, the first 40 minutes we didn't have any play because of a little bit of rain.
Hardy in, driven by Lyth. He's got it away wide of Burns, has he? No, Burns has got across and made a good sliding stop, but they will still get through for one more run. So it's been a little bit more difficult this morning with bat in hand, but so far they continue and remain unbroken at 262, I think we're now at.
Why are cricketers so superstitious? You're talking about 111 and 87 for the Australians. Why? Anyway, we can't answer that question, can we? It's a rhetorical question, isn't it, really?
I'm sure the cricketers around the York Premier League are superstitious when they see G. Orange turn up to umpire.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
Oh no.
I was waiting for
He's
that.
here again.
Yeah, Kate was saying it's also the spectators, not the cricketers. Yeah, absolutely right.
Hardy then. They just put Patel in at that straight mid-wicket again to Tattersall here. And instead he's getting a ball short of length, wide of off stump and chopping it into the deck. Bounces up to Will Jacks, who's fielding at gully. They've got the one slip in place. Jamie Overton, who's, given that he's the sole slip, a little wider than he perhaps would be if there was a full or fuller cordon in there. Maybe about 1 1/4, 1 1/2 slip sort of position. Hardy sets off again then amid the squawking gulls, and a lovely shot once again from Jonathan Tattersall for a single just wide of Amlar, who's round to field it at mid-on. Just such a lovely touch player to watch, isn't he? You know, if you're coaching somebody about how to play just with soft hands, you'd be looking at somebody like Jonny Tattersall's knock here and saying, just watch that.
Yeah, absolutely. And he plays it so well on the leg side, doesn't he? You know, he gets right over the top of it, plays it on so well, both to a shortish ball that's pitched up, is played really well on the leg side especially. Good innings.
112 to him, but Lyth on strike. And again, he's squared up here and he's got a thickish outside edge, so it's not been the fluency that we saw from Lyth yesterday, but he's still scoring runs. He's got 3 of them here, and that will take him to 169 and Yorkshire to 390. He said 388, didn't it? So I would have thought it must have been 391, but anyway, 390 for 5 is on the board. And Kate's saying no, it is 391.
Okay. What did we say was Lyth's top score in first-class cricket?
251, I think it was, against Lancashire at Old Trafford.
So still a way to go for that one.
Hardy, little shimmy, and then here he comes again. Passes umpire Watts. Again, off his legs. Tattersall flicks it away. Helps it on its way with a big roll of the wrists down to long leg for a single. 113 to him, 392 for 5. It's the end of Hardy's over.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Tattersall just for 1 run. Just a nice flick of his legs. Totally in control of the shot. And so far, Surrey have not made this breakthrough. Yorkshire continue, 392 for 5. And they are almost to the 400 mark, and another batting bonus point.
Going to be Worrell to continue by the looks of things from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. In he comes then, bowling to Tattersall, who once again pings it off his legs. That's a brilliant piece of fielding as well out there on the boundary.
Tom Laws.
By Tom Laws. Super stuff from him, because that was a certain 4 from the moment it left the bat, and they only got the 1 for it.
Well, it's great all round, wasn't it? Very good shot off his legs again. and by Jonathan Tattersall, and great fielding on the boundary by Tom Laws. He had to make a lot of ground up there, and a great piece of fielding.
Worrell again, short ball, and a bit of limbo once more from Adam Lyth, who did that quite well yesterday, and he's got another career waiting for him after he finishes cricket, by the looks of things. And I tell you what, the career he really wants after he's finished playing cricket is to do what you do, Mr. Orange.
Yeah, I've read about that. Yeah, umpire. Is he quite keen on that?
Yeah,
yeah,
very much so.
Okay.
He watches quite a lot of cricket with an umpire's head on when he's watching from home, he's said before.
Okay.
Thinks about the decisions, why that might have been wrong and right and whatever. Short ball here, and he's dealt with that one quite nicely by just helping it on its way to deep backward point, where Aaron Hardy fields, and they get a single. You can get in touch on Twitter on @JonathanDoidge or @BackandAcross, or on BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. Haven't got to your correspondence yet this morning. I can actually read it today though, whereas at this point yesterday with such bright sunshine wasn't able to do. Jan says, a thing of beauty. Not often we see things like this on a Yorkshire scoreboard. 364 for 5 showing Lyth on 152 and Tattersall 104 at that point in time. And he's just playing from the crease here to a ball short of length from Worrell that leaves him through to Ben Folkes. Neil Dutton says, morning Doidge, weather looks less than ideal in Scarborough. Glorious yesterday when I inexcusably attended the Lancashire game at Southport. Would rather have been with you, of course. I beg forgiveness. I'm not sure, Neil Dutton, that we can forgive you for appearing on the dark side.
On the dark side. No, I can't. No, I can't forgive you for that.
Worrell again. Tattersall leaving another one wide of off stump. Steve Marchant says too many people wearing purple these days. Stuart Johns enjoyed the comms yesterday and wants more of the same. We're doing our best. And Mighty Mariners asks, would Yorkshire ever play a T20 match at Scarborough? Well, funnily enough, we were just in a meeting this morning, Graham and myself, and those suggestions were kind of made. It would be interesting, wouldn't it, if you could get something like 2 or 3 games here in the space of a few days to get people across to watch them all and enjoy a bit of Scarborough in between. Maybe tag on a 4-day game on the end of it, something like that. Something to think about as Worrell's delivery. Latest one to Tattersall is again pinged square, where it is fielded by Laws, and they get a single to complete that particular over. 104 now bowled. Lyth 170, Tattersall 115, 395 for the loss of 5.
Yes, the committee here at Scarborough are very forward-looking, and they're upgrading the facilities in phases, and they're looking to, possibly have more cricket here, women's internationals, for example, and possibilities of T20 cricket as well. But of course, it's a very congested fixture list, isn't it? And but they're certainly keen to expand the cricket here and keep on improving the facilities. And I think they're doing a great job.
Yeah, we hope to get somebody on, perhaps Bill Mustoe, to represent Scarborough, to have a chat with us about development plans here during the next day or two. Conor McCurr is a change of bowling at this Peasholm Park end. Still got one slip gully, deep backward point on the boundary edge, cover mid-off, mid-on, straight mid-wicket. Square, deep square leg and long leg. None of them come into play though because he strays leg-side-ish to his first delivery. And I think we can confidently say here that you cannot bowl at Jonny Tattersall's legs because he's milking everything possible really. And he's just flicked another very fine 4 up to the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. 1 run shy of a batting point here.
Yes, a poor first delivery there from McCurr, and Jonny Tattersall took full advantage of that down the leg side. And they'll have to learn not to bowl there to him. They should have learnt before now.
119 to him, McCurr in, and that's better. Tattersall round about 4th stump, pushes into the offside, no run. Sean in round it says, disgraceful, you're in jeans. You're representing the BBC penguin suit whilst talking into the mighty lozenge. We got a great cake a few years ago, I think first year I was here, with the mighty lozenge on it, all adorned in BBC related icing. It was fantastic. Here's McCurr bowling to Tattersall. It's wide of off stump and he leaves it.
Well, that's a better line by McCurr to Tattersall, isn't it?
Tim Atkinson says, hey Jonathan, turn those effects mic off when that goes off air. It's like an episode of Last at Summer Wine, listening to spectators having a natter beneath the box. Well, I like to keep it on because it stops many more correspondents, other than you, Tim, saying, where have you gone? We've lost you. And so they know that they've got that cricket noise going on in the background and that something may be happening relatively soon. And Jonny Tattersall turns a ball square on the leg side to warm applause once again from the crowd here at North Marine Road, because that is 400. And from 125 for 5, this pair have now put on 275 runs. And it also means that Yorkshire have the rare distinction for them of getting maximum batting points here. 5 of them.
Absolutely brilliant. Who would have thought that, 125 for 5? I mean, these two are just dominating proceedings now. And we had a wonderful day's cricket yesterday, and more in store today.
McCurr then to Lyth, who drops it squarish on the leg side and gets called through by Tattersall. Good running. Lyth got home. McCurr, to be fair to him as well, did well to get across to the ball and try and throw down the wicket. The Cricket Society has tweeted, great ground to watch cricket. And so say all of us. Tony Berthon says, morning from Somerset, seeing 36 no balls yesterday. Is this a first-class county record? And were they all foot faults? Thanks for the usual excellent coverage. It was 36 runs. It was 18 no balls, Tony. No, I don't believe it was a first-class county record. No, we're getting the shake of the head from Kate to confirm that. And Tattersall, once again, just lays his bat on this beautifully. He glides over the Scarborough turf for another single out to cover to complete that 105th over then. 402 for 5. Tattersall 121, Lyth 171. The 400 up in 652 balls. Thanks, Kate.
Yeah, Tattersall just caressed the ball into the outfield there on the offside to collect a single. And I think Surrey are scratching their heads here. And it's going to be interesting, you know, JD, because, you know, Surrey have got some big scores this season, mainly, I suppose, batting first. And, you know, they're up against scoreboard pressure when they do bat, whatever that total will be. It'll be interesting to see, you know, how they approach things.
Yeah, Neil Dutton says, Adam Lyth looks like he's walking a bit gingerly. Has he done himself a mischief? I don't know quite what was going on after he left the ground last night. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Tattersall's dropping this first Worrell delivery of the over out square on the offside, and it just, we've seen a couple of quick singles scampered now. I think there's just a feeling here. They've got themselves back in, Graham. They've been playing now for 40 minutes. They've got an appreciation for what it might be doing today that it maybe wasn't yesterday in these conditions, and they might just try and up the gears a little bit here.
I think so. I think that would be a very wise thing to do. They want to get this 300 partnership, don't they? And it's not too far away now.
Here's Worrell again, wide of Tattersall's off stump, and he pulls out of playing a shot. Richard Gibson says, morning, not to put the mockers on. Highest 6-wicket partnership, 296. Also involved Lyth.
Well,
let's get the handbook out.
I think we're looking, yes, we've got the Yorkshire County Cricket Club handbook for 2022. As Worrell comes into bowl to Tattersall and induced a false stroke there through to the keeper, Ben Folkes. It's good to see Ben Folkes keeping wicket. He's a wonderful keeper, and you can see exactly why he plays for England.
Yeah, highest 6-wicket partnership against anybody for Yorkshire is Adam Lyth when he made 251 at Old Trafford in 2014. Adil Rashid 159 not out there. They made 296 between them. And so this is the second highest 6-wicket partnership against any county for Yorkshire. And beautiful shot once again from Tattersall. I've said it before and I'll say it again, you cannot bowl at Jonny Tattersall on his legs in this innings. He's just making hay, and that was a beautiful shot once again. Worrell just straying bang on leg stump, and he's milked it once again. 125 for him, 406 for 5.
Yeah, it makes it look so easy, doesn't he? Tattersall playing off his legs. 4 runs there.
And I think I'm right in saying that is definitely now the second highest. The maths is failing me. It's wide of off stump this time, and Tattersall pulls out of the shot. So they've put on 281. Yeah, so it was before the 4, as I thought, the highest, second highest 6-wicket partnership against anybody. And they've got that Lyth and Rashid partnership in their sights.
Yes, Worrell goes back to his mark at the Trafalgar Square end, comes into bowl to Tattersall,
who flicks off his legs again, this time a little squarer, and that's been picked up by Laws for the concession of 1. The highest previous 6-wicket partnership for Yorkshire here at Scarborough was against Durham in 2015, also involved Adil Rashid, 127, and Glenn Maxwell's 140. That was 248, so they're well past that.
Yeah, so that was the end of the over.
407 for 5. Lyth on 171, 126 to Jonathan Tattersall. Graham Orange and myself, Jonathan Doidge, with you at the moment. Mark Church of BBC Radio London will be back in shortly to take over from me. Kate Holsworth alongside with a few scoring-related tidbits. And there was a bit of concern that this might not last 4 days or get anywhere near it with the inexperienced Yorkshire batting line, especially at 125 for 5, but it's looking like it's going that way as this first Conor McKerr delivery is wide of Tattersall's off stump, and he pulls out of playing a shot.
Yeah, we keep emphasising that, don't we? 125 for 5. This has been a wonderful recovery. It was a recovery, and now it's dominance by these two batsmen, Lyth and Tattersall.
Here's McKerr again. Considerable physical presence, Conor McKerr. He's quite tall. He's reasonably powerfully built. And he's just fired one past Tattersall's off stump, which he could have left on both line and length. Not nearly as many suits in the deck chairs down to the bottom right this morning, and those deck chairs that are not occupied billowing with the breeze, because it is pretty breezy, as it was yesterday. It's not a cold day by any stretch, and a lot of people still sitting in t-shirts. Good delivery here from McKerr. There's an appeal for LBW as Tattersall is beaten. That bends him double and wraps him pretty high, you'd have to say. Thigh pad, top of the thigh pad sort of area. Graham's going to adjudicate here.
Well, no, I just saw the umpire just tell the bowler it was a bit too high.
Yep.
Yeah, spot on.
Kate concurs. Here once again is McKerr bowling to Tattersall. This time's able to cut. He's going to get at least 1. There's a sweeper out there. Deep backward point to keep them to 1. Mart says, enjoying the comms in what's a rather cloudy but warm Scarborough. Seen Sir Jeff in his fawn ensemble. And Dickie Bird in his blue blazer. I think we need about 460, 470 and put Surrey in. Otherwise, another draw. And they're at 408 for 5 at the moment. Neil Dutton says there's more future in praying for a lottery win than there is bowling at Jonny Tattersall's pads. He's at the non-striking end at the moment. McKerr into Lyth, who has another slash to one that I think goes past the bottom edge this time. Dying slightly on him as it goes through. Adam Newington says, is Mr. G. Orange umpiring at North Marine Road on Saturday? I think his commentary has been immense. And he's a legend. P.S. Can I have a few wickets from his end, please? Cheers, Newey.
You want? Oh, I see what you mean. No, I'm umpiring at Doncaster on Saturday.
But I'd watch your pads if I were you, Adam, next time you walk in after your sarcastic comment about his commentary there. Don't let it hit him. McCurr coming round the wicket now to the left-handed Lyth, who tucks that front knee up as he does sometimes when he flicks off the hip, but can't get it away, and then kicks the ground in frustration. And it has been a little bit more frustrating, hasn't it, this morning for Adam Lyth? He's added just a 19 to his overnight 152. It's the end of over number 107, and Yorkshire are 408 for 5. And Martin Rowe says, some of the things you guys say, people watching, crack me up. Read the rope in front of you. We used to sit near the press box and get lookalikes as they let another batch through. My dad Lionel got 104 wickets in 1955 for Ilkley in the Airwolf League. Ask Mr. Harrand. I believe you.
That's very impressive, isn't it?
Yeah. Ilkley, big ground. Good ground if you bowl the tweaking stuff, because you can really set the field back and ask the batsman to have a pop at you if you want, or bring him in and say hit it over the top. Here's Tattersall leaving another Worrell delivery. Ilkley, of course, I mean, I hate to mention this, but Ilkley, of course, beaten by Rawdon Cricket Club at the weekend in the Waddill Cup semi-final.
You mentioned it yesterday.
Did I mention that yesterday?
Yeah, you did. You did.
I don't know why I would have mentioned that.
No, I think I do.
Sorry to all my friends at Ilkley. Here is Worrell again, and that's play with an open face by Tattersall down to deep backward point. They'll scuttle through for one more.
Yes, just reading my notes here regarding Dan Worrell. 30-year-old Australian pace bowler has been signed by Surrey on a 3-year contract to play across all formats.
Good player, I think, from what I've seen of him.
And he holds a British passport and has renounced his status as a local player in his home country.
Talking of holding things, I just noticed a couple of the Surrey contingent holding coffees walking by. We haven't got a Surrey commentator hasn't popped off to the press room and brought us coffees back, has he, during his off-air stint?
No.
Is he around yet? I can't. Oh, there he is.
There he is. He's giving us a sign anyway.
Yeah. It's. I think he was saying that he likes to play it in the V, as Lyth lets that one run off the face of the bat down to third man, where he's fielded by Overton, and they pick up one more, 410 for 5.
Right, JD, what do you think of the Yorkshire's tactics now? They're 410 for 5. What should they be aiming at now? Just bat, or should they have a total in mind, do you think? And declare?
Here comes Worrell again. Now then, that's a good short ball. Jonny Tattersall almost heads that over the cordon for 4. Just got his helmet underneath it, or else we'd have been having a stoppage now. Almost sconed. Yeah, for me, I think I wouldn't be even thinking about, if while you're in now, get as many as you can, and then just try and put some pressure on the opposition first time around. If that's not good enough, if they get a big score, we know we're probably heading for a draw, or possibly it might then start to reverse, and it might be pressure on Yorkshire second time around. But I just keep going for the moment. What have we got until lunch? We've got half an hour through till tea if you can, and then see where you're at, really. If you can get to sort of 500, then it doesn't matter who you're playing against. They're going to be looking at the board to some extent, and if you bowl well, you can put them under pressure. But I know that might feel a little bit negative, but at this point in time, if you still have got genuine ambitions of winning a title,
yes, that's my point.
You want to beat Surrey, obviously, but you certainly don't want to lose to them.
No.
And there are other games where you can pick up your winning points, possibly, as Worrell's final delivery past Tattersall's outside edge, and there is no run. Church is coming back in to replace me, and it's maybe something you can discuss with Mark in a moment or two's time.
Yep, so that was the end of the over. So it's 410 for 5. Adam Lyth 172. Jonathan Tattersall 128.
this morning. I think Dom Bess is going to have a part to play in this. And if you've got a massive score on the board, he can just start with close catches round the bat. And he's got a cushion to bowl with. As in round the wicket once again goes McCurr. And this one Lyth is looking to work into the leg side. Hits the thigh guard. That's hurt Adam Lyth. Not surprised, actually. I think it sort of hit that bit just below the thigh guard and above the knee roll.
Very painful.
Absolutely. So, yeah, I would think if you're Yorkshire, you're thinking, well, if we can bat till tea, super. Absolutely brilliant. And then we've got 7 sessions to look to try and knock Surrey over twice. If that doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. As here is Conor McCurr in round the wicket to Lyth, and Lyth looks to work this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
That looked a long way away when Yorkshire 125 for 5.
And
it's a funny old game.
It is, and that's why it's such a wonderful game.
Yeah, absolute dead
at
right.
125 for 5, again, going back to what these two have done, Yorkshire could have been all out for 200. Surrey could have been 250 for 2 at stumps last night. Batting this morning, Yorkshire are completely out the game. As it is now, Yorkshire hold all the cards. It's in Yorkshire's hands now. As in round the wicket again goes McCurr. That's short, and that's hooked for 6 by Adam Lyth. Just too short from Conor McCurr. And we saw yesterday Adam Lyth loves it there. And that was about waist high. And he's just helped it into the benches. And away for 6. That was 6 the minute it left Adam Lyth's bat. He's on to 178. It's his 4th 6th. Thank you, Kate. And 420 for 5. But banged it in, Conor McCurr, but it was waist height, really, for Adam Lyth. And he's just taken that off his waist and helped it into the benches for 6, 420 for 5.
Yes, it climbed into that and it just smashed it square on the onside.
In round the wicket again goes Conor McCurr. Little short delivery outside the off stump. He doesn't get anything on it. So Surrey will end up with 1 bowling point here because that's 110 overs. And the other thing here as well from a Yorkshire point of view is they're just under 4 and over. So they're ticking along okay at the minute. And if they want to give it a bit of long handle towards the end, they can.
You've got the flexibility there,
absolutely.
Haven't they, to do it?
So I think the thing here is they are in control of this game now. Steve Patterson will be absolutely delighted now with his decision to bat first. He may have been slightly concerned at 125 for 5,
I'm sure he was,
but
yeah.
now he's looking like a genius at 420 for 5. But yeah, I think that would be the game plan. I'm pretty sure is look, we're not too far away from lunch anyway. 20 minutes from lunch, and then just continue the way you're going after tea. And again, these two, what I would say is not a huge amount has happened this morning with the ball. Sorry, we've got it further up to the bat. There's been a couple of naughty shots in there from Mr. Lyth at times, but it's still a good pitch, this. It always is here, as Jamie Overton is in from the Trafalgar Square end, and his first delivery hits Tattersall on the knee roll. That's hurt Tattersall as well. He's sort of hobbling that single.
Yes.
Leg by will be the signal, and it's 421 for 5 here on BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations, BBC Radio London, and on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. I'll also, during this over, just have a look at the other scores from around the country. Essex in a marvellous position. Gloucestershire 136 all out, and Essex 203 for 1. Certain Cook is 93 not out, and Wesley 90 not out. So Essex already in a dominant position. They're sort of coming up on the rails at the moment, Essex, in terms of championship cricket. As Adam Lyth back onto strike, there's a slipper gully and a deepish gully. Has a nibble at this one. Outside his off stump from Overton does Adam Lyth. Beats the edge and taken by Ben Folkes.
Yes, he certainly played at that one. That was a false stroke. But he's been there a long time, Lyth. He's done a fantastic job for his county. And as an opening batsman, you've got to wear those sort of things. You know, you're going to play and miss a few times,
Absolutely, absolutely. Warwickshire and Hampshire. Warwickshire 217 all out. Hampshire are 114 for 4. So 114 for 4. Hampshire has, little outside edge here from Lyth. It bounces in front of Will Jacks at first slip. Genuine edge from Adam Lyth. It doesn't get to Will Jacks at first slip. Just on the half volley to Will Jacks away to his left-hand side. So nice bit of bowling that from Jamie Overton. Genuine edge from Adam Lyth, but it didn't get to Will Jacks in there at first slip.
Yes, he's had no luck at all in this over, Jamie Overton, has he? Those last two deliveries, play and miss, and just the ball bouncing in front of the only slip, could easily have been out.
Overton in once again, over the wicket to Lyth, off his hip. He turns this one into the leg side, and they'll get round for a single as the throw comes in, and that's one more to the total. 422 for 5. Now there's a big round of applause inside the ground. Just wondering whether that might be, we talked about the highest 6th wicket partnership for Yorkshire. They've definitely gone past it against Surrey. I think that might be the highest ever for Yorkshire's 6th wicket. So thank you very much indeed, Kate. So that is a new record partnership because it's 297. So well played, Mr. Tattersall and Mr. Lyth. They go into the history books as Overton is in over the wicket to Tattersall, who's uppercutting over the top of slip and down to the third man boundary rope for 4, and that is the 300 partnership between Jonny Tattersall and Adam Lyth. They don't come along very often, 300 partnerships, but this one has arrived with a deliberate uppercut from Tattersall, and that whistles off down to the third boundary. He's equalled his highest first class score of 135, 301. The partnership now worth 426 for 5, and what a partnership this has been.
Oh, absolutely, especially when Yorkshire are in trouble, 125 for 5. That's the measure of this partnership, and the fantastic batting of these two at the crease.
Overton is in to Tattersall. He's up on his toes. Overton does the fielding off his own bowling and then fakes to throw the ball back and then underarms it back down to Ben Folkes. End of the over, 426 for 5. Elsewhere, Northamptonshire, 303 all out. Kent, 59 for 2. Somerset, 382 for 8 against Lancashire. So those are all your other scores in Division 1. In Division 2, Derbyshire 283 all out. Durham in a spot of bother, 78 for 4. Durham. Alex Lees went for 7. Jones has gone for 10. Borthwick for 13. And Salisbury for 5. Petman with a couple of wickets. As round the wicket comes Conor McCurr then. And this is, was that off thigh guard? Ben Folkes has dived to his right, I think it was. He's rubbing his backside there because he didn't take it cleanly, Ben Folkes. But yeah, Adam Lyth there rubbing his backside as he tried to help that one down towards fine leg. And 300 partnership, thank you very much indeed, Kate, came up in 472 deliveries. Tattersall 135 of them, and Lyth 134. So it's really been a proper partnership, that, in the terms of the ratio of runs. As Conor McCurr comes round the wicket once again, and Lyth turns this one into the leg side. There is Jamie Smith to do the fielding. Glamorgan and Nottinghamshire. Glamorgan all out for 318. Nottinghamshire, the league leaders, of course. Nice, 112 for 1, so nicely set. It's all moving on at Merchant Taylor's School because Worcestershire 191 all out. Middlesex 188. So Worcestershire lead Middlesex by 3. Not quite sure they'll be there on the final day. As round the wicket comes McCurr, shot from Adam Lyth, straight back down the ground for 4. Slightly over pitched by Conor McCurr, and that's nothing more than a roll of the wrists from Adam Lyth. That's the shot of the morning, without a doubt. And Hashim Amla comes back, and a gentleman leaps from his seat. Well, sort of gets out of his seat, and then lobs the ball back to Hashim Amla, who underarms it to a frustrated-looking Conor McCurr down there in front of us. As McCurr will come in once more. Round the wicket to the left-handed Lyth. Short ball. He's gone again. Lyth. He's out here. He's pulled it straight to deep backwards square. Tom Laws takes the catch. And Adam Lyth's brilliant innings comes to an end on 183. What a partnership that has been. 305 the partnership is worth. It's Tom Laws with the catch off Conor McCurr, but Adam Lyth will get a standing ovation. He's almost having to haul himself off here at Scarborough, but Adam Lyth goes for 4 for 183 brilliant runs and 430 for 5. That partnership was worth 305. Let's just have a listen to this for Adam Lyth as he makes his way back to the pavilion here at Scarborough. A little punch of gloves with Don Beth, but well batted Adam Lyth. Magnificent ovation there for Adam Lyth. He has gone for 185, and that is 430 for 6. And we'll leave you now on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, but of course our commentary continues on the BBC Sport website and BBC Sports app. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, but for the time being from Scarborough, with Adam Lyth going for 183, it's a very, very good afternoon to one and all. And back here at Scarborough, what an innings that was, Graham.
Well played, Mr. Lyth.
Yeah, brilliant.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, he rescued Yorkshire. He had to stay there and sort things out, and he's been, of course, aided and abetted by Jonny Tattersall in a magnificent way. Because actually, Tattersall took, I think, some of the pressure off Lyth, you know, once he'd got going, because you can't expect one batsman to do it all. He took the pressure off, and the partnership flourished, and it was great to see from a Yorkshire perspective. And actually, I have to say, I think he'd be slightly disappointed with that shot because, getting out that way, because it's caught right on the boundary, and as soon as he hit it, I thought, is this another 6? But anyway, there we are.
Well, the other thing was, it was a good catch from Tom
It
Laws.
was.
The first chance he's given Lyth, and Laws didn't have a huge amount of room to work with there. He was virtually on the boundary road, but took it very simply. So first ball for Don Bess. He's been waiting a while for a bat, and his first ball is short from Conor McCurr, and the right-handed Bess gets up on his toes, turns that one down into the leg side, and not in any bad way, but Surrey will be mighty relieved to see the back of Adam Lyth. They really will. But what an innings. 183, a record 6th wicket partnership for Yorkshire between Lyth and Tattersall of 305. And Don Bess will be very pleased to be out there in the middle because he's been waiting a very long time to get a bat. As McCurr is into him, and he's driving, and it beats the edge. How often do you see that after a very long partnership, that the next player goes in and nicks off early? But he's got away with that one as Don Bess. Conor McCurr has the wicket, 430 for 6 then Yorkshire, and Don Bess yet to get off the mark, and Tattersall has 135.
Well, they always say 1 wicket brings 2, and it's absolutely right, isn't it? In a lot of cases anyway. You see it in league cricket, you see it in county cricket. It's the way it goes sometimes. So the Yorkshire got to regroup here. They want to get a really, really big score. 430 for 6 as Jamie Overton comes in to bowl to Tattersall.
He does indeed, and Tattersall on his legs, he'll put those away all day. That's 4. Anything around about middle and leg, and Tattersall, more than anything, it's a roll of the wrists, and that's now his highest first-class score. So he's 139 not out. That goes past his best against Durham University. Fine establishment, and that whistled off to the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4 runs, and Tattersall, normal service has resumed.
Yes, well, he has to be the dominant partner now, hasn't he? And there's no reason why he can't get to his 150, just 11 runs short.
Waits again. Over his bat does Tattersall. Right-handed, of course. Overton into him. He's on his hip again. That's tucked away into the leg side. Overton again doesn't look comfy. He's just leaning, hands on his knees at the moment. He had a bit of a problem with the footholds yesterday, and he's just got a bit of a hobble on him at the moment. As Jamie Overton, and Don Bess comes on to strike for the first time here to Jamie Overton. But yeah, Adam Lyth 183 and 430 for 6 it was when he went, and that partnership 305. And as I say, Surrey will be mighty relieved to see the back of Adam Lyth as Dom Bess waits for Jamie Overton. Bess is solidly in behind a short ball, but Overton again's got a grimace on his face here. He hobbles off towards extra cover. He just doesn't look happy again. This was what happened with him yesterday, and he nipped off. He changed his boots.
Did we establish what the actual problem was yesterday?
I don't think so.
No,
I think with Jamie, I think he's got aches and
Aches
pains,
and
the
pains,
whole time. To be fair, and I think again I'll say he's a big fella, and if that back foot or front foot is landing and that it moves at all, it can be a real problem. As in over the wicket he comes once more, and that's left alone this time by Dom Bess. The only thing I would say which has surprised me is that we haven't seen anything of Tom Laws. Now he's absolutely fine because he took that catch and he's out there, but we haven't seen Tom Laws for a while, and 9 overs is what he bowled yesterday. But the other thing is we didn't really see him from mid-afternoon have a bowl.
Now I'm rather surprised at that, actually.
Yeah, he's out there at mid-wicket at the moment. Here's Tom Laws. As Jamie Overton ready to come down that hill once again over the wicket to Dom Bess, and he's up on the toes of Bess. Little inside edge onto front pad, trying to whip it through the leg side. I always feel a little bit for someone who has sat for ages and ages and ages and ages to go out and bat, because basically you've seen 2 batters once they got in there of Lyth and Tattersall playing shots all around the paddock, and then you go out there and you think, wow, come on, this should be pretty straightforward. And at times it could look like you're batting in a completely different game on a different pitch, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Is that to watch every ball, because you never know when you need to go in?
No, absolutely not. As he waits again with his bat raised as Overton is in, short ball, and he's not playing any shot at that. It hits his thigh guard, and they won't run that because he didn't offer any shot. So end of the over from Jamie Overton, 435 for 6 Yorkshire, and 140 to Jonny Tattersall. And Dom Bess is yet to get off the mark. And Conor McCurr, that was his first wicket of the piece in this one. He hands his cap in and comes marching back towards us once again.
They could have elected to run,
but it would have been...
They'd have been sent back.
Absolutely, yeah. No shot.
Because you can allow them to run one, and that gives the fielding side the opportunity to run them out if they elect to run, you see. But then it's called dead ball, back you go.
Yep. As Conor McCurr then runs away from us, comes into Tattersall, who's on driving up towards Amler, stood at mid-on, and there's no run. The other thing that sometimes with batting orders, you sometimes get overcomplicated in a commentary box, and you go, oh, they bumped him up the order for this reason and that reason. But I've often said this, when you find out afterwards, actually the person who was due to come in next might have been in the loo or something like that, and that's the only reason it happens. As waiting once again is Tattersall, as Conor McCurr is into him, and that's a short ball which Tattersall's up on his toes to, pushes down towards backward point, and there's no run.
Again, the law says they've got to be in 3 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, to either face, or if you're the non-striker, ready to be the non-striker.
Yeah, absolutely.
3 minutes.
I can't
and that's a long time, actually.
It is. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but there have been famous occasions in games where someone's gone out early and got 100, and then you've sort of asked the question after, and it was that the next person was actually in the loo. As in over the wicket is Conor McCurr, and it's a short one which Tattersall's hooking off the top edge, not in control of that, and couple of bounces out there to Aaron Hardy. So he's almost done Tattersall as well with the short ball there, because he wasn't in control of that at all, Jonny Tattersall. But because of where the field is now with him on 140, he's now on 142. There's a lot of space there in the leg side, and it did go up in the air, but they're now getting an extra man out there at deep mid-wicket in the shape of Ryan Patel. But because of the way he's played, that field is spread. He's just got a gully, really, and a very straight third man. Fine third man for the uppercut as Conor McCurr is in. Another short one. Might get a bit of this now. Jonny Tattersall, he ducks underneath it, but that fielder is a catcher. Will Jack's down there at that very fine third man position. He's there for that little uppercut from Jonny Tattersall.
Absolutely, and the way they're set, you're going to think he's going to be bowling short, which I'm rather surprised at, but anyway, we'll see.
I think they've got to that point, Surrey, with Tattersall. They've tried him with everything else. As in over the wicket, he comes again, Conor McCurk. That does nip back at Tattersall. He's hopping a touch, and that's a little inside edge onto his back pad. A very, very good afternoon to David in Los Angeles, who's saying, loving the commentary from Scarborough. It was Callie's favourite ground, and he would be loving the partnership of Lyth and Tattersall. And that was the record. He said, what's the record partnership? That's 8 for the 6th wicket, 305. But lovely to hear from you as always, David, there in Los Angeles. As in over the wicket comes Conor McCurk. That's on the hip of Tattersall. He turns that one down towards fine leg. He'll pick up a single. That'll be one more to the total and one more to Tattersall. He'll keep the strike. End of the over. 4:38 for 6 then. Yorkshire, we're approaching lunch on this second day. Of course, we missed 40 minutes of play this morning for a little bit of rain. 143 to Tattersall, and Dom Bess is yet to get off the mark.
Churchy, from a Yorkshire point of view, are you saying bat and bat and bat, or would you have a figure in mind?
I'd just bat.
Okay.
I'd just keep batting.
Yep.
I really would. And I think the thing with declarations is what people tend to forget is you're looking for later in the game as well. That's the other thing. As in over the wicket comes Jamie Overton. This one's left alone by Tattersall outside his off stump. I'd sort of be saying to Surrey, which they have done this morning, is you bowl us out. Let's take a declaration out of it. You come and bowl us out now. We won the toss. We said we were going to bat, and that's exactly what we're doing. So I think in a way, probably the chat at lunchtime would be along the lines of, let's get bowled out. Let's make Surrey, and you also get into that position that Surrey have done sides this season where the last thing you want to do is go out there and bowl even more overs. You know, that's the thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
As over the wicket once again comes Jamie Overton. That's short, and Tattersall just sways inside this one. Didn't go after the hook, knew he wouldn't be in control of it, but you know, what do we know? Well, what do I know? They'll probably declare at lunchtime, but I think from a Yorkshire perspective, just sort of keep batting. Just keep batting and batting, because you're looking further ahead in the game. That's what you're looking to do.
Yes, and of course, if you look at the forecast, then the weather doesn't come into it, does it?
No, not at all. We know we're going to get full couple of days in after this. As in over the wicket again comes Overton, and it's a short ball which is pushed down towards backward point, and Conor McCurk gets round to do the fielding. I think from a batting perspective, you know, the Surrey batters will be looking forward to having a bat on this, because they've seen getting there are big runs to be had. Would you like me to vacate, Mr. Doidge? Are you a 1:00ing? End of the over, old boy. Mr. Doidge is back with his "This Is Your Life" notebook behind me.
Eamon Andrews.
Yes. As waiting once more is Tattersall. As in over the wicket comes Jamie Overton, and he's looking to punch off the back foot, gets a thick inside edge. That could have come back onto his stumps. Overton's wondering what he has to do here. And Tattersall just rehearses that punch through the covers. As Tattersall's down to do a touch of gardening. Dom Bess down there at the non-striker's end. Adam Lyth will have his feet up at the moment, but the impression I get is he'll still be a bit annoyed. Adam Lyth getting out for 183. I think he wanted to be there at tea time, approaching 300. As in over the wicket once again comes Jamie Overton, and that's a beauty to Tattersall. He's played it very well, actually. To be fair to Tattersall there, I think he has done the old curtain rail and just pulled the bat inside the line of it, but it looks spectacular. But I think Tattersal's seeing it so well now that just at the last moment he's just pulled his hands across and just let it go. It's what a lot of left-handers do, isn't it? That because of that angle, they can just play the line and then just pull the bat inside the line of the ball. As he waits once again, and Jamie Overton from the Trafalgar Square end with one slip is into him, and Tattersall drives back down the pitch, and Overton very quickly, that was great work off his own bowling, just rolls the ball back, hits the stumps. That's the end of the over, and it's 438 for 6. Few words from Graham, and then it'll be Jonathan Doidge.
Yeah, so Tattersall is still there on 143, 438 for 6, 114 overs. So the scoring rate is very, very good. We had a delay this morning for 40 minutes, a bit of rain around, so it was. We've not had a full session here today, this morning, should I say. But Yorkshire have continued their merry way, albeit with the loss of Adam Lyth, caught on the square leg boundary.
Conor McCurr from the Pease Park end, short ball, nicely played by Bess, who's flicked that one square off his legs. Just been hauled in by Worrell, a metre short of the square leg boundary, and they're back for 2. We'll just do an over together and then we'll get Churchy back into your chair. They are, by the way, playing change of playing times today, playing till 1:30 before lunch, because of course we started 40 minutes late. Tea will be taken at 4:10. John Potter, Yorkshire scorer, wasn't sure whether it was definitely 4:10 or it was 32 overs left in the day, but that's the sort of thinking, either 4:10 or 32 overs remaining in the day. It's going to be 94 overs in the day in total, so play is scheduled to close at 6:30 today as Best plays into the offside for another single.
Yes, and that was a nice the ball before, a nice shot off his hip. Well, it was a pull shot, a controlled pull shot by Best. It was nicely done. So he's settling in now. He's on 3 as Conor McCurr comes into bowl from the Pease Park end.
Here he comes then, right arm over. Tattersall on the back foot, just dropping that down the pitch to the bowler. Got a change from umpire Tom Lungley, who was standing pretty deep at square leg and is now switching across to point. Not sure why that might be.
I think the fielder could be
slightly in his eye line when he's walking in. Yeah. There is Ryan Patel at just backward of square leg on a 1, fairly tight to what would be a 90-degree angle. McCurr in, Tattersall opens the face, drops that into the pitch down towards Overton, who fields at gully. So Jonathan Tattersall, highest first-class score for him, and I'd say, yeah, without doubt for me, the best knock I've seen him play for Yorkshire, and I think the scoreboard reflects that as well. Sad to see the back of Adam Lyth for that 183, that signature shot. Sometimes, as they say, the strength can be the weakness. Hit it straight to the fielder this time, but he's played a few superb examples of it during that 183 as McCurr's latest delivery bounces short and down the leg side of Tattersall, who thinks about helping it on its way, but then leaves it well alone.
Yeah, the umpire signalled above shoulder height there, so the bowler knows.
A couple of photographers doing a bit of work down to our right. We rarely get them over here in the family stand. Dave Williams and John Heald, 2 very good snappers. Short ball, and Tattersall cuts this into the ground and fielded by Overton. So end of the over. Graham will take an extended lunch break, bit of a breather, and Churchy back with us in a moment or two. I've got some stuff to do for both BBC Humberside in a few minutes and BBC Radio York. Slightly concerning that they've left me a voicemail, which is quite difficult to listen to when you're on commentary. But there you go. These things happen, old boy. Churchy's back. I feel a little bit out of place in the fashion stakes today because both Churchy and Graham have got a little bit of blue and a little bit of amber. Leeds colours, in fact, running through their top. So I'm just looking a little bit dark. Short ball here by Overton. Nicely played pull by Dominic Best. Fielded by Hardy down in front of the pavilion. They've got a single.
Well, I must say, my shirt cost the grand total of £2.99. Yes, and it's done me proud so far. So, yes, I'm the only one in shorts, so I do apologise. I'm not quite sure what I sat in either yesterday, but when I looked at my shorts this morning, I thought, oh dear, gave them a bit of a wash in the sink this morning. I hope it wasn't seagulls.
Tattersall pushing forward out to mid-off, and there is no run.
Mr. Doidge at the moment is listening to his voicemail whilst on air, so I hope it's something exciting.
They say men can't multitask. I'm being told by BBC Radio York that they can't take me live at 1:10. And they now need to take an audio recording from me, and that she's going on to a different floor now as in the building, so she can't take any further responses from me.
Yes, yes. This is exciting. There's a whole show in this.
It is, isn't there, really? Yeah. Voicemails while doing cricket commentary. Here's Overton, short ball. Now Tattersall was hitting that to the popular side, and I think he needs a little bit of chalk on the end of the cue, because that was right off the toe of the bat to Ryan Patel at a sort of fly gully.
Heck of a shot that.
Yeah.
Looking to hook it into the benches and hit gully. So it sent everybody the wrong way there, did Mr. Tattersall. Interesting though, isn't it, that, you know, it's been the short ball this morning after our chat yesterday that he got rid of Lyth. I think he'll be annoyed. But Tattersall a hook as well that sort of went straight up in the air a bit earlier.
Overton again. Good delivery this time by Jamie Overton, climbing on Tattersall. It goes by. Give him the benefit of the doubt of the curtain rail again, just pulling the bat inside the line. Oh, here we go. We've got some cue from Humberside. Let's just turn the volume down.
Exciting. This reminded me of Cali days. This.
Yeah.
It really is.
Used to be bells and whistles, didn't it, with Cali?
Phones going off left, right and centre.
And just getting popped through to Q for BBC Radio Humberside.
Very good.
Who are in the middle of their lunchtime news and sport bulletin. Jamie Overton down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end. Tattersall inside edge this time, so he's gone one way and the other in this over. Not entirely the way he wanted on both occasions. He's played it so well, square of the wicket on the leg side, but that was a genuine thick inside edge. Gets him a single. 144. 443 for 6. And Bess. He's got a first-class 100 to his name and has played some very good knocks for Yorkshire. Not out on 4. 2 slips in place as Overton comes bounding in once again. Good delivery once more. That's much better than some of those from yesterday, and the right sort of length to try and attract the batsman into it. He didn't on this occasion, but it's better. They've got that 1 wicket so far this morning. They've still got 24 minutes of play before lunch. There's time for Surrey to do some more damage, and Yorkshire will want to bat on for as long as they can. Sorry I'm mumbling on here, but I am still waiting for somebody to come to me for a report. I can tell you all sorts about Hull KR, Hull FC, Scunthorpe United, Hull City. But at the moment, nobody wants any cricket just for now. We're going to get a little bit of tweak, because Will Jacks looks as though he's going to come into the attack at this Peasholm Park end of the ground. Got some turn first up yesterday, but here we go with the update, where it is overcast, and Yorkshire are 443 for the loss of 6 wickets on another good morning for the county. They didn't start until 11:40. They've lost just that 1 wicket this morning of Adam Lyth, made 183 from 306 balls, sharing in a record 6-wicket partnership for Yorkshire in first-class cricket of 305 with Jonathan Tattersall, who is still out there with his highest first-class score of 144. Dominic Best with him on 4. They're not lunching until 1:30 here. They're 443 for 6. As Tattersall plays once off his legs, down to the square leg boundary for a single. Let Churchy pick up the rest of this Will Jacks over with Yorkshire 444 for 6.
The interesting thing here is Dom Bess will get a proper look now, because he's out there with the bat in his hand. So he'd have seen a bit of Will Jacks from the pavilion yesterday, but he'll be very interested here to see what Will Jacks gets, because of course Bess will be doing some bowling a bit later in the day. As Will Jacks comes over the wicket to the right-handed, Bess tosses this one up, and Bess drives handsomely away through the covers. And Tom Laws, there he is again, sprinting around and doing the fielding. He's been terrific out there, but we haven't seen him have a bowl.
How many runs has he saved on the boundary there?
He's been absolute. Well, he's a young man, isn't he? 19 years of age and sprinting around, and he's got his coach behind him now in the shape of Gareth Batty, who gives him a pat on the backside and says, "Well done." As he'll settle himself down over his bat again, will Dom Bess. Oh, bails have come off, so Ben Folkes has to pop those back on. 446 for 6 now Yorkshire, as Jacks is in, and Bess will wait for this and turn it into the leg side. Dan Worrell comes up to do the fielding, and they will pick up a single. But interestingly, Gareth Batty's just waiting down there to have a chat with Tom Laws, which makes you think he might be coming into the attack at some point. But we haven't seen him since sort of mid-afternoon yesterday, Tom Laws. But he's fielded brilliantly in front of the benches. That was a good catch to get rid of Lyth as well. As Jacks is in and forward goes Tattersall, turns this one down into the leg side, rolls out there to Jamie Smith, who's fielding at square leg in his helmet, because for Dom Bess he's at short leg. As in comes Jacks again, that's too short, that'll be pulled by Tattersall out towards deep backward square, and Dan Worrell is there, again does the fielding. Tattersall will just tick round to 146 now. Yorkshire 448 for 6 started today, 364 for 5. As Jacks tosses this one up, Best drives again. Tom Laws is going to have to go round to his left this time, and they'll get back for 2. Good running from Dom Best, good return from Tom Laws, and there's the 450 up for Yorkshire. So 450 comes up for Yorkshire, 450 for 6. Tattersall on 146. Dom Bess on 9. That 1 wicket to go today. Adam Lyth, a brilliant 183. Caught by Tom Laws, pulling a ball from McCurr. And as I say, good catch from Tom Laws, because it was travelling, it was flat from Adam Lyth. And Laws didn't have a huge amount of room to work with on the boundary rope, but stayed inside the rope and took it up above his shoulder, and it was a very safe catch that from Tom Laws.
Here is Overton bowling to Tattersall, who's driven straight back past the bowler and will pick up a lovely 4 runs once again. And that takes Jonathan Tattersall to 150 and Yorkshire to 454 for 6. 150s never seem to get celebrated as much as 100s, even though they're 50 runs greater, but there is a definite element of celebration about this, and many people on their feet at Scarborough, because it has undoubtedly been Jonny Tatt's best knock in Yorkshire colours. Here's Overton to try and end it, though. Can't do so with this delivery, which is nicely played with soft hands by the right-hander.
Leapt at him though, and Shannon Gabriel won't mind seeing that. That one just did get a bit big on Tattersall, played it very well. That's hurt him, because he's wandered off towards square leg and is whirling his arm.
297 balls, 353 minutes and 24's Jonny Tattersall, who's flicking off his legs, as he has done throughout this knock, for another single to Laws on the boundary edge. Gareth Batty's obviously had his little bit of a word and disappeared off, maybe for an early lunch.
Yeah, so that has him. He's still whirling that right shoulder, Jonny Tattersall.
Bit of ice on that in the lunch break. Bess waits, back and across, steps back and cuts nicely. It is very much a strength for Dominic Bess. Gets well over the top of the ball when playing that cut shot. He scores a lot of his runs through that sort of area, square on the offside, and he has 4 more.
Yeah, good shot. Little short, little wide, but he's off his feet as he played that. Dom Bess just making sure he was getting on top of it. And cracked it away through cover point for 4. He can, of course, bat Dom Bess, that's the other thing. And he was waiting a long time to have a bat, so we're hoping to make a few runs.
Flexes his knees as Overton comes in. He's a bowler, of course, he'll know well from their days together at Somerset. I'm sure he might have faced him a few times in the nets before now, and he just dropped one into the offside. So there's other little things come into play, sometimes things that you don't always think about. You know, a Surrey against a Yorkshire player here, but 2 of them have played together at Somerset. There'll be that extra little edge as well. Hey, don't want to let him get me out. My mate, I do want to get him out. How am I going to get this fella?
Well, we saw that with the twins going head-to-head at Taunton with Jamie and Craig.
Best waits again, short this time, and he has a real swing at this one. Trying to hit it somewhere up near the castle, but misses out through to folks. End of the over. 459 for 6, 13 on the board for Bess, and 151 for Jonathan Tattersall.
That was a good short delivery. It was good direction that from Jamie Overton. Sort of kept coming at Dom Bess as he was looking to hook that. That was a good short, quick delivery from Jamie Overton. 459 for 6. Yorkshire. Tattersall on strike on 151 as Jax comes in over the wicket to Jonny Tattersall. Shout for LBW. He's gone across his stumps, looking to work into the leg side, hit the thigh guard.
We have our 3rd century of the match. Jamie Overton's now gone for 100.
Yeah, not the one you want as a bowler. The old century to your name. But someone's always going to have that when you're 459 for 6, as this is turned into the leg side by Tattersall. He'll pick up a single, one more to the total. Jonny Tattersall moves on to 152. Looks like Ryan Patel is getting warmed up. So still no Tom Laws. He's okay in the fact that he's been sprinting around in the field as Tom Laws. As in over the wicket again comes Jackson. Paddle sweep from Dom Bess is nicely played. Fine on the leg side. Dan Worrell will come scampering around to do the fielding, and they'll pick up a couple more. 2 more to the total. 2 more for Dom Bess. He moves on to 15, and Yorkshire now move on to 462 for 6. As Jax is in once again, Bess turns this one into the leg side. He'll take a single. That'll be 1 more to the total. Bess moves on to 16. Yorkshire move on to 463 for 6. Apologies. Tattersall comes down to do a little bit of gardening, and then will settle himself down over his bat once more as in comes Jax to him, and Tattersall just works with a bit of turn into the leg side, and without his helmet this time, Jamie Smith does the fielding at square leg. Rory Burns, the skipper, is still in there at slip, as this one is late cut by Tattersall, and fielding done in there at backward point by Will Jax, and end of the over from Will Jax, and he'll be thinking about his next over. Cameron Steele is actually out there at the moment for Hashim Amla, but now Hashim Amla is coming on, and off goes Jamie Overton. So Jamie Overton's going off, Hashim Amla's coming on, and Cameron Steele is staying out there.
And Malcolm Palmer says, hi JD, listen to your discussion with Mark, and I think you were right. Apart from the morning and a short spell after tea, Surrey bowled rubbish, not to put too fine a point on it. Far too many balls that we didn't have to play out, not to mention the no balls. If Yorkshire don't bowl a great deal better when it's our turn, I'll be very disappointed. Well, Yorkshire would never want to disappoint you, Malcolm, I'm sure. So here is Ryan Patel bowling at Dom Bess, who drives up to mid-off, no run. Jeff Greenwood says, just a quick question, do you know why Surrey can play Folkes and Overton but Yorkshire can't play Bairstow and Root? Is it not just this game? Alex Lees is playing for Durham. Does the ECB have something against us? Paranoid Yorkie Jeff Greenwood.
They're going to struggle because they're at the Oval at the moment playing in a one-day international, so that'll be the reason.
Patel from the Trafalgar Square end. Bess, lovely little shot by Dominic Bess. Just a deft little flick off his legs. He knows there's no fine leg in place. As long as he gets the front pad across enough to create that space for himself, he can flick it away like that and pick up 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. Premeditated from Dom Bess, was almost down on one knee before Ryan Patel let the ball go. Paddled away down to fine leg. Nicely played by Dom Bess.
I'm getting a bit upset with the Wi-Fi here. I think it's personal now. I keep losing it at vital moments when I'm about to read emails. Here's Patel, and that's short and just dropped into the offside square by Bess. He'll get through for a single. Well done, Lythen Tattersall, says Miriam, the scarf lady down in Brighton. Great knock from Lythen Tattersall. Wasn't really looking good at lunch yesterday. I hope they can continue to build on that score today. Can we reach 400 in time for an extra batting point? Well, this must have been a while ago, Miriam, because, of course, well past that. Missing being in Scarborough, but the women's football in Brighton last night wasn't too bad as Tattersall runs a single down to third man. Good to hear from Miriam. Paul Spencer says in 1976 and 78, England played one-day internationals at Scarborough, including the international debut of one I.T. Botham, out hooking at Michael Holding for 1 against the Windies. Patel here to Bess, who drives firmly to mid-off but can't get a run. New Zealand were defeated in July 78 by Mike Brearley's England, who basically played the same team for the ODI in those days as they did for the Tests. What a shame. Those are the only 2 international matches having been played here. Paul Spencer in Todmorden on the Red Rose side. Goodness me. Bess flicks this latest Patel delivery off his legs for a single. Out to deep backward square. Lindsay O'Regan says, for me, Surrey's quicker bowlers have got carried away by Scarborough's extra bounce. Generally, their lengths have been too short. There's still enough in this wicket for bowlers to be rewarded for hitting the right length. Hopefully, Mr. Gabriel is watching and learning. And Nigel Ashton says, I think I may have misunderstood this, but I heard before the phrase a thing of beauty and assumed that this referred to Mark Church naturally. Alas, as Sports Extra, well, more in a moment.
Here is Will Jacks coming into Don Bess, who's forward, and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I don't think where this is going now.
He says, alas, as Sports Extra will be going to the ODI soon, then I will not find out if I'm correct about this.
Yeah, so in over the wicket comes Jacks, looking to drive his best, thickish inside edge. It rolls back up the pitch, and Jacks does the fielding, and there's no run.
Nigel wishes that you had an email address rather than just Twitter, as often there are things he'd like to discuss, but in a deeper way.
Oh, blimey. As this is late cut by Don Bess. That's a lovely shot down towards the boundary rope for 4. That's very nicely played by Don Bess. Just let it come to him, open the face, guided it away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Bess is beginning to tick a bit now. He's on to 26 and it's 474 for 6.
Dread to think what your deep discussions with Mark may be, Nigel, out there in a dull, overcast and sultry Wirral.
As down the pitch comes Don Bess. Turns this one up towards Aaron Hardy. Stood up there at mid-on. I think anybody who knows me knows deeper meaningful conversations don't last very long. Oh, now that's nicely bowled, because Bess is looking to turn that one into the leg side. It's just gone on from Will Jacks. It's a thickish edge. It flies off down towards third man for a couple more, but that was nicely bowled by Will Jacks. Bess playing for turn, and there wasn't any on that occasion. Just went straight on, hit the edge, flew off down towards third man for a couple. He's on to 28 here, Bess, and he's punching off the back foot this time, out towards Jamie Smith. There is no run. It's the end of the over. 476 for 6. 153 to Jonny Tattersall. 28 to Don Best.
Russ Walker says, afternoon, Jonathan. Pleasant morning for the White Rose. All things considered, I'd be content with anything north of 500 and then let the dogs of war be unleashed via the bowling of Gabriel. I think the wicket will do a bit if you really bend your back. We'll see. Discuss. Well, I think, yeah, if you bend your back, you will get something out of it, but it will be about bowling the right length. Patel, can he do that? Tattersall just carves him away down to third man for a single. Jane Bowes from BBC Radio York has also been in touch. Maybe I won't read that email, but thanks, Jane.
Oh, was that about me?
No, nothing to do with you. It's about the report or non-report around about 10 past, because they can't take a live.
Ah. Normally when people do that, it's because get that idiot Church off. And that's usually from my mum, which is always a bit sad, really, because I didn't even know she had my email address.
Congratulations to Sir A.N. Cook, who was apparently past 100 in first-class cricket for the 73rd time today. Wow, that's something. As Patel bowls wide of Bess's off stump.
It's very interesting that, because when Ramprakash got the 100th 100, we were like, no one else will do that. No one else will do that. And I just wonder if Cook could keep going for a couple more years. It's a big ask, but you know, he is a run machine, that bloke.
Patel in, just tosses one. It looks like he rolled his hand over the top of that one, perhaps, and it also dribbles through after the bounce to Ben Folkes, which won't be something that the Surrey batters would have enjoyed seeing, I'm sure. it's not going to be record by any stretch of the imagination, but 73 first-class 100 is, in this day and age, is a remarkable achievement. Patel wide of Bess's off stump, and he thinks about cutting but leaves it alone. We've got 6 minutes to go before lunch, and you wouldn't want to give it away just now.
Not at all. No, it's a remarkable record that Sir Alistair has, and I just love the fact that he loves still playing for Essex after all he's achieved in the game, and he's still churning the runs out.
Patel again. Not sure what he's doing with the ball here. He's certainly not just bowling seam. He's trying to bowl a bit of off spin.
Yeah, he's just rolling his fingers across it and just trying to get it to move off the pitch a bit.
Not quite working for him. Blott says international games here. Don't forget, in 1966, Rachel Hayhoe-Flint made a century in her debut as England captain against New Zealand.
There you are.
Good point.
Yep, absolutely. As Will Jacks comes in over the wicket from the Pease Home Park end, and this is turned with a bit of spin by Tattersall out towards deep mid-wicket. So Jonny Tattersall's moved on to 155 now. Terrific knock this. Back onto strike comes Dominic Bess. As over the wicket comes Jacks to him, and Bess just nudges into the leg side. Up will come Ryan Patel in there towards short mid-wicket. And there's no run. In over the wicket once again comes Jacks, and Bess drives uppishly, but that's away past Cameron Steele. There is Tom Laws doing the fielding out there, sweeping on the cover boundary rope. Another single for Bess. He'll move on to 29. Back onto strike comes Tattersall on 155. He's getting a short ball. He's pulling out towards Conor McKerr, who slides round again to do the fielding. And that single gets a ripple of applause. 156 now to Tattersall. That's the 50 partnership between Dom Bess and Jonny Tattersall. Bess has 29 of them. He's back on strike and he's forward. Nice defensive shot that from Dom Bess. Just pushes it out towards Cameron Steele at extra cover. As Jacks is in once again, and Bess. Oh, that one turns. Has he bowled him? Yes, he has. He's bowled Dom Bess. That might be lunch, actually, because Dom Bess has gone back to one that's just spun back at him. I think he's probably got a little bit of glove back onto his stumps there, but Dom Bess goes for 29, and Yorkshire 480 for 7, and Dom Bess, just to add insult to injury, has thrown his bat up in the air in frustration and dropped it. So he had to bend down and pick it up on his way out, but it just bounced on him, and I think a little bit of glove back onto his stumps. And Dom Bess goes for 29, just as the 50 partnership had come up, and Yorkshire are 480 for 7.
They certainly are, because it was the penultimate over of the sesh. They are going to have one final over, and it will be Jordan Thompson who walks out, getting warm applause. Well, Bess for his knock on one hand, and Jordan Thompson, I'm sure, as well, because this is his first innings, his first sight of action as a capped Yorkshire first team player, and thoroughly deserved that for the efforts he's put in the last couple of seasons, because he's had to grow up pretty quickly in public, really, Jordan Thompson, having been thrust the new ball at times when, you know, I think we'd all generally accept that he certainly wasn't a new ball bowler by design in the first place. He wasn't getting into the team because that was what he did. It was just necessity, and he held it pretty well last year to be leading wicket taker in Championship cricket. Patel bowling here to Tattersall and running back to his mark after that delivery that was wide of off stump. Jeff Smith says, I'm laying on my sun lounger here in Tenerife, wishing Yorkshire had gone aggressive and declared at 400. As Patel is wide of off stump, and Tattersall watches one go through. He says, lay down our intentions to win and heap the pressure on Surrey.
I think Surrey would have been over the moon if Yorkshire had declared at 400.
Absolutely. Lily, fantastic 183 by Adam Lyth, and 305 run partnership between Lyth and Tattersall. Here's Patel again, off his legs this time is the latter batter, and he's flicked it away for 4 more. And at risk of repetition, you can't bowl at Jonny Tattersall's legs because he's punished virtually everything that's come his way. And he picks up 4 more there to move on to 160. In danger of becoming Yorkshire's highest scorer in a match where one of their players has already got 183. 4, 8, 4 for 7. Patel wide of Tattersall's off stump, and he knows where that is now, and he's able to leave it.
Yeah, well, Ryan Patel, I think the other thing here, I'd be interested to know what Surrey's over rate is, because Ryan Patel's almost jogging back to the top of his mark at the moment.
Patel again. And yeah, must be behind on the bowling
the
over rate.
is,
We'll see that on the other scoreboard.
Yeah,
we can't see it on the one that we can see
I wonder
ourselves.
if Surrey are thinking to themselves, well, if we do bat again, we're you know, if we do bowl again, we're going to have batted brilliantly, and there's a chance we'll be winning the game. So I think what they're trying to do is just whip through a few overs here, because the logic says now that Surrey are going to just have to bat the rest of this game, really. So they might be just trying to get that over rate down now.
That was a single, by the way, to Tattersall. It's Jordan Thompson on strike, and he's driving through the covers, and he might pick up 4. Laws has been like a whippet out there in the outfield, but even he can't reel that one in. Jordan Thompson celebrates his cap with a boundary off his first delivery, and that will be lunch on 489 for the loss of 7 wickets. Yorkshire with Jonathan Tattersall 161 and Jordan Thompson on 4. It's the morning that started, well, late, 11:40 at 364 for 5, so Yorkshire have added another 125 runs in that session, which is a very good effort once again. We've seen Adam Lyth caught by Laws off the bowling of McCurr, well caught as well by Tom Laws for 183, super knocked by him off 306 deliveries, and Dominic Best bowled Will Jacks latterly for 29 off 38. You'll hear some appreciative applause once again for the not out batsmen, and mainly for the man who is acknowledging the crowd once more, Jonathan Tattersall. 161 not out, super stuff from him. We'll see in this afternoon session how long Yorkshire decide to go on 4, if indeed they're not naturally bowled out with these final 3 wickets by Surrey. But from Churchy and myself and Graham and Kate, for the moment we shall say TTFN, and we shall pick up the microphone once again as they walk out for the afternoon session on day 2.
I'll give it a miss because of this. I don't want to overdo it. I'll let that away maybe, but I'll say I might get a little one.
Inserts at the rear of the pocket.
Would be an ideal balance.
I'm just on to... So this is it. Wow. Bloody hell. Wow, I'm going to take a photo from here.
You will be going out live on the radio this moment.
Hello to there, everybody. So this is where perfection. Well, it would be. It's a kind show. Was it? I can imagine it. Yeah. I get the feeling that Jason will have to really like it. So he understood how it worked. Yeah. Yeah, because he got busy. So listen, my mate who I'm with, what are you doing with him? What, the journalist? What? You doing speaking? Yeah. Oh, did you? If you got this guy on the line. Yeah. Well, the Huddersfield Town, and I have to say, I got permission to write some arrangements of this song. I've been sort of touring it, gigging it since now. And it's been incredibly successful. So, I'm playing on Friday. Yeah, I'm not quite sure because I'll tell you what we are. On different things, playing we did the radio. Right, so it's, yeah, I can see it. And you do, and so you're sort of the horse racing. Right, so sort of are behind the scenes. Yeah.
Oh, hi Lily, the photo. Yeah. JD, have you got 2 seconds to do this photo? Alright.
Well, you've got a very nice. Well, yeah, you kind of, you know, going off to do...
Golden voice, people like Churchill.
I wouldn't say that.
Do you want to be in that photo?
Yeah.
Might be on there.
Tell you what, if I go here, and you're in the middle, what a responsibility. I don't want to pull back. There we go, look as if you're enjoying it. Okay, I'll just do one more. Okay, think that.
There you go, Lily. Yeah, it's a pleasure. Great.
Okay, now ready. Exchange is no rub. So come on, I want this. Yeah, one more.
Oh, God.
Is that okay?
You want one just with him?
No, that's all. Really? The 18. Okay?
Yeah. It'll appear on Twitter at some point. Yeah, I was about to say with me on the most wanted, I can guarantee it. Not that
Rise to cricket commentary.
more like
Yeah,
service
perfect.
to cricket commentary.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was to meet him.
Well, we lost 2 wickets this time.
Well,
His name is
that.
told me I was in school. His brother was on the St. Miles show. I was up there.
I don't think they'll be dead firing. I think they'll just
It's
fire.
up, it's cross-country, schools racing. It's all over the fouls.
I'm not going to say what I was thinking. I'm not going to say what I
Yeah, don't say
I think
anything.
everybody does it.
Don't curse it.
I know.
That's the thing. But yeah, tweet that out. We'll give it a tweet.
I'll tweet it.
We'll give it a good old retweet.
Yeah, charming one. Commiserated with his dismissal yesterday. But he's very level-headed. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so just going back to what a shock. Yeah, I mean, nearly got us into the Premier. Well, I've heard the Pound not this one, which there is. It's Dean Hoyle, they're still putting out all that stuff. And they're just going to keep giving money. And I guess, he's saying, look, I worked pretty well with the little I got this last season, give me some more. And they're saying, I go back to 69 when we got promotion with Ian Greaves, when people like Trevor Cherry, Frank Worthington. It was the same then. Keith Longbottom, the chairman, preferred to spend money on ground improvements rather than players. And the inevitable happened. 2 seasons down, and then they just kept dropping like a stone to the 4th division. Very sad. Yes. Yeah. The youngest player to make debut on Tim with Shankly. Yeah. I was watching that BT Sport boot room. Have you seen it? It's a film. It is worth watching. Not in a good way. But it wasn't. When you look at someone like Pompey, I mean, quiet, didn't want light, and yet he was the most successful. All the trophies they won under his stewardship. And you just think, he must have some respect. He must have. He did. Oh, they did. And Fagan, he did very well. And actually, bring up the
speak with her. We're going tomorrow, yeah. So, my sister. So I'll come round Friday.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time for some lunchtime scores from the LB County Championship. Starting in Division 1. Essex 153, replying to Gloucestershire's first innings total of 136. Hampshire on 160, replying to Warwickshire's first innings total of 217. Meanwhile, Kent on 82, replying to Northampton's first innings total of 303. Sunset 408.49 against Lancashire. Yet to bat. Moving into Division 2. Durham are 110 for 5, replying to Derbyshire's first innings total of 283. And Nottinghamshire are 152 for 2, replying to Glamorgan's first innings total of 318. Middlesex in their second innings against Wickets are 11 and loss. They lead Worcestershire by 8 runs. And finally, Sussex 517 for 5. First innings against Leicestershire, Leicester yet to bat.
We're there on Thursday.
Morrison. Loyalty.
We will be resuming in the same 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, so if you can begin making your way on the bow, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
No, it's Lord Murray Morrison. Where they send you offers. Person's offers. So if you scan your card, what's your it makes a record. So that they can give you a special offer for what you regularly buy. The stuff that we send to you. Where do they think it's interesting?
So if I'm going for a test, the centre about fresh.
Sent off when you buy bath and shower gel. Have you ever bought that in Morrison's? Why are you giving it 10% off?
It's not still there.
I don't buy milk in Morrison's, so one pound of whole milk. It's a waste of money. It's cost them to set up and administer this, and it's absolutely useless.
The computer just picks people for and then gets them that next time.
It's a waste of money ever.
Yeah. Never change that. Vouchers for things like that. Maybe there is a generation of people who buy things.
England,
Tried about an hour ago.
so 48 points. We were 26. Roy, Root, Livingston, all those. Oh no, Besso's in, but he didn't get a done. No, Besso's out for 7. Bumrah has got 4 for 9 off 5 overs. So now it's Butler and Alfie.
Umpires Chris Watts and Tom Longley, with Rory Burns leading out Surrey.
Well, a very warm welcome back to Scarborough here on BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations and BBC Radio London. Lunch is over on this second day between Yorkshire and Surrey at North Marine Road, and Yorkshire, another very good morning for them. 489 for 7. They come out after lunch, adding 135 this morning for the loss of Adam Lyth. Caught by Tom Laws off the bowling of Conor McCurr for 183, a record 6th wicket partnership with Jonny Tattersall of 305. Remember, they came together at 125 for 5, and then when Lyth was out, that was 430 for 6, and then Dom Best bowled by Will Jacks for 29. So Tattersall's still there. He's 161 not out. I'm delighted to say that with us again this afternoon is Graham Orange. And Graham, look, Yorkshire are in a great position here, aren't they?
Oh, they certainly are. Yes, they hold the trump cards. And it's going to be Will Jacks to bowl his off spin from the P-zone park end.
Certainly is, and it will be Jonny Tattersall on strike on 161. So the first one from Jacks is tossed up, and Tattersall pushes this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. There's been a lot of chatter during lunch about declarations.
I thought there might be.
As in comes Jacks again, and Tattersall's turning this one into the leg side. There goes Ryan Patel, tumbling away to his right to do the fielding. I think what Yorkshire will say to themselves is just get bowled out. I think they'll want to see where they are at tea time if they can, as in again comes Jacks, and forward goes Tattersall and drives for our first run after lunch out towards Hashim Amla. He moves on to 162. Yorkshire moving on to 490 for 7.
Yeah, but they'll want to get the scoreboard ticking over. Won't they? The last thing Yorkshire want to do is be calmed. They must keep the scoreboard ticking over. That's, you know, if they can't get the boundaries, then 1s and 2s. They've got to keep active in this innings now.
Jordan Thompson, left-handed, waits for his first ball after lunch, and that's nicely played. Just clipped by Thompson through the leg side. Tom Laws got to it, but it's got underneath him. He was terrific there before lunch, sweeping up, but that one he just sort of, there's a little curve in the corner of that boundary rope, and he was sort of heading into that curve and did his level best, but it's away for 4 as Jacks is in, and then Thompson backs away and thumps this one off the back foot. Well, if Jordan Thompson keeps going like this, he's looked very positive straight away. And 495 for 7, and he's on to 9. Tattersall comes back onto strike on 162 as Jacks is in, and Tattersall will wait for a short ball, pulls this away. Patel gets hands to it, and that's out there towards Conor McCurr. And they'll pick up a single. But Surrey here, having done to Surrey what Surrey have done to other sides this season. End of the over, 496 for 7. There's my dear friend with his ill-fitting singlet again, marching round after lunch. He was here yesterday. A magnificent ill-fitting singlet. 496 for 7.
I think we've seen Yorkshire's intent there, haven't we, that very first over. They're going to get on with it now, and rightly so. On the cusp of going over the 500 mark, and they want to put the pressure on Surrey now, and I think Yorkshire are wanting to bowl sooner rather than later.
Yes. And Tom Laws, here he is, into the attack. We haven't seen him for a while, so Tom Laws is into the attack from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Coming down the hill, right arm over the wicket to Tattersall, and he's on the hip of Tattersall. That's hit the thigh guard. That runs away for leg buys. Yeah, the other thing they'll probably say to Tattersall is you just keep doing what you've been doing. You don't need to worry. You keep playing the way you've been playing because it's been perfect.
Yes, and let Jordan Thompson hit the ball because he really can hit it.
Absolutely. And play your natural game because they're approaching the 500 mark. As taking his guard now is Jordan Thompson. So it's going to be Tom Laws to come round the wicket to the left-handed Thompson. Has a little survey of the field, and then Tom Laws is into Thompson with a slip in there, and Thompson lets this one go outside his off stump. Still to come the captain, Mr. Patterson, and then of course Mr. Shannon Gabriel as well. That'll be interesting when he comes out to bat. But I think everyone's just waiting to watch Mr. Gabriel have a bowl as well, aren't they?
It'd be very interesting, won't it? Yeah.
You'd have thought he'll come down the hill. You would have thought he'll come down the hill. He might not, but you'd have thought he would. As in round the wicket comes Laws. Oh, and Thompson, what's that hit? Pad, LBW. And Tom Laws will be over the moon with that, in the fact he's had a long old wait to get a bowl. And then in his first over back in, he's trapped Jordan Thompson, LBW for 9. And that's 497 for 8, and that's what I like about this young man. He sprinted around all morning this morning, he dived all over the place, and now he's got his chance with the ball, and he's got a wicket straight away, and it's 497 for 8.
Yes, he seems to be beaten a little bit by pace there, Jordan Thompson, left-hander, and it kept a shade low as well.
Interesting for Tom Laws. And as I say, that says a lot about the young man. In fact, he's had to stay very, very patient. He's given it everything in the field. And now he gets his chance with the ball and picks up a wicket straight away. And here comes the captain, Mr. Patterson, making his way out there into the middle. Well, of course, the other thing here is that Surrey could pick up these last, well, 2 now, very, very quickly after lunch, and then that's done.
They could well do, yeah. I mean, Tattersall's still there on 163. So they'll be hoping for more runs from him, and interested to see what role he'll play now. Whether he'll attempt to, take more of the strike. You'd have thought that would be the case, wouldn't you? Really?
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes you can almost get too complicated with this, and I think just bad. I think you've still got so much time in the game if you're Yorkshire. Don't overcomplicate it too much. Thompson there's just been done by a good bit of bowling. He wasn't having a yahoo at all.
No,
he
that's
was
right.
just getting one that nipped back, hit his back pad. So, Tom Laws with his second LBW of the game. Took the second wicket yesterday, did Tom Laws. 2 slips in there for him, and he's coming in over the wicket to Steve Patterson, and he's off the mark. Is he straight away? Nope. That will just roll out off his hip, off the bat towards Jamie Smith, who does the fielding, moving round to his right-hand side. We were looking at lunch, but England have got off to a super start in the one-day international down in South London. At one point, they were 27 for 5, England, with 4 ducks. Mr. Bumrah had caused a few problems, as in over the wicket comes Laws to Patterson, and he's trying to work this one down the leg side, gets absolutely nothing on it whatsoever. The latest from there is England are 55 for 6 now. So 55 for 6, and the latest to go, Moeen Ali for 14. So David Willey is out there. He's got a bit of time to bat because England are in their 15th over. So he's got a bit of batting time with Joss Butler as Laws is in. And this one's turned by Patterson into the leg side. He will get a single this time to get himself off the mark. And he'll keep the strike as well. So successful over there for Tom Laws. And 498 for 8 are Yorkshire. England could recover there, but there is a certain irony to this fact that England have won 4 consecutive Test matches. They've just lost the T20 series, and they're under the pump in the first of the ODIs against India. So yeah, it's all sort of
it's like reversed. Yes, exactly.
Interesting. So it's going to be Will Jacks from this Pease Home Park end of the ground, and Steve Patterson's taking his guard. It's been ideal for the Quicks, this. Put their feet up for a day and a half, watching away here in Scarborough, including the captain.
Yeah, let's hope they've been learning lessons as well.
Yeah, I think everybody knows how you need to bowl on here, as this one's hitting the front pad of Patterson, runs away into the leg side, and there's no run.
I think there's a little bit of turn for Jacks, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. We saw a little bit for him yesterday as he's in again here to Patterson, and Patterson just pokes this one out into the offside. He'll take a single. Tom Laws comes around from backward point, 499 for 8. The other thing here is that Messrs Patel, Burns and Ambler will be starting to think about batting now, as Jacks is in again, and Tattersall has looked to work around that front pad. Half a shout really from Will Jacks there. He's down on one knee like an opera singer, just imploring the umpire Lungley, to put his finger up, but umpire Lungley never really looked that convinced. As in over the wicket again goes Jacks. That's short, that's pulled by Tattersall all along the carpet. Conor McCurr, that's brilliant from Conor McCurr. For your big fast bowler who's come sprinting round in front of the covers there, dive full length. But the big ripple of applause is for the 500 up for Yorkshire. 500 for 8 they are, as Jacks is in and forward goes Patterson. Pushes this one back down the pitch and there's no run.
Yeah, psychologically that looks really good for Yorkshire, doesn't it? 500 on the board.
It certainly does. And as I say, Surrey having done to them what they've done to others this season, as forward once more goes Patterson. Pushes this one back up the pitch. And there's no run. End of the Will Jacks over. 500 for 8 Yorkshire, and crowd still making their way back to their seats. A lot of people sat up on the benches away there to our left-hand side near the scoreboard as well. And the ice cream van is up there. It's not probably doing as much trade as it did yesterday, because we're still enveloped in cloud here in Scarborough. We had a bit of rain this morning. We started 40 minutes late due to a bit of rain. As Tom Laws will come over the wicket to Jonny Tattersall, and Tattersall's forward pokes this one out into the offside for Tattersall. 2 back on that leg side boundary rope, then a mid on, a mid off, extra cover backward point. There's a slip, there's a sweeper on the cover rope, and there is also a third man in the shape of Conor McCurr, I think that is, around the side of the press box here at Scarborough, as Laws is in over the wicket to Tattersall, and Tattersall's allowing this one to pass again off a goodish length outside his off stump. So there's been no discernible change in the way Tattersall's going about things.
No, that's right. But he's got to lead the charge, hasn't he, as it were, in his own style. 164 not out.
500 for 8 Yorkshire. Tom Laws is over the wicket here to Tattersall. He's on his hip, and that's just flicked away down towards Aaron Hardy. Down there at long leg. They'll get the single. That will bring Steve Patterson on to strike. People still eating their packed lunches there away to our left-hand side. Cool, that looks a good sandwich that lady's got. That looks like fresh loaf cut into thick slices with a bit of ham. As in over the wicket once again comes Laws, and Patterson pushes off the back foot out towards Ryan Patel at backward point.
Yeah, you're right.
That looks an absolute belter. I think there's a bit of tomato in there as well, but that is a proper sandwich.
It is.
And, everybody bringing their packed lunches with them today, all wrapped up in tin foil. Waits again, there's the right-handed Patterson, as Laws is over the wicket to him, and Patterson is forward and pushes this one up towards Rory Burns, stood up there at mid-off. I can see Mr. Gabriel sat away to our left with his pads on, getting ready to get out there for the first time in Yorkshire colours, and all set for a bit of a bat at some point.
It could be short and sweet.
Well, it'll be fun. As in over the wicket again comes Laws, and Patterson's played at that, beats the edge. Nicely bowled by Tom Laws, taken by Ben Folkes away to his right-hand side. End of another over. 501 for 8. That's 129 overs that Yorkshire have been batting for now. 165 to Jonny Tattersall. 2 to Steve Patterson. A few people in front of the tea room down there at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. I think you can, well, you definitely can. There are tables and chairs and umbrellas to sit and watch the cricket from in the tea room. As Will Jacks is over the wicket then to Tattersall now. Shout for a caught behind, beautifully taken again by Ben Foakes. It's exactly the way that Luxton went.
I was just going to say that's the way Luxton went.
The difference this time was Tattersall didn't get anything on it, but Luxton did first ball after lunch yesterday as Jacks is in again and Tattersall is forward and turning this one down into the leg side. Jamie Overton comes up to do the fielding. Couple of photographers down there below us snapping away with their long lenses as Tattersall's down the pitch here to Jacks. Drives up towards Hashim Amla. Stood up there at mid-off. Treve, one of the greats from Yorkshire County Cricket Club, is up there doing the camera again. Away to our right as this one's turned by Tattersall down into the leg side. Fingers crossed a few people have been across to the bookstall as well. There's some crackers in there. It's in again. Over the wicket goes Jacks, and this one's turned again into the leg side by Tattersall, and there's no run.
I've not had a chance to go to the bookstall, but I'd love to go in, as I say.
Oh, there's some great stuff in there. There really is.
Yeah.
As in again comes Jacks. This one's pulled out towards deep mid-wicket by Tattersall. He'll get a single, and he'll keep the strike. The end of the over from Will Jacks. Jonny Tattersall, 166 and 502 for 8. And Tom Laws will continue from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
I went into an antique bookshop in Harrogate not so long ago, and I bought a book about one of the great Surrey players, Jack Hobbs, his life and career, and it's fantastic. It's a wonderful read, and what he achieved was just unbelievable.
To be fair, here is Laws over the wicket then to Tattersall. Oh, Tattersall's just turned around a touch. This is a nice little spell of bowling from Tom Laws. And that one thickish outside edge rolled out towards Ryan Patel at extra cover. I was lucky enough a few weeks ago to sort of host an evening with Mike Proctor, and very kindly he gave me his autobiography as well at the end signed, and that's a brilliant read.
Yes.
It really is.
What a player he was.
Oh, magnificent. As over the wicket once again comes Laws. This is whip leg side by Tattersall. Oh, he's going to split the two men. No, Jamie Smith. That's terrific work from Jamie Smith. Sliding inside the boundary rope. Again, not a huge amount of room to work with in front of that blue boundary rope, with a lot of people sort of sat behind him on those benches. But he kept it down to 2. Tattersall moves on to 168. 504 for 8 as Laws over the wicket he comes once again, and this one's turned leg side by Tattersall. He'll pick up another single, one more to the total. He told an amazing story, Mike Proctor, about World Series cricket, where someone asked him what was Kerry Packer like, and he said, well, I wasn't there, I was playing at the time, but we were taking on the West Indies, and it was before floodlights, because of course the first sort of round of World Series cricket wasn't played on main cricket grounds. As in over the wicket once again comes Laws, and Patterson's had a fiddle at this one outside his off stump. Beats the outside edge, but he said that there was a game he was playing in where the West Indies were on the chase against the West Indies. They were getting close to it. It was going to be a brilliant end, but the game had to end at 6:30 because of no floodlight. Had to end at 6:30, and the umpires were getting in a bit of a state about what to do. As in over the wicket once again comes Laws and pulls the bat inside the line of this one. There's Patterson, taken by Ben Foakes, and apparently Kerry Packer marched in and said, "Right, get me two small children," and everybody was like, "Beg your pardon." And apparently the umpires were going off a clock, and round the back of the clock with the mechanics of the clock, and he made these two kids hold on to the big hand so it never got round to half past.
That's
and
brilliant.
They got the game in, finished at about 7.
Wonderful.
But it still said just before half past.
Yes.
As in over the wicket once again comes Laws, and this one's turned leg side by Patterson. He'll get a couple here. That'll be 2 more to him and 2 more to the total. And Patterson will move nice and neatly and tidily on to 507 for 8. I'm going to leave you, Graham, for Jonathan Doidge. He's got updates to do. But yeah, that was a great story from Mike Proctor.
Yeah,
It really was.
one of the great all-rounders. Yeah, so 507 for 8, 169 to Jonathan Tattersall. Steve Patterson is on 4, and it's going to be Will Jacks to continue bowling his off-spin from the P-zone park end.
Here he is then, bowling to Tattersall, who flicks it to leg. Fielded there by Jamie Overton. There is no run. Breezy, nice breeze out there. It's still a pretty mild day. Jack's in, and with a straight blade. Tattersall just turns that to Ryan Patel, coming in from square leg.
Is it a question of Yorkshire's batting now, JD, and see what they get?
I think it probably is, given that they're 8 down. Jack's again. Tattersall flicking it to leg once more, no run.
I just wondered if Tattersall would really go after the bowling now. But is that his style, do you say?
Not generally, but he'll play cricket shots and maybe just up the ante.
Sure.
But not generally speaking, as he flicks another one square on the leg side. I've just been outside the fish and chip van away to the left, having a chat with a few people who you might know, as Jacks is wide of off stump, and Tattersall tries with an angled bat to cut this, but misses out. There is a slip in place. Rory Burns has put himself there to try and capitalise on any top edges. Jacks again, and Tattersall pulls, and Patel fields in front of square on the leg side, racing through that over, end of it, 507 for 8. Yes, Paul Cook, who I mentioned earlier, former Hull KR, Hull FC, followed him round to the van and had a chat with him. He's just here for a day out. And also alongside him, Mark Wilson, old radio pal of mine, commentates on television and radio, talks sport, that sort of thing, rugby league. Darts, he's telling me he's doing this weekend, and Adrian Durham, of course, as well, talk sport presenter. He's here with the pair of them. I think Adrian was responsible for putting together Paul Cook's autobiog with him. Big Hull FC fan. He had a Hull FC shirt on, in fact. They've been up at Magic weekend, up at Newcastle last weekend. Patterson on strike here, facing Laws. Opens the face and runs it out into the covers for a single. We've seen Pato have a bit of a mow here at Scarborough before on more than one occasion, come up with a few.
I've just bumped into Keith Hulston, who's chairman of Sesse Cricket Club, and also former umpire Dennis Lawson, so it's great to see all these people here at Scarborough.
Dennis Lawson, was he an actor? This one down the leg side is flicked away by Jonathan Tattersall. It bounces over the top of the boundary boards. Good job. It wasn't a little bit wider, because there are 2 photographers there, Dave Williams being one of them, and they've got some pretty expensive lenses, and it was around about the height of the lens as it went by over the top of the boards, but no harm done to their expensive equipment. And 4 more runs to Jonathan Tattersall, who's on 173, 512 for 8. We'll have an update for BBC Radio Leeds shortly. There was a little indicator that we might get some cue in a moment or two. Tattersall just swishes his bat in anger as he's missed one down the leg side this time, and that is a rarity in this innings. He's picked off just about everything that he has been offered. 508, 512 I should say, for 8. Here's Laws again, right arm over. It climbs a little bit on Tattersall, who drops it out squarish on the offside where Jacks does the fielding.
There's still a bit in this pitch for the bowlers, JD, isn't there? You know, it's not all plain sailing for the batsmen, and I think Yorkshire will be looking forward to bowling at the early Surrey order.
Well, just to have the bounce to work with is one thing. Even if it's a very good, it looks still at essentially a good batting pitch. Still got that green tinge about it, but just to have the bounce as a bowler is a good thing. Here's the update. It's looking very rosy, isn't it? White rosy if you're a Yorkshire supporter. 512 for 8 from a position of 125 for 5 just over 24 hours ago. So what a sort of day it's been for Yorkshire. They were late starting today, 11:40, after a little bit of precipitation, a bit of poor light. Adam Lyth, the first man to go, made 183 from 306 balls. Superb effort from him, and one of the very best knocks I've seen him play for the White Rose. He shared in a record 6-wicket partnership for Yorkshire against any county of 305 with Jonathan Tattersall, who is still out there undefeated on 173. Dominic Bess batted with him for a while and made 29. Jordan Thompson, the day after receiving his Yorkshire cap, was LBW to Tom Laws for 9, the most recent wicket to have fallen. And I think the next questions are, will Yorkshire just be naturally bowled out here and bowl when they decide, when they're out, I should say, or will they have to make a decision on declaring at some point this afternoon? And you'd think if it's the latter, they'd probably do so about half an hour or so before tea and have a couple of goes with a fairly new ball. End of the over there, 513 for 8 Yorkshire. Jonny Tattersall, 174 not out.
Nice one, thank you very much, Jonathan. You know when they say tea, because you're in Scarborough, it's actually fish and chips.
I've just been saying actually in commentary, I was just been over standing by the fish and chip van, had to come back and do this update. So it's on site. Paul Cook of Hull FC and Hull KR was over there with a couple of broadcasters from other stations, shall we say, who I've been having a chat with, who are here for a day out. So they all come to Scarborough, don't they? It's such a great place to watch the cricket. No fish and chips for me just yet today, I can assure you, but who knows later on. Watch this space.
Nice one, Jonathan. We'll chat later on. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Cheers.
Cheers. Jonathan Doge there watching the cricket for us. As I say, it's day 2 of Yorkshire's County Championship match against Surrey at Scarborough. Again, just after 4:30.
So 514 for 8. Jacks bowling here to Patterson, who has a firm push forward. No soft hands there.
Forward defensive and beaten outside the off stump.
And he waits again. Here's Jacks. Patterson steps back and cuts. He plays that shot pretty well. I always think if you give him a little bit of room to free those arms outside off stump, he'll thank you for it. And he's crashed away a single up to the cover boundary. 515 for 8, 175 to this man on strike now. Tattersall, who's pulling a ball that's gone past Ryan Patel, might split the gap between the two outriders, doesn't. They've, I think they've saved probably about 30 runs or more by the ropes of Surrey. They've had some real sprightly fielding. Tom Laws in particular has stood out.
Yeah, they've done very well on the boundaries, Surrey.
So 516 for 8. Patterson back on strike, gets to put that ball away into the offside again. This time it's our other outrider, Jamie Smith, who does the fielding. And they get through for another single. Pato itching to let the arms go, isn't he?
I think he is.
And here's Jacks again. Drags this one down. Pulled by Tattersall. That will be 4. It was a poor delivery by Will Jacks, dragged it down, away down the leg side, and Jonny Tattersall is not going to miss out on that in any innings, but let alone when he's in form like this. 180 to him. Mark Wilson said he's going to be doing some darts for TalkSport this weekend. I'm sure there's going to be a few of those.
180. Yeah. Do you know, Will Jacks has just finished that over, and he bowled Dom Bess just before the interval. I got the impression Dom Bess was not best pleased being bowled by a fellow off spinner.
Here is Patterson having a shy at this one. Has he got a top edge? He has indeed. And Tom Laws gets his man. Patterson gone for 7 at 521 for 9. Stephen Patterson just having that little bit of a swish to the short ball. And he's on his way back to the dressing room. And it doesn't look like they're going to pull up stumps at this point, so they are going to go by natural wastage, as it were. And we are going to see, with bat in hand for the first time for the White Rose, Shannon Gabriel, who just picks it up on the pavilion steps away to our left and does a couple of stretches side to side and gets the hammies stretched as Pato gets a deserved little ripple of applause. 521 for 9.
Yes, so Shannon Gabriel and his debut for Yorkshire comes out to bat, number 11 on the card. I'm pretty sure he'll soon be bowling. We'll just see what happens now, because he joins. By the way, he's getting a really good round of applause from the Yorkshire crowd here, Shannon Gabriel. Plenty of wickets in Test matches for the West Indies, and he's coming up to join Jonny Tattersall, who's on 180. And if I remember rightly, Adam Lyth's got 183, didn't he, JD? I'm sure that was 183. Yeah, 183. So can he be the highest scorer in this innings before the innings closes? But it will be Shannon Gabriel on strike.
Yeah, Surrey will, of course, look to finish this now, because you would expect now Jonny Tatt, when he gets on strike, they'll probably be just trying to push things on, have a go before Shannon Gabriel possibly inevitably loses his wicket. Although often in situations like this, you get the bloke who's got all the runs who loses his wicket just trying to play a shot, don't you? Well, he's still got a partner. So Gabriel, right-handed, waits. And he's bowled first up, and Jonny Tattersall will not get the opportunity to try and work the ball further around the park, because Yorkshire are all out for 521 from 134.2 overs at what I make 2:38 p.m. on the second afternoon. Jonathan Tattersall dashes off. He's got to get his wicket-keeping gear together, but unbeaten on 180. A magnificent knock for him. He's not to be top scorer even with 180 on the board, but he is undefeated. 344 deliveries, 399 minutes he was out there in the middle at Scarborough entertaining us. 23 fours. But Shannon Gabriel's first ball is his only ball to date with bat in hand for Yorkshire, because he's lost his middle and leg stumps, which have been split apart by that delivery from Laws, who finishes with 4 for 51. Well bowled, sir, from his 13 overs and 2 deliveries. And let's just run through those 8 bowlers that Surrey used in this Yorkshire first innings then. Dan Worrell, 29 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 83. Tom Laws, 13.2 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 51. Jamie Overton, 25 overs, 5 maidens, none for 104. Aaron Hardy, 20 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 66. Conor McCurr, 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 83. Will Jacks, 18 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 78. 1 over for 5 for Rory Burns. And Ryan Patel with 14 overs, 2 maidens, none for 38. And very much then the feature of that Yorkshire innings from 125 for 5. That fantastic partnership of 305, a record for the 6th wicket for Yorkshire, between Adam Lyth, who made 183 from 306 deliveries, and Jonathan Tattersall, as I say, remained unbeaten on 180. They have put a score on the board, Graham, that I don't think many of us would confidently have predicted by any stretch of the imagination, on winning the toss yesterday morning, batting, and at various stages been 1 for 1, 20 for 2, 58 for 3, and then 125 for 5.
Yes, and they put on 125 for 5, almost 400 runs. So this game is set up nicely now. 521, Yorkshire's first innings, and Surrey have now got to respond. There's plenty of time left in this match, and it's going to be scoreboard pressure for Surrey, which maybe they've not been used to this season. It'd be interesting how they go about this innings, and if Yorkshire can get a few early wickets, the pressure will be right back on Surrey. And let's hope from a Yorkshire perspective they can put the ball in the right places, because if they do, they could get their rewards. And as I say, this game is set up really nicely now, and we await the start of the Surrey first innings.
Yep, we shall take a quick breather while the players get themselves sorted out and the wicket is rolled, and we're back with you at the other side when Surrey walk out for their first innings.
He always was picky with his serve. Yeah. Or if it looked like a foul, just don't put it back on the plate.
I've met people who are more ignorant than that.
Yeah, well, that's just one.
I can top that then. I was sitting with a group of work colleagues, and somebody had a box of chocolates, and they passed them around, you take one out.
Yeah.
Somebody took one out, unwrapped it, bit half of it, didn't like it, put half of the chocolate back in the box and passed it on. Who would do that?
You're working with.
idea. Michael Vaughan keeps writing stupid articles in the Telegraph. You almost get the impression that he knows all about it. Oh. The county championship should be 5 days.
This problem, Yorkshire TV from my old school, where these well-known people went back to their old school. And Boy thought he went back to his grammar school where he went. He walked onto this cricket match going on. He walked onto the first player. And he went to this kid and says, how long have you been bowling like that? He got 2 years. Said, how long have you been bowling wrong for 2 years? So you left elbow from the point teacher after the wicket.
Well,
you should bowl like Jon Snow.
yeah. Could be right.
Remember those flick books when you were a kid? Brilliant. I thought they were great. How to play the on prime.
So, there was a while when they were selling for a bit of money on eBay, but the market's dropped out of them, more or less they're all now in the hands of those who want them. You had a couple, didn't you?
Did I?
Was it Graham?
It's all from somewhere.
Someone had them. It was interesting concept, yeah.
Very sure.
Yeah, that's right. Sleep up.
The other thing that's nervy about boycott though, you never saw him bowling in the decks.
That's how you play a fastball.
Yeah. You never saw him bowling in the decks of what we looked for game. It could go into a match, bowl, just drop straight onto a line and land.
I could never quite work it out.
He bowled quite a bit in the one-day stuff.
In the mid-80s, he bowled every one-day game. There was a game against Essex, Yorkshire Essex in, and he bowled 6 overs for 9 runs.
Yeah.
From the word go, even with the swing, it was on the dot. It was there, perfect. Well, his fielding, every time he returned the ball, it was there.
Yeah.
That's hard work, that's dedication.
He was bowling with his cap on as well.
That's right, although that was just for effect, I'm sure. Well, it was partly his bowling when they won the John Player League. Phil Carrick and...
Yeah.
I forget now. It did get a bit silly. We came out to warm up at Bradford Park Avenue. The rest of the team was at that end, the pavilions there. He came out, sort of marked 2 lines, the entire crowd. He ran between these 2 lines 4 times and went back in, that was it.
Boycott. Yeah.
Well, I suppose you do what you're supposed to do, don't you?
Yeah.
I think he must have kept himself mobile. And the returns.
Still saying that block from Newbury.
Stephen Harrison leading out Yorkshire.
Yeah, he was
Ball runs
Welcome back then from North Marine Road, the Yorkshire fielders entering the field of play, as are the two opening batters for Surrey, Ryan Patel and skipper Rory Burns, and umpires Tom Lungley and Chris Watts out there. And the reminder then that they find themselves looking at a score of 521, or well, 522 to get themselves in front in the match. Yorkshire 521 all out, Lancashire 5 without loss in response to Somerset's 446 all out, Northampton 303 all out, Kent 121 for 3 in reply, Hampshire 198 for 4 following Warwickshire's 217 all out. And in the other Division 1 match, Essex 269 for 5, leading by 133 after Gloucestershire were all out for 136. And then England are now 89 for 8 against India, getting another bit of a thumping there. So after the euphoria of what went on in red ball cricket so far this summer, been brought back down to earth to some extent. England cricket in white ball, and to open the bowling here, it is Jordan Thompson, newly capped of course yesterday. He's going to open from the Peasholm Park end, and we're expecting to see Shannon Gabriel coming down the hill. That's going to be interesting. So 3 slips in place: point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and Gabriel doing some more stretching down at long leg. And at 11 minutes before 3 o'clock on the second afternoon, Rory Burns finds himself taking his guard. He's going to take the first look at this. Bowling conditions look pretty good aerially with a new ball. Let's see how things go. Jordan Thompson then for the first ball of this Surrey first innings. Right arm over the wicket. There is some shape straight away in towards the left-handed Rory Burns, who turns that to Will Luxton, who is fielding at mid-wicket. The Yorkshire fielders noticeably have all got a black armband on, which we would take to be in respect to Mike Cowan, who sadly passed overnight. And a minute's silence in his memory before play started today. 99 first-class matches and 200 and plenty wickets in a career from 1952 to 63. Jordan Thompson's career got going at Guildford against Surrey back in 2019 in red ball terms, and he nearly had his first wicket of the match there because I think Rory Burns has just inside edged a full-length delivery onto his pad.
Yeah, this could be interesting now because the ball is certainly doing quite a bit. If Yorkshire's bowlers can put it in the right areas like Thompson did there, causing Rory Burns, former England opener, quite a few problems.
Thompson in again then. Again, appreciable in dip there. Dear me, that went a long way, didn't it? And particularly, it was on its way in as it went past Burns off stump. He was happy to leave it, and then it really did swing again after it pitched through to Jonny Tattersall's gloves.
I think this is a great cricket wicket, you know, JD, because there's something there for the bowlers of any variety. There's something there for the spinners, Will Jacks, and there's certainly something there for the quicker bowlers. But we've seen, you know, big scores as well by the batsmen.
Thompson again, swing once more. Burns turns it to Luxton. Square leg, Will Luxton. We praise the Surrey fielders for what they produced. Certainly the boundary outriders saved plenty of runs, and he is lickety-split in the outfield. Will Luxton will see a fair bit of that, I would imagine. Quick across the ground. Jordan Thompson turns again. And in he comes. And once more, that ball coming way back in towards the lefty, who's leaving it on length. Can't have been too far away from going over the top of off stump the way it appeared to be. We're not straight on in the commentary position here.
There's plenty of carry. So, you know, Jordan Thompson's in the game now. And interesting that how Shannon Gabriel gets on when Thompson finishes this over.
Here he is then, JT. Again, swing in towards Burns, who tries to flick that to leg. Well, does. Middles it as well, but Luxton in its way. And a maiden over to start their attempt with the ball for Yorkshire from Jordan Thompson.
Yes, and from the Trafalgar Square end, looks like we're going to see Shannon Gabriel.
Shout out to Bomber Harris, old colleague of mine. If he's still listening, he sent me a message which I only just picked up from about 3 hours ago, suggesting that Yorkshire should have declared then because it was going around corners, and then followed up by saying cancel the declaration, bat until they're all out, weather set to improve this afternoon, which is what they've done. Thanks, Bomber. Hope you're well. It is going to be Shannon Gabriel, surprise, surprise, from the Trafalgar Square end. So down the hill. And this could be interesting if he can get that length right, if he can learn from clearly what was being shown to him out there this morning. There was some discussion between he and I think Otis Gibson, and I'm sure it's been discussed in the dressing room as well, particularly his captain Pato, who's bowled here many times before.
Yeah, it's Ryan Patel on strike, both opening batsmen are left-handers.
Frayne at first slip, Lyth at second, George Hill at third. No Harry Brook, of course, in the cordon, not here. No Tom Kohler-Cadmore either. Gabriel in, it's short of length first up. And Patel turns that backward of square, where Matthew Waite does the fielding. Just looking down the bowling ranks for Yorkshire, Graham. They've got half a dozen who may well get used. Obviously, this opening pair, Steve Patterson, Dominic Bess, should feature quite heavily, you would have thought. Matthew Waite and George Hill, who can swing the ball, possibly. There might be an over or two of twirl from Adam Lyth, who knows, as we go on. So there's quite a few that they can turn to, as and when required. Here's Shannon Gabriel down the hill. Short, quick, and Patel ducks out of the way of that one. Shannon Gabriel, we talked about his record earlier on today, but let's just take a refresher. 56 test matches he's played. He's taken 161 wickets with a best of 8 for 62, 13 for 121 in one match. He's averaging over 31 with the ball in test cricket, 5 4-wicket hauls, 6 5-wicket hauls and a 10-wicket match. He's also taken 33 one-day international wickets, 3 T20 international wickets in just 2 matches, 318 first-class wickets from 118 matches. He's got bags of experience because he is 34 years of age. And here he is bowling at Patel. Thuds into the pads and drops out just leg side squarish.
Yeah, there's plenty of pace out there now, and he's making Ryan Patel hop around, and that's what you can do when you know, your side have got a first innings total of 521. You can really go for your opponents, can't you? You know, even if you give 1 or 2 boundaries away, you know you've got that leeway to really go at them hard. And as I say, he's making Ryan Patel just hop around a little bit here.
Recent success rate in first-class cricket, well, not great, you'd have to say. I'll give you his recent stats. Here he is, bowling to Patel, who's ducking under. I tell you what, he wasn't far off heading that straight on, was he? It was fairly sharp. And it's moments like these when you are so pleased to be sitting in a commentary box.
Yeah, that was quick and just went over the helmet there.
But yeah, playing for Trinidad, 4 relatively recent first-class matches back in February. 0 with the bat, 0 for 23 and 0 for 18 against Jamaica. Then against the Leeward Islands, 1 for 62 and none for 17. That was in May. Also in May against Barbados, none for 44 and none for 39 in his most recent match against Ghana. So not a lot of first-class wickets this season. He's in here bowling a no ball. It's catching.
I wonder when he'd bowl his first no ball from that end, because that's the end that the Surrey bowlers had a problem with, coming down the slope and it just knocked them out the rhythm, and they bowled quite a few no balls.
Wonder how long it'll take. If he gets an early wicket, the crowd will be up. There might be a bit of that, yeah. Bit of clapping, bit of a building roar as he comes in. Not at the moment though. The first runs of this Surrey innings have come from that Shannon Gabriel no ball. They're 2 without loss, nothing from the bat so far. Just the second over. Gabriel coming in again, then pass umpire Tom Lungley, and this time there is a run off the bat because Patel has turned it to mid-wicket. Patterson round to field, and 3 without loss. Always a interesting one this. Anybody who's played cricket of any form, when you've got a new player coming in, you're not quite sure what they're going to get. You think you know a little bit about them. Obviously, when you're playing at this level, you know more about players than you would do at club level. But Shannon Gabriel's records out there on all the websites. You know that he's a quality performer. I've just reeled off his record at home there for Trinidad. Not so many wickets in recent times. What will he make of Scarborough? What will Yorkshire make of him? Ryan Patel is off strike, and Rory Burns is on it for the first time against Gabriel. Just a pregnant pause before he sets off in then down the hill. Big front arm, bangs that into the pitch. That's a better length as well. Probably meets Burns just below waist height. He played it off the back foot, dropped it into the offside end of Gabriel's first over. Bit of applause. It's gone for 3, and Surrey are 3 without loss after 2.
Yes, Burns played that last ball fairly well. Got right behind it, played it down, and but as I say, keep repeating now the fact that, you know, because Yorkshire have got such a big first innings total, they can really go at these Surrey batsmen and really test them. But they're still got to put them in the right areas. Otherwise, it'll be just wasted energy on this pitch. But if they can put the ball in the right areas, they can make life uncomfortable for these Surrey opening batsmen.
Patel on strike, facing Thompson. Bit of in-dip. Push that out to Patterson at mid-off, and they get through for a single. They will take on Pato.
Seems to be extended applause there. I don't know why, but anyway.
Landmark perhaps for somebody?
I don't know.
Let's have a check.
Did he come from the Surrey changing room there? I'm not sure.
Here's Jordan Thompson. Rory Burns just pushing it out into the offside. James Wharton is in from cover to do the fielding. No run. Still just a smattering of suits out there in the deck chair region, away to the marquee side, the south west side of the corner of the ground. Helicopter overhead, going over towards the Oliver's Mount area, which we can see away to our right. And here is Thompson driven down the ground by Rory Burns. That'll be 4. First boundary of this Surrey first innings. The new cherry just pops up off the advertising boards, and Matthew Waite goes to bring it back. So 8 without loss. No major alarms so far for the visiting side.
Do you know, I think could bowl well on this pitch if he puts it in the right areas, JD. I think George Hill could bowl well. I do.
See if he gets an opportunity as this goes on. Don't think it'll be for a while yet, though.
No.
Thompson in, and that's dropped out into the offside by Burns. And there is no run. Rory Burns. And of course we've seen him on the big screen, as it were, the big stage for England in more recent seasons. I would love to give you his record, but Wi-Fi has failed on me again. Born at Epsom. Graham and I might know that a little more for another sport. 31 years of age now, as he's flicking this latest delivery off his legs down to the long leg where Gabriel will field, and Burns is coming back for a second and taking on the West Indians' arm, and he's going to get back successfully for 2. Burns, 32 test matches he's played now, 1,789 runs with the highest of 133. 3 test centuries to his name, 23 first-class centuries to his name, and over 11,200 first-class runs from 167 matches, averaging 41.2 in first-class cricket, 30.32 in test cricket. Good delivery, good response by Thompson, who just manages to put that one wider of off stump, wide enough to get Burns having a little play at it. You can bend it down inside the line. So 3 overs. Surrey wants to Yorkshire's 521 all out. 10 with it.
Yeah, Story Burns is a former pupil of Wickets, and that particular style used some really good cricketers. So other than this Surrey side that went to Wick School, very good academy there, and very good at rugby union as well.
Gabriel then stands at the end of his run and sets off in then to bowl here to Ryan Patel, who's able to lead wide off stump this time through to Tattersall. He might be feeling it by the end of the day, having batted as he did, and now concentrate, moving delivery.
Yeah, but that's a lot of a keeper, isn't it? Concentration time. I think they've put another slip in place there. I'm not sure.
Yeah, got a bit of passing traffic beneath. Gentleman with a mullet, with his sideboards shaved off, and a tash. As Gabriel's in, and that's pushed by Patel up to mid-off, where Don Bess unusually at mid-off does the fielding. There is no run. Edward Harland says, JD, having watched part of the game of Skittles at the Oval during lunch, Harry B not picked and David Milan not in the squad, and I do believe Adil is back from Mecca. The question is, who is available for finals day on Saturday? That is the question. It was asked of Darren Gough yesterday morning at the members gathering, and he wasn't able to answer it, as I mentioned on air I think yesterday. No further word on that at this stage. Here's Gabriel in to Patel, who meets that as it pitches.
No ball.
Quite full and wide, no ball given. So 2 on the total, none off the bat there. Russell Walker says, let's get cracking and unleash Gabriel to give it some Humpty now we're clear of 500. Could do with some significant damage to Surrey this afternoon. Bring it on. No balls. 14 have been bowled at the Trafalgar Square end and 4 at the Peasholm Park end. Thanks, Kate. That was yesterday, was it? Yep, that was yesterday. As far as Surrey goes, and 2 already in this Yorkshire innings from the Trafalgar Square end, so running downhill is causing a little bit of a problem.
Well, he's bowling round the wicket now.
Could be interesting here at the left-hander. You've already seen him having to take evasive action from over the wicket in the previous Gabriel over. Here he is. And this one angled in, but can leave that on length. Just wide of off stump, no run. Dean Southall says, enjoying the comms. Sorry, I've been a bit quiet. I'm volunteering at a charity shop, and so I have less time to watch the cricket. I did watch the last couple of hours yesterday. How does the cap system work? I heard on commentary yesterday about uncapped players. Am I the only one to think Conor McCurr should change his name to Conor McLeod of the Clan McLeod? That cultural reference has completely beaten me, I'm afraid, Dean in Doncaster. Cap players, just a weight of performances and experience, isn't it? I don't think there's any, as far as I'm aware, no set criteria that you have to get so many wickets or have played so many games. As Gabriel has just been worked for 4 through third man. Just an open-faced run down in that vacant area there by Ryan Patel, which takes Surrey on to 16 without loss.
Yes, my bugbear, no third man. Opening bowler, new cherry. Why wouldn't you have a third man? Anyway, there we are. They don't listen to me, JD, do they?
Well, you've got 521 runs on the board.
Well, no, but it's easy runs, isn't it? It's just easy runs there.
Gabriel then at the end of his run. Patel taps his bat several times, very high vertical backlift, and Shannon Gabriel in has bowled a wide at him this time. So not started quite as Yorkshire would have liked here. A couple of no balls. No real searching test of the batsman just yet, and that one wide of off stump. So I think first and foremost Shannon Gabriel needs to get the radar right here.
Yeah, that was a bit wayward, wasn't it? Yes, he needs to get the line right. It's all very well getting the length right, but you've got to get the line right.
Shout out to Dave Wilford in Airedale Hospital at the moment. Best of luck with that as Gabriel is in, and that's turned down square leg. This time by Ryan Patel. Running round to field is Matthew Waite. They got through for a single. So 18, or is it going to be 19? Never can quite tell how quick they are to put the runs on the board here. It is 18. As the field changes slightly, Rory Burns retakes his guard. Still quite blustery, as I'm sure you can pick up on our effects mic, but it's not a cold day. There are some in coats. Still plenty in shorts and t-shirts. Haven't seen the sun so far today. It's been cloud cover throughout, but the forecast was for it to get better as the day went on. So batting conditions could be a bit better in the final session if Surrey can play well in this one. And so far, no appreciable danger from this end. The Trafalgar Square end bowled by Shannon Gabriel, with Burns flicking a single off his legs off the final ball of the over to take him on to 19 without loss. 7 apiece for the two batters. And you'd like to see Shannon Gabriel learn pretty quickly.
You'd hope so. Question for you: why is it in county cricket a no ball counts for 2 runs? I don't quite understand that. I know that's the way it is, but I wonder why it is 2 runs. Anyway, there we are. Question for the day.
Jordan Thompson from the Peatone Park end. That is wide of off stump, and Rory Burns watching it go through. I suppose we should have a change in the com box shortly. We'll get Churchy back in at the end of this one.
Yep, he's jumping at the bit.
You can disappear off. I saved you an extra sausage roll there, old boy, by the way, so you can...
Oh, is that mine?
Yeah.
All right, okay. I will devour it when I go off air.
I'm absolutely certain of that. Thompson in, it's wide of Burns' off stump, through to Tattersall. And there is no run. That smattering of colour around the ground that you have. There's various bits of red, maybe an occasional football shirt thrown in there. Bit of yellow away to the left. There's plenty of manly colours, the dark stuff that fellas tend to wear.
The manly
navy
colours?
blues, the blacks and the greys.
What does that mean, manly colours?
Well, if you walked into a cricket ground and back in your day wearing pink, I'm sure there might have been a few eyebrows raised. Not so much these days as Thompson's in, and that's wide of Rory Burns off stump, and he lets it go by.
I wonder why they were looking at me.
Well, it wasn't because you're handsome.
That's gone in my little notebook.
Who you think you are, Jack Charlton?
Are you playing cricket soon?
Thompson to Burns, who drops that out into the offside, and there is no run. You walked onto that one, dearie me. That was like standing in front of George Foreman and saying, "Go on, have a swing."
George Foreman. That's a blast from the past.
Well, if
isn't
he'd
it?
have had a swing, you wouldn't have seen much of the rest of the day, would you?
No, I don't think I would. No. Or the year.
Thompson turning at the end of his run then, leaving us behind. And then he comes bowling to Burns again, and he was certainly getting it to hoop, wasn't he? First couple of overs, not so much in this one. There's still an offering of swing, but not quite as much, not as prodigious. Burns able to watch it go by, and they're getting themselves in these two so far. So Yorkshire haven't yet quite found the range.
You'd have thought that the overcast conditions would be more conducive to swing bowling.
Thompson again, full face of the blade from Rory Burns, pushing to Patterson at mid-off to complete that over. Graham will take a breather then, and we'll get Churchy back in for a bit more chit-chat as the speckies move in from left to right beneath our commentary position. One or two smiles, some in sunglasses, one or two others looking a bit dour. Not so sure the bowling rate well here at start of innings, that sort of stuff. As Mark Church returns, can't understand it at all.
Well, Mr. Gabriel's just slightly struggled with this slope at the moment. A couple of no balls already. We spoke about. I heard you two mentioning Surrey yesterday. Again, it's that bringing the umpire into the game, and he's already done that a couple of times. Here he comes then, round the wicket to Ryan Patel. That's better length. And forward goes Ryan Patel, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and Shannon Gabriel does the fielding off his own bowling. He's a fearsome sight anyway, Shannon Gabriel. Well, when he's charging in down the slope at you. Be interesting one this for Steve Patterson as well. Stood up there at mid-on. Because when you get your overseas bowler in, it's sort of how long do you give him? That's the thing. I remember when Shoaib Akhtar arrived at Surrey, and Surrey's over rate at lunchtime was about -9. And poor old Mar Ramprakash stood at mid-off. His head was just hitting the floor. It was his first over was absolutely rapid, and then slowly it went slower after that. As round the wicket comes Shannon Gabriel, forward goes the left-handed Patel, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
And you called it just the ball before, and I'll agree with you. There are two in succession now that have been right up there, much better length. This is what he's got to bowl here.
Bowling. Definitely. Thompson's getting some late swing, especially in that first over to Rory Burns. Really did get the ball to shape back late at the left-handed Burns. But Shannon Gabriel's just getting his bearings at the moment. As I say, he's a fearsome sight when he's charging in like any big quick bowler. Slingy action, of course. Shannon Gabriel. Here he comes once again, running towards us, coming down the hill, round the wicket to Ryan Patel, wide outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Ryan Patel. Slaps into the gloves of Jonny Tattersall. England were all out for 110 in the old one-day international. I did wonder on Twitter where anybody's actually mentioned yet that they might be playing a bit too much red ball cricket at the moment. And it's affecting the way they're playing in the red ball stuff. Or maybe they're playing one-day internationals at the wrong time of the year. Could be that, couldn't it? As waiting once again is the left-handed Ryan Patel. Shannon Gabriel places the ball in his right hand. And in he comes once more, round the wicket to Ryan Patel, and that's on his stumps, and it's turned away by Ryan Patel into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. That'll be one more to the total, one more to Ryan Patel. Ryan Patel moves on to 8, Surrey move on to 20 without loss. Back onto strike comes Rory Burns. Rory Burns with 7 to his name, Ryan Patel with 8 to his name. Jasprit Bumrah, though, I think it was 6 for 18. It's not bad, is it? In a one day at that. And I've seen the sort of first 3 wickets he took, and it was terrific bowling. It really was. The ball that got Ben Stokes, I'm not quite sure what you do with that if you're Ben Stokes. So fair play to Mr. Bumrah. It's amazing what's happened in 6 weeks, isn't it, really? Have to have another one of those meetings soon. As in round the wicket once more comes Gabriel, and this one's left alone outside the off stump, and Rory Burns wanders down to do some gardening. I am joking when I say they might have to introduce a bit more white ball cricket. That is a joke. But yeah, very interesting how everything's sort of gone in a massive circle in 6 weeks. So there we go. When England bowl India out for 109, everybody will be going, it's all going very well, won't they? So, yeah, fascinating stuff, really. I feel a bit for Matthew Mott in the fact that the test team have gone so well under McCullum, and Mr. Mott's coming. It's not straightforward, that, is it? I think everybody thought that Josh Buttler would just stroll into the captaincy, and it doesn't really work like that, unfortunately. As there's a hovering seagull above Rory Burns at the moment, as Shannon Gabriel isn't hovering. That ball is. He's banged that in very short, and that's flown over Rory Burns. Now, is that a no ball? Yes, it is. I was about to say, we had a bit of this yesterday with Jamie Overton, and that's fair play to the umpire. That's very consistent. But there was absolutely no way that Rory Burns can play a shot at that. So it's so high over him, and Tattersall's taking that as if he was on his trampoline, bouncing up in the air to take that. So that's 3 now from Mr. Gabriel. I tell you what, no balls are doing all right in this game, aren't they? They really are. They must be approaching the 50 mark now. No balls. Waits again does Rory Burns. 22 without loss, Surrey. As in round the wicket comes Gabriel to Burns. Oh, that's better. That's a cracker. That's the great perfect length on here. And actually that beats the edge, and then it was quick because Tattersall had a little juggle with it. So that's a lovely last delivery from Shannon Gabriel. That might be a break now for Shannon Gabriel, because Steve Patterson's just walked up and probably said, how many more do you want? And then giving him a pat on the back. End of the over, 22 without loss, Surrey. And this, of course, all in reply to that 521 from Yorkshire.
Robert Winterset says hopefully the ODI will be all done soon, and then we can have you boys back on wireless.
Oh dear. Well, as I say, having seen those first 3 wickets that Bumrah took, it was definitely doing a bit down there in South London.
And here's Jordan Thompson bowling to Ryan Patel. Starts it well wide of off stump and makes his way back in towards the gloves of Tattersall, but doesn't interest the batter in playing.
I've had to put on an overshirt now, everybody, due to the fact that the temperature's gone down a little bit. I didn't know what an overshirt was until I bought this and came back. And my daughter said, Dad, you've bought yourself an overshirt. And I was like, I thought I'd bought myself a shirt. But no, apparently this goes over your shirt, and it's a shirt. Interesting.
Thompson to Patel, wide of off stump again, repeat, and dot ball. See, I thought it was, when you walked in the box wearing that, I immediately thought of Tony Hart. I thought you were going to say, and a lovely splash of colour here, and a little
this gives
me
the
pen there.
This gives me the opportunity to mention the fact that, well, I've done this once, that one of my pictures was on there.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Take Heart, was it? Or Heartbeat?
No, the first one.
Vision On or something.
It was when Tony had his look to the strains of the Deer Hunter film.
Oh, yeah.
Ding, 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 ding. That's the one. Yep, and then they used to pan across, and there were your pictures. Well, I think I did one of a house or something like that, and it got on. I was very pleased.
Remiss of me not to mention a dot ball there from Jordan Thompson, but yeah.
I was 36 at the time, but I was still absolutely over the moon.
Let's just have a bit of colour wash there, and then...
You're right there, Georgie.
Here,
You're right, the sun's got to you, has it?
He used to do that, didn't he? Yeah. And he'd be looking at the picture thinking, what on earth? He's just done a massive yellow thing across the top there. What's that all about? And then about a minute later, it all takes shape, and you think, wow, good delivery here from Thompson, who switched around the wicket.
That's the angle.
To Ryan Patel, who does have a little flick at this.
That's a good bit of bowling, coming round the wicket to him on the angle. It's just held its line, gone past the outside edge. Nicely bowled that by Jordan Thompson. Is he wearing an Alice band, Mr. Thompson?
He is.
He is indeed. I thought he was. Yeah, very good. Excellent.
He's been mentioned before in commentary. Here he is round the wicket, and that is an easier leave for Ryan Patel.
He's see, I'm a huge fan of the old long-haired look. I was complimenting young Mr. Bess on his modern mullet yesterday, actually, when I saw him. It was sort of Sam Curran who started the modern mullet look, which is where you sort of grow it at the back and the top and then shave the sides.
You know, I've mentioned in interviews with Dom his haircut. I'm not
I like it.
quite as impressed as you.
No, I like it. I think if you're going to go for it, go all in.
But he's good for a bit of a verbal tussle, is Dom, if he's in that frame of mind, and he'll give you some back as Patel pushes that into the covers where James Wharton fields, and there is no run to complete that 6th over of this Surrey first innings at 22 without loss. A reminder, Yorkshire earlier bowled out for 521, 183 from Adam Lyth and 180 not out, the highest first class score by some margin by Jonathan Tattersall.
Yeah, played very well. You know, that is nice in you. So he doesn't average anything this season in the Championship yet. For Yorkshire, Mr. Tattersall with his first innings this year in the Championship, 180 red. Happy with that. Very happy with that. So it's going to be Gabriel to continue. Of course, Burns and Gabriel were doing battle in a Test series not too long ago. Now they're doing battle here in Scarborough. As Burns is just waiting. Shannon Gabriel's got 3 slips and a gully in there. Then a deepish backward point. As he'll come charging in again. Round the wicket to Rory Burns. Wobble. That's the length. Yorker length. Rory Burns is trying to get the bat down on that. Got him walking towards him. The Shannon Gabriel. Just wide outside that off stump, but good bowling again from Shannon Gabriel. Just beginning to settle into this now, I think. Which is unsurprising. You know, he wouldn't have bowled at Scarborough before. So it takes a little bit of getting used to, but he's beginning to now. Is Mr. Gabriel.
You were having a chat with Adam Lyth's dad this morning. I've just seen Ben Coates' dad walking down the stand. I hadn't realised he was sitting away to our left. Ken.
I really enjoyed
Ken and Ben.
I really enjoyed that chat with Mr. Lyth this morning. As in round the wicket comes Gabriel, and forward goes Burns and pushes this one out towards cover point, and there's no run. And what I loved about it was, you know, I was thinking about my old man. I mentioned earlier it would have been his birthday today, but I love the fact that Mr. Lyth was just very quiet about it all and sort of just very matter of fact about it. And you know, if that was my boy, I'd be sort of standing from the rooftops singing out loud. But Mr. Lyth very quietly just talking about the way his boy batted yesterday. Batted well again today, actually. 183. He's in there now at second slip. Will Fraines away to his right-hand side. George Hill to his left. Tattersall, of course, with the gloves on. As round the wicket comes Shannon Gabriel to Rory Burns. Don't bowl there to Rory Burns. It's another no ball from Gabriel. He's bowled on the legs of Rory Burns. You straighten up on that angle to Rory Burns. He'll put you through the leg side all afternoon, and that has whistled away. So that's a 4th no ball from Shannon Gabriel. 28 without loss now, Surrey. Rory Burns moves on to 11, but everybody's seen enough now of Rory Burns to know if you straighten at him, he will whip you through there all day.
Yeah, we saw plenty of good examples of that from Jonny Tattersall, and that was equally as good as any of those, wasn't it? Absolutely pinged it square.
Absolutely. It's just got a bit gloomier here at Scarborough. Just a bit more cloud cover has come over. The sun hasn't yet arrived in Scarborough today. Round the wicket once more comes Gabriel, and Burns will just turn this one into the leg side as well. He'll only get a single here because Matthew Wake goes sprinting round from square leg to do the fielding. That's one more to Burns. He moves on to 12. Surrey moving on to 29 without loss. Yeah, the problem, whatever happens in that ODI, is it's going to be over very early, isn't it? So, I don't know what the refund is on that. But, yeah, not what England were looking for. But 6 for 19, Bumrah. 6 for 19 in a one-day international. It's terrific. The thing I didn't look at was whether England won the toss and decided to have a bat, or India decided to have a bowl. We'll have a look at that in a minute. It's always quite interesting. As In round the wicket comes Gabriel to the left-handed Patel. He's forward and pushes this one away into the offside. India won the toss and decided to bowl. So that's a very fine decision. That. But as I say, when India are all out for 109, and everybody in South London's heading off across the bridge at about 5:30 into London town for an evening. It's lively in London at the moment. Any night of the week it seems to be quite lively at the moment. Yep. It's all back to normal in London. Couldn't get on a train the other day. I was quite pleased there was a train actually to even try and get onto, but I couldn't get on it when it did arrive. As waiting once more is Ryan Patel. As round the wicket goes Gabriel, and that's a good length, but it's another no ball. That's 5 now from Gabriel. 4 foot full, and one that was just too high to play a shot at. He's looking at he's tried over the wicket, got pinged twice. He's come round the wicket, got pinged twice. So umpire Lungley is definitely in the game now, down there at the Trafalgar Square end. That's 2 more to the total, 31 without loss.
You couldn't get on the train because you were worse for wear, or you had a hamstring injury, something like that?
No, there were just so many people on it.
Oh, okay.
So many people on it. And
they didn't move up. They didn't realise who you were.
But to be fair, I think when they did, they all got off, and I managed to get on. No, it was absolutely packed to the rafters. It's like the old days. As round the wicket comes Gabriel, and this is tucked away by Ryan Patel down the ground. Nicely played by Ryan Patel. Doesn't try and hit that too hard, just turns his wrists on it, picks up a couple as back goes Patterson to do the fielding. Ryan Patel moves on to 10, and Surrey move on to 33 without loss. I had the classic the other day. I don't know why I'm telling everybody my train stories, but the classic the other day where I had to get back from London home early in the morning. So I looked at the train times. 7:25. That'll do me, I thought, from London Victoria. Anyway, a lot of us were stood on the platform at 7:25 with the train there, but the doors weren't open. And then a gentleman, who I think was the driver, walked slowly up the platform, and somebody said to him, "Any chance of this train going?" And he went, hang on. I've had a bad journey in myself. Then he took about 15 minutes to get himself ready. And then he got on the train and off we went. That was an interesting delay. As round the wicket comes Gabriel. Ooh, and he's just had a nibble at one that bounced at him a little wider of that off stump. And Ryan Patel just had a feel for that one outside his off stump. End of the over. 33 without loss. Surrey 12 to Rory Burns and 10 to Ryan Patel.
Hang about my son. I've had a bit of a bad trip in.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was quite like that, but it was one of those where you had all these people waiting for the train, but sadly he had a delayed journey getting there, but we all had to wait for him to sort of settle himself in and whatever he was doing in his cabin. Then off we went. But yes, London is definitely back to normal. Back to normal. The old, we're all going to be nice to each other after COVID. That didn't last long either, especially on the underground. It really is. That's when I knew we were back to normal, was when everybody was just being normal on the underground.
Jordan Thompson, meanwhile, bowling here to Rory Burns. Wide of off stump, and the batter leaves that one alone. I was described at lunch by Ben Crossland, who came across to see us. Ben, he of a jazz persuasion, I think he plays the bass in his band. Gave me a CD recently, actually, well worth a listen. I wish I could remember the title of it, Ben, so that you could tell. I could tell the listening public for you. But it's a CD of arrangements of Kinks songs, but done in a jazz style. It's really good, actually. Thompson in, and that's flicked off the legs by Rory Burns, who's going to pick up a couple here. Will Luxton with a sliding stop and return to the gloves of Jonny Tattersall. So 35 without loss. Sardonic, it reminded me of that Del Boyism, you know, when he used to get words that he thought were right, but they kind of weren't. Is it a malapropism?
Context.
So, so I think he described Britain in a chest-beating speech to probably Grandad or Uncle Albert and Rodders as those dark, sardonic mills. Here's Jordan Thompson to Rory Burns, driving beautifully past the bowler. That is a cracker of a stroke. Barely touched it, all about hitting the middle of the bat, and he timed it away. And that is 4 more to him. 39 on the board now for Surrey. They're getting going here. Burns on to 18, Patel on 10.
Played a lovely on drive early in his innings, and that one a straight drive from Rory Burns. And you always feel when Rory Burns is driving early in his innings that he's sort of getting his angles right. But that was nicely played by Rory Burns. I think as well it almost stopped on him a touch, because he came down and did some gardening. It was almost like he just had to check the drive at the last possible moment.
Thompson to Burns again. And this is a little short of length. Leans forward, but then shoulders arms.
I remember he played beautifully in 2018 when Surrey chased, well, they chased it down pretty straightforward by lunch on the last day. I think he got 98 in that second innings and then sort of gave it away. Well, there was one fielder out on the leg side and he just flicked one off his leg straight to them, but he did bat beautifully on that occasion here at Scarborough.
Thompson then to Burns. That unusual head carriage he's got when the bowler is approaching that we've talked about many times before. Plays that out into the offside. He's got the look with that hair drooping down below the helmet of a sort of English Chris Gale, maybe, left-handed as well, or as if he might be nipping off tonight to the Scarborough Open Air Theatre to something like, if he was still around, a Meatloaf concert, something along those lines.
Or a musketeer, I think, with the helmet on, sort of a musketeer type look. It was a marvellous moment when he went to his first 100 with hair down earlier in the season.
Here he is then, Thompson in, and falls over after bowling that. Burns dropping it into the offside, saying all for one and one for all. 39 without loss at the end of the over.
Yeah, because he had scored all his hundreds with either short hair or hair up. And then the first one of the summer was with, well, he sort of dropped the hair at the end of the Ashes series. So it was a big moment when he got there with hair down. Well, I was the only person who noticed it, but there we are. That's me. I noticed these things.
Would he have a bit of a permanent, maybe go for a Joey Tempest, Europe sort of look, perhaps?
I don't think so. I think he's actually carries it off very well, does Rory Burns. He's had the long hair for a while now. He's had the ponytail, and now it's the sort of hair down when he's batting. It's the modern way. And we've got Steve Patterson coming into the attack to replace Shannon Gabriel. So here comes the captain. Now, the one thing you will know with Mr. Patterson is it will be a very tight line and a very tight length, because he's a super bowler. He's Steve Patterson, and he knows this place pretty well. So it'll be very interesting to see what Mr. Patterson can find here. He's got 3 slips for Ryan Patel. As Patterson then comes in, right arm over the wicket to Patel, straight away on a line, on a length, and Patel is forward, plays it down into the leg side, and there is no run.
Not exactly a devastating first spell then by Shannon Gabriel for the White Rose, but I'm not telling him that while I'm standing at the other end with a bat in my hand.
I think the thing is, however good you are, even the greats, it takes a while just to get. We were talking about it yesterday. It does take a little bit of time to get used to the slope. As in over the wicket comes Patterson, and this one's left alone by Ryan Patel outside his off stump, and he's got Shannon Gabriel up there for company. Gabriel's still, I think, what's he doing? Having a chat with Rory Burns here. So Rory Burns and Shannon Gabriel reacquainting themselves from Test match cricket, but Shannon Gabriel just wandered across there and gave Rory Burns a pat on the back. I don't know whether he's had a chance to say hello or not, but he's definitely said hello now. Patterson runs towards us once more. Over the wicket he comes. Well bowled, that's the line. Great length as well. Looks a different game. 3 balls looks a different game now. Patterson bowling, and Ryan Patel's push forward there. It's just beating the edge of the bat. So just lovely bowling from Patterson. Knows exactly what he's up to. Still chuntering away there to Shannon Gabriel. Down there at mid-on, who's having a bit of a stretch. Turns again does Patterson. And he comes right arm over the wicket to Ryan Patel. Gets this one to hop a touch. Nicely played by Ryan Patel. To the hands and keeps the ball down, and it rolls away in front of him. He's down to do a bit of gardening. Don Bess is up to to have a look at proceedings from extra cover. But no, I've always been a huge admirer of Steve Patterson. I just think he's one of those bowlers that knows exactly what he's up to. And he won't try and bowl too quick on here. He'll just go ball after ball after ball, bang away at that good length, with possibly the odd short one. As in he comes once again, and forward comes Patel, plays this one back up the pitch. And the other thing here is, Patel's had to play every ball so far. He hasn't had a look at any of these yet. And it's very good stuff from Steve Patterson. It really is.
It's just what he does, isn't it? I mean, there was a question yesterday morning, Graham, in that members forum about would there be a change in the skipper to Darren Gough, if you remember. And he didn't really couldn't give an answer on that front, could he? But is he going to be kept going for another season?
He's in again, and forward goes Patel, plays this one out into the offside. There is no run, it's a maiden over straight away from Patterson. Well, he's worth his absolute weight in gold. He really is. Anybody like Steve Patterson is worth so much in the fact that they know exactly what they're up to. And, I know he's the captain and all that, but straight away there, nothing against Shannon Gabriel, but that looked a different game entirely, with him just hitting a line and length to Ryan Patel. Maiden over straight away, and 39 without loss, Surrey.
Yeah, it's all about those 4 little words as far as the Yorkshire captain's concerned. Top of off stump.
Well, I remember chatting with Graham Onions about this. It was a fascinating natter off air at the Royal London One Day Cup final last year.
Here's Thompson to Burns, wide of off stump, leaves.
And it was a bit like with yesterday. I'd never met Graham Onions until I was on air with him. So after that, we went for a coffee, and I sort of said to him, with your coaching now, what are you looking for? And he said, it's really interesting. He said, look, if with the red ball, with my bowlers, what I am wanting them to do is 6 balls out of 6, look to hit the top of the off stump. Now, if they can do that, then I can teach them the other bits and pieces. But if they can't do that, it's pretty tricky.
Thompson in again, and Burns leaving another one that Jonny Tattersall takes diving, tumbling to his right.
And we were talking about it due to Rushworth and Hogan, who were going head-to-head in that final. And we were sort of talking about those two. And he said it's pretty straightforward what they do. They run in, they hit a good line, good length, try and hit the top of the off stump. And he's saying with the youngsters, they want to practice their slower balls and all this stuff for white ball cricket. But my whole point is, if you can't fall back on that, you're going to struggle a touch with all the other stuff.
Yeah, Thompson to Burns. Can't tempt him into playing a shot here. Just maybe a little bit of frustration there shown from Jordan Thompson, who lingers his look down towards the cordon area. He's getting the ball to swing, but he can't get the line spot on to draw Burns into having a pop-up one that might find the outside edge. And credit to Burns, we talked about how well the Yorkshire batters played, but his leaving has been very good so far, and that's clearly going to encourage the bowler to straighten things up. Then he might pick him up off the legs, just like this. There you go. Matthew Waite giving chase down towards the pavilion steps, and does well to reel that one in. They've got back for 3 in the end. And that's the difficulty in terms of margins for the bowler. If he hangs it too far outside off stump, Burns is just going to say, nope, I'll stick around, thank you very much. Bowl it a little bit straighter, and there is a big gap through the leg side that I can pick you off in.
I'll go back to the way Lyth played yesterday. Exactly the same with Lyth yesterday. I'm not going to go, I'm not going to go, I'm not going to go. Straighten up at your bang, thank you very much indeed. So, very much part of the Rory Burns game plan, that. And again, I think with certain players, it's the way they're letting the ball go as much as anything.
Thompson then tries his luck against Patel round the wicket, but again wider of off stump and doesn't swing as much by the looks of things. Patel on 10, Burns 21, it's 42 without loss. Chasing down, well, not chasing down, but in response to Yorkshire's 521 all out.
It was a fascinating chat with Graham Onions, it really was. Because we talk about all the tricks in the white ball game, all these slower balls and everything.
Yeah. Thompson in, a drive this time for Ryan Patel, or from Ryan Patel. Really does give it the full face of the blade, but caught it fairly low down, back to the bowl up. End of the over, and it remains 42 without loss.
But I think his point was that, if you haven't got that to fall back on, then having all the tricks in the trade is all well and good. But if they don't go right, then you've got nothing else to come back on. And he said, especially so any bowler he gets his hands on, he looks at the way they bowl in red ball cricket. And Ricky Clark was fascinating when I spoke to him about the sort of the change in his career when he went to Warwickshire, and he said it was Graham Welch, and actually Graham Welch's name comes up an awful lot with bowlers and coaching. And he said that Graham Welch said when he got to Warwickshire, we'll turn you into a proper bowler, but you're going to have to come in an hour early every day to do it. And he said he literally, on a length, on or about the off stump, just put a marker down, and Ricky Clark, hour after hour, as in over the wicket comes Patterson to Burns, who lets this one go outside his off stump. He said an hour early every day, ran in, tried to hit the mark, and then he said it just became second nature to him to run in like a metronome and hit that. And he said he suddenly found he wasn't even thinking about it. He was just running in, and he was hitting that spot 6 balls out of 6, and that's what turned him into. He was that tear-away quick bowler, and then all of a sudden he said he found control, and it was Graham Welch, he said, that did that for him, as Patterson is in, and forward goes Burns and pushes this one up towards mid-off, and there is no run. So I always find those sorts of chats quite interesting, actually.
Yeah, very much so. Second team, by the way, down at Chesterfield against Derbyshire. Derbyshire yesterday posted 331 all out. Yorkshire 165 for 4 at tea on the second day. Gary Balance not out 78 from 112 deliveries. 13 for Harry Duke, 23 not out Tom Loughton.
As forward again goes Burns here to Patterson, just pushes him away out into the offside.
Also in that side, but didn't bowl in the Derbyshire first innings, Ben Code. Matthew Weston unfortunately made a duck. Finlay Bean 10, the pair of them opened. Harry Sullivan was bowled by Potts for 5.
It's always lovely when you sort of meet these really good cricketers and they want to talk about cricket as well, because it's just very interesting. As Patterson is in over the wicket to Burns. Burns is pushing this one away out towards cover point, and there is no run. I'm not name dropping here, but it'll sound like I am. But when Ricky Ponting was at Surrey, he was extraordinary. He just loved it. And he would sit and talk for hours about it. And if he came down into the hotel bar and there was cricket on the telly, he'd sit and watch the cricket and talk about the cricket. And then he'd be first one in at the nets, have his hit, and then he'd be throwing balls at everybody else and last one out. Just loved the game. As Patterson is into Burns, and Burns turns this one through the leg side. He'll pick up 1, and he'll come back for a couple. 2 more to the total. Rory Burns moves on to 23. First runs off Steve Patterson. 44 without loss, sorry. But I find that... and then there's the flip side of that you get other players that are really talented. Actually, cricket's not there. Well, Zafar Ansari, the perfect case in point. And I always admire Zafar for what he did, because he went on an England tour. He played for England, he came back, and didn't really enjoy it, if I'm honest. As in over the wicket once more comes Patterson, and Burns, good leave from Rory Burns. That was a tempter, and he just let it go outside his off stump. End of the over. Zafar, hugely talented, as we all know, with his left arm spin, and there was a chance probably he would have been Surrey captain, but he went away. He went with England, and he came back, and there were other things he wanted to do, and he loved his law, and he wanted to go and do law. And the thing I admired about Zafar was he sort of said to everybody, look, I could play for 4 more years and pick up my wage packet, but I'm not enjoying it, and there are other things I want to go and do. And I really admired him for making that decision then as well, because a lot of people say, well, he's just played for England, how can you knock it on the head now? But he was perfectly honest. He said, look, there's other things I need to go and do, and he's gone and done them. He's doing extremely well. So, but then you get the other ones that literally they would sit and apparently Narayan's like that. Narayan he's an absolute cricket fanatic, and just any game he'll sit and talk about it the whole time. It's very interesting when you sort of come across those players.
Matthew Waite into the attack at the Peasholm Park end, bowling here to Ryan Patel, who gets a straight delivery first up, thinking about flicking it to leg, but diverts it back to the bowler. Yeah, you get it across all sports, I think, as well. That's just about personality and what characters are like, isn't it? Some people, it's just like any job, isn't it? Some people want to clock off at 5 and don't want to think about what work they do, and other people are living it. It doesn't necessarily just apply to sport. Matthew Waite, who looks like he's clawing back some air to pull himself forward with his left hand as he runs in. They've gone for a quick single here. Ooh. And that would have been interesting had James Wharton's throw hit direct. You think probably Rory Burns was home, but it was close enough. And maybe just a little bit on the risky side at this stage.
Tight, I think. Rory Burns was really, really scampery. It was almost like his legs were stuck in treacle there when he was getting towards the crease. I don't know whether his legs have ever been stuck in treacle, but he was really, really stretching to get there. I think that's why some players sort of flourished a bit in lockdown COVID games at one ground and others possibly didn't.
His weight to Burns, pushing into the offside. Bess comes herring in to do the fielding, no run. It feels a little bit gloomier again at the moment, don't it? What do you think, chaps?
Yeah, I said it a few overs ago. I think it is a bit gloomier now. But I'd have thought it was really difficult if, there's some players that they play a day's cricket and they want to go and have a coffee somewhere else and get away from the ground and not be in that atmosphere, and you finish your day, you walk across the ground, you get in your hotel room, you wake up in the morning, pull the curtains back, and what you see straight away is the ground again.
Wait again, Burns driving to Bess. Good rolling stop at cover, fires it into the gloves of Tattersall. No run. Burns on 23, Patel on 11. It's 45 without loss. I'll step out at the end of the over and let Graham come back in.
Someone wrote a very interesting article about footballers during lockdown with no crowd and how some players really flourished without a crowd.
Yeah. White coming in again, short, pulled by Burns, and that will not go for 4. He's not got it all. Thompson chases it down, flicks it back, and they are back for a couple.
I'll tell you something, light could come into play here.
Yep.
It is getting very, very gloomy out there at the moment.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And the umpires, of course, this morning, it was for rain rather than light, but it was gloomy this morning. I think it's gloomier now than it was this morning with these clouds not going anywhere at the moment. I think the wind's dropped as well, so they're not going anywhere.
And this is the odd little spot in the air as well as Waite's in. It's wide of Burns' off stump and he lets that one go by. So 47 without loss at the end of the over. I'll take a breather and Graham will be in shortly after a few words from Churchy.
Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, it was interesting, that article. I can't remember who the players were. And even if I could, I wouldn't probably say who they were. But their scoring record with crowds in wasn't great. And then as soon as there was no one there, were they banging them in left, right, and centre? And it's all part of it, really. So Patterson will continue down there at the Trafalgar Square end. Afternoon, Graham.
Hi there, Churchy. Well, these two have put on 47. They're establishing a foothold into this game.
Yeah, they've played nicely so far.
Yeah, they have.
Very quietly. 3 slips in there for Patterson. He'll come round the wicket to Ryan Patel, who lets this one go outside his off stump. But yeah, it does feel like there could be some rain in the air at the moment. It has got very gloomy.
You can tell it's gloomy when you can see the lights shining very brightly on the scoreboard. Yeah, it does look a bit gloomy, doesn't it?
Well, your fellow umpires aren't getting twitchy yet. I always know when they're getting a bit twitchy, but they're looking quite relaxed at the moment. It's when they sort of wander across and have a word with each other at the end of the overs. Patterson is in, round the wicket to Patel, shot. Straight down the ground from Ryan Patel. That's a lovely cricket shot from Ryan Patel. There's nothing better than an on-drive.
No, nothing better. I've been impressed with Patel. I think he's played really well.
He's been in good nick this summer. He really has. And that one straight down the ground for 4. That brings up the 50 for Surrey. So nice start this, 51 without loss. Of course, Surrey announcing that Dom Sibley's coming back to Surrey as of next season. And people were asking me, where will Ryan Patel bat? Well, number 3, I would have thought.
Yeah, why not?
Sibley will slip in to open up. As in round the wicket once again comes Patterson, and this one's pushed into the offside, and there's no run there because up comes Dom Bess in spectacular fashion and dives full length and hits the stumps. So yeah, that would make perfect sense to me, because I'm not sure what Mr. Ramler's plans are, but it would make sense that if Sibley comes back, Sibley and Burns to open up and Patel slot straight in at number 3.
A few years ago, I was visiting my daughter who lives in London, quite close to the Oval, and I noticed that Surrey were playing Yorkshire.
Mm-hmm. Oh, were you there that day? As in round the wicket comes Patterson, and forward comes the left-handed Ryan Patel and plays this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
I saw someone called Dom Sibley make a double century, yeah.
With Amler at the other end.
Yes, that's right. And I was thinking, what a future star this lad is. He was still at school, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. He was at Whitgift School then. And, double 100. The funny thing is, when he went to Warwickshire, it sort of all worked out quite well, because Surrey got Ricky Clark back. He went to Warwickshire. As in round the wicket comes Patterson, and forward goes Ryan Patel. He was batting 7 in the Championship and opening the bowling in T20 with his leg breaks at that point, Dom Sibley, and it worked out well for both parties, because I know Surrey didn't want him to go to Warwickshire, but they would, if that's what you want to do, go do it. Got Ricky Clark back, and now they get Dom Sibley back, having obviously played for England, hungry to get his England place back as well. So, a Burns-Sibley opening pair is a pretty good one for next summer. As in round the wicket once again comes Patterson. Oh my goodness me. Now that, from back of a length, has taken off. Ryan Patel has played that so well, but that just took off from back of a length. He's dropped his hands, he's swayed inside it. That took everyone by surprise. We haven't seen anything like that in this game. And end of the over, 51 without loss.
Yeah, but he played it pretty well, didn't he? I've been very impressed with Ryan Patel. He looks very organised, and these two have survived 1 or 2 alarms, but they've done exactly what their county needed. 51 without loss, and as they eat into the really big Yorkshire total.
Kate will be impressed. I'll go into my stats book here that I do, and I'll tell you about Ryan Patel this season. You see, I quite like doing this. So in the first game against Warwickshire away, we've got some movement behind the bowlers on. I think we have. Ryan Patel 75 and 16 not out. Against Hampshire at home 58. Somerset at home 5 and 102. Gloucestershire at Bristol 9. As Waite is in over the wicket to Burns, who drives straight back up the pitch. Waite does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Northamptonshire at home 19. Kent at Beckenham 76. I then have to turn my pages. Somerset at Taunton, Norton 28, and Kent at the Oval 40. So he's looked in pretty good nick all season with just the 100 so far. He's a good player, Ryan Patel. As Waite is in over the wicket to Rory Burns. He loves that shot. Just a little late cut from Rory Burns. Away through backward point. That's running off to the boundary rope in front of the marquee. And that is away for 4 more to Rory Burns. James Wharton giving chase. Almost ended up in the marquee there. And away for 4 it goes. And Burns is on to 29. And Surrey move on to 55 without loss.
You can't bowl there to Burns, can you?
He'll always just open up the face and look to run you off down towards third man for 4. But for Yorkshire listeners, and Ryan Patel was up here for a one-day game last year, of course, but it was an innings at Guildford last year. As in over the wicket comes Waite to Burns, and there he is clipping off his stumps and away for 4. And Matthew Waite will think that was close to getting him LBW, but again, it's all Rory Burns that. It's probably around about middle stump, but he's just on the angle, rolled the wrists on it, and away for 4 it goes. Burns on to 33, Surrey moving on to 59 without loss. But it rained after, I don't know, and the game got reduced and he was out. There was 3 not out, I think, of 12 balls, and then hit 130 something where he just walked out and smashed it, and he hasn't looked back since. And he's always had the talent. As in over the wicket once again comes Waite to Burns. He looks to drive, doesn't really time this. It rolls up towards mid-off and Patterson does the fielding. But I think the thing is it gave him a bit of belief as well, because he's such a lovely lad, Ryan Patel, and I think it gave him belief. And he's a lovely player to watch. He really is.
He seems to be a very good team player anyway, because he bowls pretty well, tidily, doesn't he?
Yep.
And that's for an opening batsman. That's a useful asset, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, no, he's a lovely fella as well. But I think he's began to believe in himself a bit, which I suppose you need really. As Waite's going to switch to round the wicket now, as he's in, and Burns drives. That was uppish off a thick edge, a little wider. It's going to fly away down to the third man boundary rope as I hiccup and do apologise. And away for 4 it goes past some empty deck chairs. But he was just feeling for that a little bit wider outside his off stump, but it races away for 4. He's on to 37, and it's 63 without loss.
Yeah, that was a slight hiccup from the batsman, really. He's got 4 runs, but he aimed, straighter there, and it just a thick outside edge for 4.
Matthew Waite, when he starts his run up, his arms go everywhere. There goes his left arm, flies out behind him. Then round the wicket he goes to, oh dear, he's drifted onto the pads again, and Rory Burns will just help himself to 4 more there. As I say, bread and butter to Rory Burns, that is, or to any batter really, on your stumps, leg stump half volley, and nicely put away by Burns. He's suddenly on to 41, ticking along nicely, Surrey at the moment, and they're 67 without loss.
Well, I mean, surely Best should be coming on fairly soon, shouldn't he? I mean, get the spinner on.
Well, I did mention this morning about, Surrey's 2 left-handed openers, and if they get in and get started and get settled, Best could come into play quite early, but at the moment he's stood out there at extra cover. He'll bowl, I think, from the same end as Will Jacks, which is this Peace Park end.
I'm sure.
Because there was some turn there. As Patterson will continue from the Trafalgar Square end, coming right on round the wicket to Ryan Patel, who's forward and pushing this one up towards mid-off. And there is no run. Lady down there with her 2 seat cushions. You can get them as well when you arrive at the ground. I saw them when I was looking at the shirts this morning. Seat cushions with the Yorkshire emblem on. There's a gentleman there wearing a sort of Scottish hat with, I don't think that's his own hair.
No, it's
coming out the back of it.
It's not, no.
As in round the wicket once more comes Patterson, and forward goes Ryan Patel. Solid looking defensive shot that from Ryan to Patel. Just plays it straight up towards mid-on. But yes, I wonder if there might be a bit of fancy dress about the place. Yeah. Good crowd again today.
No, it is a good crowd.
3,000 they were mentioning yesterday.
Yes, over. I think it's 3,029.
Very good. Very good numbers. Oh, thank you, Kate. Oh, here we are. As this will be the kiss of death for him. As in round the wicket comes, it almost was Patterson, and that beats the edge of Ryan Patel, and that's into the gloves of Tattersall, moving away to his left-hand side. And Kate saying she put Ryan Patel in her fantasy cricket team yesterday morning, so hoping that she does well. What were you telling me last night? It was the first of something. I can't remember what were we talking about last night, where you said it was you or somebody was saying something about, was it the scoring? I can't remember what it was we were talking about last night now. As in round the wicket once again comes Patterson, driving, is Ryan Patel, and it's straight back down the pitch.
Sounds like a good night,
well,
anyway.
Actually, it's just my age. But there was something we were talking about with scoring, and it was the first time, I can't remember what it was. That was it. That's what we were. I won't mention that, but that was what we were talking about with Andy Zaltzman. Yeah, that's right. As Ryan Patel waits again as Patterson is coming round the wicket to Ryan Patel. Shot. The extra cover drive, and that whistles away off towards the benches for 4. It's a gorgeous looking cricket shot that from Ryan Patel. He moves on to 19, and Surrey move on to 71 without loss.
Yes, these two are batting extremely well. I just can't fault them. They've played 1 or 2 false shots, but you expect that from 2 opening batsmen. And I think the big disappointment really so far as Yorkshire concerned was the bowling of Shannon Gabriel, really.
took a while to settle, didn't he? As round the wicket again comes Patterson. This one's left alone by Ryan Patel. Outside the off stump. I'm sure he'll get another go fairly shortly.
Yeah.
Here come the helmets. I think we are going to get a bit of Mr. Best now, which will be interesting.
Yes, he's taking his cap off. He's going to give it to the umpire. He does.
Yes, we were chatting about Andrew Zaltzman last night, obviously TMS scorer and man about town, bon viveur, comedian, and he told Kate something that I won't mention on air, but I never knew it, and that was a first. And then there's note here, Waite, that over from Waite as well. Kate tells me was the most expensive over in the game so far. So there we are for Matthew Waite, and that's why Don Bess is now coming into the attack down below us from the Pease Home Park end of the ground.
Yes, I suppose you could say former England spinner. I'm sure he'll probably get another chance.
A good bowler, Don Bess. Really good cricketer, Don Bess. Still a very young man.
Absolutely.
I've always liked Don Bess as a cricketer, and he's getting a lot of overs under his belt for Yorkshire, which is what you need, really, isn't it? So he's going to be bowling here to Rory Burns. Slip and a short leg in there for Don Bess, wearing number 47. As round the wicket he comes, his first ball to Burns is on leg stump, and it'll just be tucked away by Burns. Gets Shannon Gabriel on the chase. Gabriel won't quite get there, but they'll get back for 3. And 3 for Rory Burns. He moves on to 44. And Surrey move on to 74 without loss. Shining the ball up is Don Bess. I watched him you caught me watching him this morning, having a good long bowl. Otis Gibson watching away and talking about sort of angles and coming round the wicket, over the wicket. So he's into the attack now with some bowling to do. As in round the wicket he comes, Don Bess to Ryan Patel, and Patel is forward to him. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, most off spinners these days tend to bowl round the wicket to left-handed batsmen. It wasn't always the case in the older days. He still bowled, over the wicket.
As round the wicket he comes once again, and forward comes Ryan Patel. Well, DRS has played a big part in everything, hasn't it? Well?
Yeah, and of course, if you're bowling over the wicket left hand, there's always danger that it's going to pitch outside the leg.
Yeah, absolutely. You bring the umpire into play a bit more coming round the wicket. As Patel is in, someone's whistling. Oh, now that's skidded on to Ryan Patel, going down. Nicely bowled, because Ryan Patel was looking to work that leg side. Just going down the leg side, I would have thought, is the reason. But I can hear somebody whistling away.
Can you?
Yes. If after this over, we'll just as in round the wicket comes Don Bess again, and forward goes Ryan Patel. Plays this one. If we're just quiet for a second,
there is.
They're obviously very happy.
It could be Jonathan Dodge, It could be dodgy.
Well, there you are. He's going off again with a bit of a whistle.
Yeah.
As in, once more is Bess. Gave that one a bit more air. And use to the feet from Ryan Patel. Didn't quite get to pitch of it. Pushes it up towards mid-off. End of the over. Interesting first over from Don Bess. Watching the spinner. 74 without loss, Surrey. This in reply to Yorkshire's 521, of course. Rory Burns has 44. 19 to Ryan Patel. It's still pretty gloomy out there, but the umpires haven't had a chat, and I don't think they're too bothered.
No, I mean, with the spinner on now, that'll make things better, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
But do you know, in a cricket side generally, I like to see a left-arm spinner. I love left-arm spinners.
Yeah, I do as well.
Yeah,
I'm big. As I get older, I like them more and more for some reason. They're just a bit crafty. I always think they'll pick your pocket, the left-arm spinner. As in round the wicket comes Patterson to the sound of the seagulls, as this one's turned leg side by Rory Burns. Well, sorry, we've got Dan Moriarty here. He was in the squad, but they didn't select him for this game. I do like it though. When Moriarty and Verdi last year bowled together in a few games, and watching one go from one end and one go from the other end, you don't see a lot of that. No, Verdi's off spinner, but obviously Will Jacks is the off spinner in the side.
Yes.
But having Moriarty, the left arm spinner, going from either end is always fascinating. As Patterson is into Burns, beats him on the outside edge, beautifully bowled, lovely length.
I thought for a split second he just got an edge onto that.
I think again it was the ball's just swinging after it goes past the edge of the bat. But yeah, you don't see it in domestic cricket. You don't see when England went to India and Axar Patel was going from one end and Ravi Ashwin was going from the other. You just don't see it.
No, it adds that variety to your attack, doesn't it, really?
Waits again, does Burns. Patterson round the wicket to him. Burns forward, thick edge. That'll run with soft hands, just back of a length. And Burns is coming back for the second and is safely home, because twisting and turning was Will Luxton with the throw. So 2 more to Rory Burns. As always, very positive running between Burns and Patel. They're ticking along nicely, above 4 and over at the moment. This is Burns and Patel.
Yeah, it's a good reply, isn't it, Mark? It's you know, just exactly what Surrey wanted.
Burns waits again. 46 not out, Rory Burns, as Patterson's into him. Burns pushes off that back foot this time out towards Luxton at cover point, and there is no run. But Shannon Gabriel down there at mid-on. Beyond him, it does look very, very gloomy down there at the Trafalgar Square end.
It does,
but
yeah.
As I say, the umpires haven't even had a chat, but the scoreboard's very bright up in the left-hand corner of the ground. Patterson around the wicket again to Burns, and Burns clips this one into the leg side. And there is no run. Clever bit of fielding that by Wharton, because I think it skipped at a bit. He tried to knock the ball back towards the stumps at the bowler's end with Ryan Patel backing up. So it was a clever bit of fielding that from Wharton. I'll have a quick look at the old ODI score in a minute and the other scores around the country as Patterson comes in round the wicket to Burns. Short, Burns is pulling, and this will be his 50. It's been a very good innings this from the captain. It really has. He's come out and just been positive and led from the front, and that will be tea actually. That will be tea, and that's been a very, very good little session for Surrey. Rory Burns there just raises his bat as he'll now march off for a tea break. But very impressive stuff that from Burns and Patel. And Surrey go to tea in reply to the 521 of Yorkshire. Graham, 80 without loss.
Yes, a perfect session for Surrey. Got the last 2 Yorkshire wickets, and they put on 80, these opening batsmen, quite comfortably. And the game's set up nicely, really, isn't it? It's obviously a high-scoring game. It was bound to be here at Scarborough, really. And there's still everything to play for.
And Burns is 50 or 59 balls with 8 fours. Thank you very much indeed, Kate, for those stats. So that's tea, and Surrey going to tea on 80 without loss. Rory Burns 50 not out. Ryan Patel 19 not out. We'll take a break for 20 minutes or so here on BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations and BBC Radio London, but we'll all be back with you in 20 minutes. But a tea on this second day, Surrey 80 without loss, and that's in reply to Yorkshire's 521.
Sorry? 25 left. David played one-day cricket for England. Just prior to the World Cup, he was left out of the squad, wasn't he?
Yeah, because Joffrey actually elbow.
And everyone was saying how he was poorly treated, having been part of the campaign leading up to the World Cup, to be left out. And now they've brought him back in for the World Cup next year. Gonna leave him out again?
When Joffrey actually elbow. He's a good, competent filling player, and that's as far as it goes. He's got no real.
Care to stroll round?
Yes.
Yeah,
he's not going to get any better. He is what he is.
Okay.
He failed to step up.
to report, ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid the signed copy of Jeff Boycott's book remains unclaimed from the ticket office. So this is a final call for anybody called Peter who had a book signed by Sir Geoffrey earlier and lost it, or indeed anybody who knows somebody called Peter who would like a birthday or Christmas present. The book is in the Scarborough Ticket and Membership Office. Please do claim it. I'm very sad about this. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane will be resuming in roughly 5 minutes' time, so if you could please begin making your way off the outfield, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Where is it?
Well,
The book. You not got it?
what book?
Look, you just said you can get somebody for a Christmas present.
Oh, the boycott book.
I too like Geoffrey Boycott book. Oh dear.
Is that your Tom?
Oh, sorry, it is. It says it's because I've just put the thing back in there. You been onto the pitch?
Really past that one.
All right.
Still hard time.
Yeah, I thought it might be.
Said move the phone.
No.
You don't realise there's quite a slope on this ground. You don't really notice there's quite a slope on this ground.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you look at that, well, you can see that the bench is going across. Oh, it's going, and then from that corner down to that corner.
Yeah.
It's quite a drop, particularly at that end. It goes down quite steeply.
Yeah.
Reynolds and Tom Lundby.
It says here, after long and careful consideration, Yorkshire decided not to replace Jonny Tattersall as first team captain for 1971. In the view of this decision, it was also decided that he could no longer be played.
Stephen Patterson, Lighthearted, Yorkshire.
The operation was to place on record their appreciation of the great charity to the club for the past 22 years.
Yeah.
Rory Burns and Ryan Patel continuing the batting for Surrey.
Dee Boycott and Dee Wilson have been appointed captain and vice captain respectively for the forthcoming season.
Yeah. He was captain for quite a while, wasn't he, Jeff Baker?
8 years, wasn't it?
Welcome back then from North Marine Road for the final session on day 2. Got Graham Orange alongside eating an ice cream. Nice of him to bring him up for the entire commentary box team. Mark Church will be back in the chair in half an hour. BBC Radio London. Kate Holsworth as well, just moving back into position. And a reminder, Surrey 80 without loss after 18 overs of their first innings in response to Yorkshire's 521 all out, trailing by 441 runs. Then Rory Burns having brought up his 50 just before the tea break. Ryan Patel on 19. Out the other end, we'll have a BBC Radio Leeds update in a few minutes' time. Stand by for that. Don Bess round the wicket from the Peeves home park end then, bowling his off spin to Patel. First ball of the session pushed to Matthew Waite. Wideish mid-off. It's not the brightest. I've got to say, I think it probably was a little bit gloomier probably when I walked out off my after my last stint than maybe it is now, but either way it's still both not the best of light, as this is dropped into the leg side where under the lid James Wharton does the pickup. There's no run.
When I was out there, I thought it was fairly gloomy, I have to say.
Churchy just said the same thing. Bess bowling again to Patel, who's pushing forward. Adam Lyth, excited as he normally gets at slip, into a ball that was played perfectly well off the full face of the blade. And here's Bess again, that familiar skip, and walks in, then does his little bound, and in he comes, and Patel steps right back outside leg to open up the offside. Ball naturally, of course, turning away from the left-hander. If it was Bess's off-spinner, and I think it was, pushed out to Jordan Thompson in the covers. Will Frayne is at point. Patterson's dropped himself, Waite's dropped himself a little bit deeper at mid-off. Patterson mid-on as Patel pushes back to the bowler here. As Will Luxton at a straight mid-wicket. I mentioned Wharton, he's under the lid at short leg. Shannon Gabriel's at 45 behind square on the leg side. And George Hill has been dispatched onto the square leg boundary. Here's Bess again. That's flicked around the corner. Shannon Gabriel doing the pickup. And that will complete the first over of the evening session then, with no addition to the score, 80 without loss. I think we all called it, didn't we, earlier in the match, that we'd expect to see plenty of Don Bess as this match wears on. And already, he just looked the most likely to do a little bit of damage.
Yeah, I think so. There's plenty around the bat. It's fairly gloomy, and but Surrey have made a good start, haven't they? 8 without loss.
They have. Jordan Thompson then going to switch and bowl first up in this final session from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. 2 slips in place to him. Gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a long leg. Don Bess just having a wave across at the changing room for something. Time for an update. Good afternoon. They're just back out after tea. I mentioned earlier that they'd started late today, which has reset all the usual playing hours. So tea was 4:10 rather than 22. And they've just been back on from 30:30. So just 1 over from Don Best. No addition to that tea time score for Surrey, which was 80 without loss. Rory Burns brought up his 50 just before the break. Ryan Patel with him is not out on 19. The deficit then 441, because earlier Yorkshire were dismissed for 521. Just after, you were last with me, in fact, just after the 2:30 mark. Jonathan Tattersall ended up unbeaten on 180, 344 balls, 404 minutes at the crease and 23 fours he hit, and that was a brilliant knock from him, the best I've ever seen him play, and thoroughly deserved his highest first-class score. It came to an end, the Yorkshire innings. Shannon Gabriel, the only delivery he's faced so far for the White Rose, because he was bowled first ball. Jordan Thompson and Stephen Patterson with 9 and 7 respectively were the last couple of contributors with the bat for Yorkshire. 4 for 51 for Tom Laws with the ball for Surrey, led their bowling figures, and Yorkshire now trying to find a way in. They've already had 19 overs with the first ball that they're using to try and do a bit of damage to the Surrey batting lineup, but no way through just yet. Surrey 80 without loss. Likes to mention those fish and chips, doesn't he? Always nice to be followed by a bit of reggae as Jordan Thompson is in, and Ryan Patel plays that straight up to Patterson at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, Yorkshire searching for this first wicket, aren't they? They'll be mighty pleased when they do get it. It's rearranged the bowlers. Thompson is now bowling from the Trafalgar square end.
Going down the hill and past umpire Tom Lungley. It's wide of Patel's off stump. It's a relatively easy leave, and the ball doesn't appear to be doing anything like as much as it did in the early stages, and it's only 20 overs old.
Yeah. You've got to say these two opening batsmen have played really well. They've left the ball well. They've jumped on anything that should be hit. They're rotating the strike, and they're making Yorkshire work very, very hard for this first wicket.
Thompson turns then. And once again comes in over the wicket. Now that's a straighter delivery, which is turned into the leg side by Patel. James Wharton doing the fielding. That will complete the second over of this final session. 81 without loss. Burns on 51 and 19 for Ryan Patel. And we just mentioned him, Bess. I expect to see plenty more of him. You might have a change of ends from time to time as well, see if he can get more out of it from one than the other, but at the moment it's been all Peasone Park end for him.
Yeah. Remember years ago watching Ray Illingworth bowl here at Scarborough and taking a few wickets, and with his off spinners, top spinners, and little drift away, getting the batsman outside the crease and stumped by either David Bairstow or Jimmy Binks. And this run-up of Bess's reminds me of Nathan Lyons, the Australian off-spinner.
Here comes Don Best, number 47 on his back then, set off in, but then stops and retreats. James Wharton, just a slight adjustment to where he's feeling at backward point, scratches his mark in the Scarborough turf, and here comes Bess, and Burns pushing forward, gets a thickish inside contact on it, diverts it out towards square leg where Luxton is round to field, through for 1. Rory Burns and Don Bess just having a couple of words. Know each other, of course, from their England duties. Will have played in the same team, won't they, the last
absolutely
few years when Burns was in there, and the times Don Bess has had his opportunities. Here he is round the wicket to Patel, who looked like that would have hit the stumps had he missed it, leaning right back. He plays Bess differently, doesn't he, to what Burns does?
Completely differently. He moves outside his leg stump, but he plays the ball very late.
Bess again, that familiar skip, and bowls that slingy side-arm delivery that he throws in, a lot flatter. It's full, Yorker sort of length, and successfully kept out by Ryan Patel. Here comes the former Somerset man once again then. Can he make something happen with this delivery? Well, a little tentative Ryan Patel, maybe a bit of bat and pad on that. Tattersall round from behind the stumps to clean up.
Yes, Adam Lyth gets rather lively, doesn't he, at slip. He's appealing.
Bess again floats this one up wide of off stump. Can't tempt Patel this time. But we heard, I think earlier, Mark Church saying that he'd seen Don Bess practicing that from the various different positions that he wants to release the ball on the crease, creating angles.
Creating angles, bowling at a different pace.
Here he is again. That's up there, and Patel using his feet this time to flick it into the leg side where Patterson fields. And a maiden over, 82 without loss, 52 for Burns and 19 for Patel. 20 consecutive dots now have been bowled to Ryan Patel. Thanks to Kate for that info. So, well, you know what it's like. He's on 19. It's not like he hasn't scored, but if you are starved of runs, it does start to get to anybody at some stage. You want to feel like you're just ticking things over yourself as well as your partner is.
Yeah, that's true. But they're 82 without loss. I don't think they'd be too concerned. I thought it was a good over from Bess, actually. He varied his pace to Patel.
Jordan Thompson down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end, picked off square on the leg side again by Rory Burns. We know how good he is at playing that shot. We've seen evidence of it already in this innings, and he's got back for 2. Afternoon JD says John Logan, great partnership and batting performances by Messrs Lyth and Tattersall, and batting 5 batting bonus points for Yorkshire, both batted superbly. Further to a previous correspondent's email regarding T20 finals day, I'd assume that Darren Gough has absolutely no idea which England players would be available at the moment. The announcement that Phil Salt would be available for Lancashire was only communicated to the public less than 3 hours prior to the Lancs-Essex quarter-final. Bess in and driven square on the offside by Burns, right over the top of that. Beautiful shot, pinged away for 4 runs, 58 to him and 88 to Surrey without loss. Yeah, so it's late in the day, isn't it? Just like it was with David Willey last week. Hence the fact that he turned out in the quarter-final wearing number 88, Harry Brooks' shirt, because Yorkshire simply had no idea that he was going to be available, and so didn't even take the 15 shirt with him. For the quarter-finals, John goes on. The ECB seemed to go on the basis of only 1 player released per county. Yorkshire got Willey, Surrey got Sam Curran, Lancs got Salt, and Somerset Craig Overton. Thompson to Burns. They've dropped out the sweeper now, square on the offside. That's Will Luxton as Burns pushes forward to this next delivery, which is a dot. He goes on, does John, as there is an ODI starting the following morning after the T20 finals day. My best guess would be that the ECB will allow, not applicable to Hampshire, Phil Salt for Lancs, Craig Overton for Somerset and David Willey for Yorkshire. That's a guess from John. But we thank you as ever, John, for your correspondence. Here's Thompson bowling to Burns, who's getting a ball short of length, and Tomo looking at the Scarborough skies because he's been picked off square on the leg side again by Rory Burns, and it's just not an area that you can bowl because you will go for runs. JD says Dean Southall, Google the film Highlander 1987 with Sean Connery and a Queen soundtrack. You've never seen it. Thanks for the explanation of caps. Wish I was there. I haven't actually, no. I've never seen Highlander. I obviously know the film exists, but it's not one I've ever watched. Lily says, hi Jonathan, Mark and Graham. Very good total of 5-2-1. A fantastic 180 not out by Jonny Tattersall. It's the best innings she's ever seen from him. Thompson in, it's wide of off stump, and Rory Burns leaves well alone. You can get in touch on @Jonathan Doidge or on BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com, or of course on @Back and Across for Churchy.
Yeah, I can see why Surrey have scored so many runs this season with these two well-organised opening batsmen. They take the score to 90.
And here is Tomo round the wicket to Burns, who opens the face and runs it into the covers and there's no run. You know, I thought you, of all people, observing all the laws of the game and all of that, would of course be referring to the people holding bats out there as batters these days.
Actually, that's right, because the laws have been rewritten with the word batters in now, yeah.
But you are consistent in permanently offending on that front.
Yeah, thanks, JD. Actually, I do umpire quite a few women's matches. I umpired Yorkshire against Lancashire.
No excuses there then.
Well, no. On the Sunday at Murfield.
Ice creams all round from you then. Here's best from the P-Zone Park end as Ryan Patel steps back and cuts that firmly. It's a good piece of fielding by Jordan Thompson in the covers, because that was 4 runs. And in the end, it will go down in Kate's scorebook as a dot.
Yes, Ryan Patel, he plays the ball so late, doesn't he?
Yeah, very much so. Here's Best around the wicket to him again. Steps back, cuts this time, and will get 4. He's got it away square, just in front of square on the offside. And that raced away down over the boundary rope. West side of the ground, so 94 without loss. If you're facing 521 on the scoreboard, this is the sort of start you'd want.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think it's getting a bit brighter. Just a little bit. Out there. Not the sunshine that we saw on the forecast this morning, G.
No.
There's plenty of that supposedly going to be around in this final session. But we've still got the better part of a couple of hours to go. Even less of the suited variety over in the stripy deck chairs now. I like to keep an eye on what's going on over there. Is it a gauge of how interesting it is for Yorkshire? More people sitting down. Yorkshire have got more of an interest in what's going on. They're on top maybe at the moment. Although you can't say Surrey are on top. Chasing down 521. They have got a 6 here, and a big one at that. Off the bowling of Best by Ryan Patel, who used his feet and has walloped that one away. Well, in the gap between this family stand and the pavilion.
Very, very good shot. I'm impressed with this young man, Ryan Patel. He's played 1 or 2 false shots, but again, as an opening batsman, you'd expect that. But he looks well organised. He seems to know his game. And for a young man making his way in the game, I'm very impressed. 100 without loss.
Yeah, 100 without loss. Just wondering about the batter-batsman thing. I mean, if a player persistently offends and you're umpiring, what's the sort of penalty there?
What do you mean, player?
Well, you know, persistent offence from commentator. I don't know. Is it 5 penalty runs or something like that? It's 5 penalty overs on the microphone as Bess is in, and that's pushed up to mid-off by Ryan Patel, and there's no run.
Yeah. Do you know the signal for 5 penalty runs?
No,
I bet you don't, do you?
You can't give me that signal in the box, thank you very much. That was vulgar. Here's Bess, and Patel from the crease pushes back to the bowler, and there's no run. Go on, what is it? 5 penalty runs?
Well, patting for batting.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's 5 penalty runs to the fielding side, it's just that.
Okay. I wish we had a video of that. Bess is in.
Yeah, not much good on the
Patel,
radio, is it?
No. Owns the face and runs it out to Will Frayne at point, and there is no run. End of the over, 100 without loss. Patel 29, and Burns with him is not out on 60. So Graham, how can we put this? Had his hand, his arm across his chest, as if it might have been in a sling, I suppose, really.
Yeah.
With his hand up to his left shoulder.
That's right, just like that.
Signal for 5 penalty runs.
Yeah, just looking at Ryan Patel in the Cricketers Who's Who. Born on the 26th of October 1997 at Sutton in Surrey. He attended Whitgift School, Croydon. Another one from Whitgift School. And made his first class debut in 2017.
Gary Balance has 100 to his name in the second team from 144 deliveries and 15 fours, thanks to John Ver, scoring down there at Chesterfield. Jordan Thompson's first delivery of the over from round the wicket to Burns. Got a thickish inside contact and went away to mid-wicket, where James Wharton did the fielding. So Gary Ballance very much on his way back, isn't he?
Yeah, and it's good to see, isn't it? You know, quality batsman. Yorkshire have missed him.
Certainly have. As Burns gets a ball short of length, he doesn't deal with that totally convincingly. It's in the air for a little while, although drops comfortably short of Matthew Waite, who's at short extra cover, and then Burns just walks nigh on halfway down the pitch and does a little bit of gardening. First 50 for Surrey came up in 83 balls, the second in 55, says Kate. 35 of those second 50 going to Rory Burns and 14 to Patel. Burns on strike facing Thompson here, and pushes a little more assuredly into the covers where Waite does the fielding.
Yeah, I mean, Burns has a strange sort of stance, hasn't he? And an unusual sort of trigger movement. He tries to get his head in line. Obviously it suits him. He's a top class player. But it's not something that you would actually maybe, you know, coach youngsters to do.
No. Here he is waiting for Thompson, who bowls one that's too high to hit the stumps, but was around about fourth stump. Not a bad delivery. There are quite a few of the vultures circling, the local gulls. I wonder why it is this time of day. Must be feeding time.
Yeah, it's the fish and chips, I think.
Looking for something. Haven't seen too much of this until this part of the day, but yeah, they're certainly hovering overhead. As Thompson's in again, and Burns this time has to use his blade. Ball angled in towards him, solidly behind it. There is no run. There are 3 parasols out at the far end of the ground, outside the tea room on a little balcony there, but haven't really been needed today in the sense of keeping the sun off, because we ain't had much, if any, of that. Hasn't stopped plenty of people donning some form of headwear. Thompson in, and Burns gets a straight delivery, flicks off his legs, beats James Wharton, who got there but then didn't reel it in, and so that's cost an extra run. They come back for 2. End of Tomo's over. Jordan Thompson, and 23 overs complete into the 24th next. 102 without loss. Let's have a look at the Yorkshire bowling figures so far, Graham, which sees Jordan Thompson 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 27, so going at 3. Shannon Gabriel 4 overs for 26 without taking a wicket. Stephen Patterson 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16. Matthew Waite 2 overs for 19. Didn't get it right, did he, against Rory Burns, bowling 2 lines and 2 lengths in the over that saw him taken off. And Don Bess 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14.
Yes, I've just looked at the England score. England 110 all out. India 97 without loss. Oof.
Must be one of those sort of pitches that just gets a bit better as it goes on, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Playing on a different strip for the Indian innings.
Yes.
Best round the wicket then. Bowling here to Patel, who's already tried to get a 6, already hit a 6 off him by using his feet, and this time, as I was trying to say, uses his feet but misses. And that was a silly shot, wasn't it? Charged. I don't know whether it was so telegraphed. Possibly, Graham. Don Bess even saw him coming, but either way, he bowled a delivery that was good enough to beat his man. And Jonathan Tattersall, well, on the back of his 180, a sharp piece of work with the gloves. Surrey have lost their first.
Yeah, and it was. He seemed to lose his shape, the batter. He tried to hit him for 6. It was just a swipe across the line, an ugly sort of shot, and he's paid the price. So Surrey lose their first wicket on 102, as Ryan Patel is stumped, and so Yorkshire have made the breakthrough. He gets a Round of applause. Ryan Patel as he comes back to the pavilion. There's no doubt that these two have given Surrey a very good start. But what a good day for Jonathan Tattersall. A stumping.
Yeah, fabulous day for him so far. Is that not just how sport goes? Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. There are those days when you can't buy a run, those periods in your career. Well, he's got loads of those, and I suppose it would just follow, wouldn't it, that a man playing with plenty of confidence gets his first opportunity with the gloves, and bang, there you go. His confidence will be soaring at the moment.
Well, yeah, it will. I mean, it was a good piece of bowling, well, as you said, by Dom Bess, and one of the great South African players in the modern era. Hashim Amla comes out to bat at number 3 for Surrey.
Ryan Patel then stumped. Jonny Tattersall bowled Dominic Bess for 29 off 75. He hit 4 fours on that 6 in Bess's previous over, just down to our left. Hashim Amla, I'll tell you a bit more about his record when we get Wi-Fi back in the box here, but that has dropped out once again. Graham's produced the book, 124 tests, in fact it has now appeared. Born in Durban in Natal, 124 tests, 9,282 test runs with a best of 311 not out, averaging over 46, and he's pushed his first delivery, which did turn to the right-hander, down to square leg where Will Frayne is set back and he's off the mark straight away. He's got a total of 19,099 first-class runs, including that one, averaging just over 48 and a half. 56 first-class hundreds, 91 50s, 28 test hundreds to his name as well.
Yes, just who you want walking to the wicket, number 3, if you're a Yorkshire player.
Well, that 24 overs, the shine's been taken off the ball. It's not doing as much as it was in the early moments, and he's great time to go in on what's been a good deck, good cricket wicket so far. Will Luxton doing a good diving stop to his right here to a ball that Burns flicked out to straight mid-wicket. So it remains 103 for 1. Here comes Bess again. Floats one up wide of Burns's off stump. He's able to watch that go by. So we had an all left-hand combination. We've now got the right-hand left-hand combination. Burns the latter. He's on strike. And here comes Bess again. Burns using his feet too to come down the pitch to the off spinner, who's just having a little bit of a scratch of the head and a look at the batter. That'll interest Don Bess as well. Okay, he's prepared to come down the wicket to me. What can we tempt him with here? 62 to Burns. Skews the head to get that view that he wants of the ball being delivered, and then drops this ball into the leg side. So on a pitch with good bounce and carry, and with the likes of Shannon Gabriel, Jordan Thompson and Stephen Patterson in their bowling ranks, Yorkshire have their first wicket with off-spinner, or through off-spinner Dominic Bess. End of the over, 103 for 1.
Yeah, Yorkshire make the breakthrough, and it wasn't too long in coming, I suppose, after the tea interval. Ryan Patel back in the pavilion, having been stumped. And now Hashim Amla takes his guard to face the bowling of Jordan Thompson, who's bowling from the Trafalgar Square end.
These are the sort of the moments that I love when you do this job, because somebody like Jordan, who, what is in mid-20s now, would have watched Hashim Amla on television plenty of times before he ever played first-class cricket. And here he is at Scarborough in front of a decent crowd, bowling at a South African great who just pushes that ball out into the offside. And James Wharton does the fielding, and there is no run.
I remember a few years ago umpiring the Yorkshire Academy at Wheatwood, and Jordan was the captain of the Academy side.
Turns again then, and he comes down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end, and that is wide of Omlar's off stump, and he shoulders arms. But I've mentioned, you know, plenty of times over the years, Jordan Thompson went to the same high school as I used to go to, locally up in Rawdon, the northwest side of Leeds, and having been there, I can imagine back in the day when he was at school and playing for school and he's bowling at his mate in the nets or whatever. You know, he's doing that because he just wants to get his mate out, and they're having a bit of practice. And then here he is a few years on, and he's bowling at Hashim Amla at Scarborough, having been capped by Yorkshire at the start of this match. Just great to see. And that delivery, wide of off stump, just leaving the batter, but he's leaving the ball too.
Yeah, as I said, when he came out to bat, one of the greats of the modern South African era. I mean, his record speaks for itself. You give him the figures out. And yeah, Jordan's going on to have a wonderful career.
Into his 10th over here, gone for 27 so far. Thompson in again, and Amlar solidly behind it. England have lost, according to Kate. She was looking down over the top of her glasses there, like scorers sort of do in that way.
Yeah.
I thought I was going to be corrected on something for a moment. I was reluctant to bring her in there because I thought, I've obviously got a stat wrong. My headmistress sitting at the side of us here.
It's great to have a competent scorer when you're an umpire, because you're on the radio to them. How many balls to go? I've miscounted.
It's great to have anybody competent in the box when I'm on. I can promise you that. 103 for 1. Thompson in, and Amlar leaves one wide of off stump. And we talked about the way that other players in this match have left him. I mean, this man can bat long innings. If anybody can leave a ball well, it'll be him.
Yeah, he's a class batsman.
Thompson turns, running towards us then, past umpire Tom Lungley, straightens things up, gets Amlar to get fully behind that and push it back up the pitch. That's the sort of thing that you'd want to see, making him play. Didn't flick it to leg, so it must have been hard for us to tell precisely from this angle, but probably middle and off, something like that, possibly off stump. 103 for 1 at the end of the 25th. It's time for me to disappear for half an hour, and Churchy is waiting in the wings after a few words from Graham.
Yeah, okay. And so a good start by Surrey, having just lost their first wicket, and it's going to be Rory Burns facing the off-spin of Don Bess, who's going to be bowling, or continues to bowl, from the P-zone Park end.
Yep, and here comes Bess round the wicket to the left-handed Burns, and Burns lets this one go outside his off stump. It was a lovely bit of bowling to get rid of Ryan Patel.
It was, yeah.
And I think Adam Lyth should take a bit of credit for that, because when Patel danced down the pitch and hit it over long on for 6, he was sort of saying to Don Bess, go a bit wider to him, go a bit wider, and that's actually what he did with the ball that had him stumped. As Burns pushes off the back foot this time, punches away out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll pick up a single. That'll be one more to Rory Burns.
Yes, it was a bit too wide, because it lost his shape, didn't he?
It was a lovely bit of bowling. It was. And Adam Lyth had sort of gone across to him and said, just go, if that's fine, but just go a little bit wider, which is exactly what he did. And he just lost his way, really, Ryan Patel, as he came down the pitch. As Hashim Amla turns this one off his hip, out into the leg side. He'll pick up a single, and that will move Amla on to 2. It's definitely brightened up out there now as well. It was a little gloomy during the tea break, and now it's brightened up. 105 for 1, Surrey, in reply to the Yorkshire 521. India have beaten England already by 10 wickets.
We've mentioned it, 10 wickets,
That's all done.
Yeah.
I don't think they even turned the floodlights on. As in round the wicket comes Bess forward, goes the left-handed Burns, but with the price of electricity at the moment, that might be quite a good thing.
Maybe that's why they did it.
Saved a few pennies for sticking the lights on down there in South London. As Bess, who's bowling very nicely here. Comes in round the wicket again to Burns, and Burns lets this go, and there's a bit of turn and a bit of bounce. But I watched Dom Best very closely in his warm-up this morning. He's got a lovely rhythm to his bowling at the moment. He really has. And he's just going to move his leg, well, short leg to leg slip, because Burns has just been looking to work through that area. As Bess is in once more, tosses this one up. Burns comes down on the full and then works aside. Steve Patterson comes across to do the fielding. The captain, the end of the Bess over. Burns will move on to 64-3, apologies, and it's 106 for 1 Surrey here on BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations and BBC Radio London. I think we might have the great Mr. Kevin Howes with us for tomorrow, which is something very, very much looking forward to seeing the great man tomorrow. And Rory Burns and Hashim Amla have a little chat about things out there in the middle. And now Shannon Gabriel comes back for a second spell. His first spell was a sort of, I would describe it as a settling in spell.
Well, let's hope you're right. And that he has now settled in. Because Yorkshire could do with 1 or 2 more wickets, and he had a bit of problem coming from that end, as some of the quick bowlers have, in terms of no balls and just not finding that rhythm.
Well, there are 23 overs remaining, I think, today. There's still plenty of cricket to go on this second day, so we're probably looking at around about a 7 o'clock-ish finish, 7:15, 7 o'clock finish tonight. So it'll be a late old finish again here in Scarborough this evening. As 3 slips and a gully for Shannon Gabriel, who is going to come right arm round the wicket, down the slope from the Trafalgar Square end to Burns, who's forward solidly, pushing out towards cover point. And there's no run, and those slips are suddenly a little more vocal than they were when I sat out there. Adam Lyth at first slip is very much talking to the bowler the whole time. He's coming up with ideas the whole time, and he's very much not captaining the side, because of course Steve Patterson does that, but he's obviously got a big influence on what happens out there. And as I say, just had a quiet word with Dom Bess, with Ryan Patel, just pushed it a little bit wider. As round the wicket goes Gabriel to Burns, who's had a little nibble at that outside his off stump. He sort of played it and then pulled his bat up in the air, just back of a length.
Yeah, I think he did play at that, didn't he?
I'm just going to do my charges here, get my phone charged up, Graham, just because I'm running out of battery, as is my phone at the moment. So it's that time of the day.
Yeah, I think it is.
Get everything plugged in for the last 22 and a bit overs. Kate's still writing notes down here. Yeah, and this is very good. Amla is on 64. As in round the wicket goes Gabriel. This is left alone by Burns outside his off stump. Sorry, Burns is on 64. But no, that's fine. Burns is on 64, not 63. So on the board they've got him down as 63, but Kate telling me that he's on 64. I thought Amla had got on with it there for a second. I was thinking, what have I done in those 5 minutes that I was set downstairs? He's absolutely teed off and I've missed the entire thing.
But Kate will be right.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yep.
As Burns wanders off towards square leg, twiddles his bat in his hands. I know he's one of the world's great batsmen, but I really thought, cool, I've missed out there.
That's some going.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the complete opposite of what he did last year at the Aegeus Bowl. As in round the wicket goes Gabriel to Burns, and this is tucked away. It's on his stumps, and Burns will play a typical Burns shot. Just straightens up, and then Rory Burns tucks you through the leg side and off to the marquee for 4. So Burns is on 68, and Surrey move on to 110 for 1.
Yeah, that's a good shot, but it wasn't a great piece of bowling by Shannon Gabriel.
I have to say, I'll just keep people up to date, that I sort of mentioned that an announcement went over the PA that Peter, who had his signed copy from Sir Geoffrey of his new book, well, it had been found And Peter still hasn't come to claim it as yet, because that announcement was made during the tea break. But Sir Fred Boycott has let me know that that's a proper book. It would be, absolutely. But Peter hasn't come to claim it yet. As in round the wicket goes Gabriel to Burns. Burns gets a short delivery, pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run.
Well, he may have gone for the first sitting, do you think?
He may have done. He may have done. Now, the other, Mr. Matthew Lindley has been in touch, brother of Tim, the Viscount, the great man who now, of course, runs his amazing coffee shop in Headingley.
Yeah, that's right.
And he says, well, to mention that, which I just have, and hope you're well, Matthew, as well. I wonder if he works so hard, Tim, but I wonder whether he has got a chance to get down here. He got down here a couple of years ago when we were here to have a little watch. As in round the wicket again goes Shannon Gabriel. That's hitting the thigh guard of Burns. It got quite big on him, and it rolls down into the leg side. Coffee on the Crescent, of course, is the name of Tim Lindy's coffee shop in Headingley, Hyde Park. It's a beautiful place to go and have a coffee. I know during the test match Mr. Lindy did well, and a lot of people went off to see him, serving them coffee. End of the over, 111 for one, Burns 69, and Amla has 2.
Yeah, I think that last delivery came off the glove. That's why there's a bit of a shout, and it wasn't given as a leg bye.
Bit of extra bounce.
Yeah, I think that's
Gabriel,
what it was.
Wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Bit of extra bounce. So Rory Burns, 69 not out. Dom Bess to continue from the Pease Home Park end of the ground. Oh, it's nearly 6 o'clock. As in round the wicket comes Dom Bess. And this is left alone outside the off stump by Burns, because at 6 o'clock the battle reenactment will start.
Is that the Battle of River Plate?
It is.
Yes.
I believe. What day of the week is it today? Tuesday. It might not be, actually. I think they only do the Battle of River Plate on a Monday, Wednesday and Friday.
So which battle is it?
I'm not quite sure.
No.
Maybe they have the evening off. As
okay.
In round the wicket comes Bess. Forward goes Burns. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. Bess does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
It could be the Battle of Jutland from the First World War. It could be Sink the Bismarck, couldn't it?
It could be anything, really.
Yeah.
Maybe Tuesday or the night off. As in round the wicket once again comes Bess, and Burns, lovely use of his feet, tucks this into the leg side. We'll get a couple here. Patterson is giving chase. I think good half stop in there by Luxton, actually, at short mid-wicket. Just got a fingertip to it. Took a bit of pace off it. Burns has moved on to 71. Surrey moving on to 113 for one. Oh, there's plenty to do in Scarborough.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, there is. As in round the wicket again goes Bess, and Burns is forward and playing this one out into the offside. I'm quite looking forward to my early morning. Well, I'll have a run in the morning, and then my early morning walk along the beach as well, and a coffee. Where I went this morning, I won't say where it was, as in round the wicket once more comes Dom Bess, goes wide of the crease this time, turned by Rory Burns. So I ordered my white coffee, and the price on the board was £2.50. And then when I took it from this lovely lady, she said that will be £3.10. I was thinking, as in round the wicket comes Bess. And this one's tossed up, and this is driven by Burns up towards mid-on. And I won't say the name of the coffee, but she said, I've had to take that out of my jar of filtered or granulated coffee, and that's why it's more money. And I was thinking, well, I wasn't too bothered if it wasn't out of the jar, but there we are. So, but it was a lovely cup of coffee this morning, sat with the candy floss.
Oh,
down there on the beach.
You've had a good time up there.
No, I love
there's more to
coming
come.
here.
There's more to come.
I love coming here.
Yeah.
I just enjoy it so much. And just as I say, we're sitting down near Coney Island the other evening, watching the world go by. We've got the great man with us. Week on Tuesday, Mr. Jeremy Coney joining us on commentary, which will be absolutely marvellous as always. The great man. He's been in Sri Lanka doing the Test series, and now he's back, and he's going to join us for 4 days, which is lovely. Always good to see Mr. Coney.
A very good player for New Zealand.
Absolutely is. Here comes Gabriel then to Amla. And Amler's letting him go. Wow, that's taken off because that's beaten Tattersall as well. That just kept going upwards.
It seemed to explode through his gloves, didn't it?
It was a bit like an aeroplane on a runway. Just kept going up and up and up. Buys the signal. And 113 for 1 becomes 114 for 1. And the left-handed Burns comes onto strike. But it kept going up and it just burst, as you say, Graham, through the gloves there of Jonny Tattersall. Will be feeling pretty good about life. 180 not out with the bat.
Well, especially coming back into the side, absolutely, with a point to prove.
Absolutely.
And he's proved his point.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He really has. As Burns will retake his guard and have a little survey of the field. 3 slips are in there. As Shannon Gabriel gets ready to come charging down the hill once more. Past umpire Lungley he comes to Rory Burns. Burns is driving at a ball that's too full of length, but it's a no ball again from Shannon Gabriel. I think that's number 6 for Gabriel, 5 foot full, and that one bounce that was too high for anybody to play. So that's 2 more to the total. No balls is doing extremely well in this game. Really is. 116 for 1. Elsewhere, Essex 310, Gloucestershire 136 all out. Apologies, 136 all out with Gloucestershire first up. Then Essex with Alistair Cook's 100, 310. And Gloucestershire now 41 for 2, still trailing by 133 runs. In Hampshire-Warwickshire game, Ian Holland was out for 99. Hampshire 303 for 8, Warwickshire 217. Hampshire leading by 86. Shannon Gabriel round the wicket, he comes to Burns, and Burns clips him into the leg side. Patterson does well there. Awkward bounce, does the fielding, gets everything behind it. Lancashire and Somerset. Lancashire 101 without loss in reply to Somerset's 446. In Division 2, Derbyshire all out for 283, Durham 248 for 9, Notts 284 for 8, Glamorgan 318, and Middlesex 137 for 4 in their second innings, that is against Worcestershire, with a lead of 134 with 6 second innings wickets remaining. Round the wicket once again comes Gabriel to Burns, and Burns works this one to the left of Patterson this time. He'll get a single. Steve Patterson eventually does the fielding, and they'll pick up one more. And Sussex 588 for 9 declared. Leicestershire in reply 84 for 1. And there's an interesting game at Taunton today because South Africa are taking on the England Lions in a one-day game. South Africa 318 for 9. And in reply, the England Lions are 255 for 3. Now, Will Smead, in his first professional 50-over game, I didn't realise that, 90. And Tom Banton 57, Sam Hain 20, Duckett's 48 not out, and Eskenazi's 26 not out. So that's looking like a good day for the England Lions. As over the wicket comes Gabriel once again, and a short delivery. Oh, it's another no ball from Shannon Gabriel. And welcome to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra who have joined us back here in Scarborough after, of course, the one-day international. India beating England by 10 wickets down in South London. Didn't even need to turn the floodlights on. But here in Scarborough, Surrey, in reply to Yorkshire's 521, they're 119 for 1. Rory Burns is 72 not out. Hashim Amla is 2 not out. The man to go, Ryan Patel, stumped off the bowling of Dom Bess for 29. As Shannon Gabriel will come in once more over the wicket to Amla. Oh, it's another no ball from Shannon Gabriel. I think that's number 7 from Shannon Gabriel. And that's turned by Amla into the leg side. Now he's coming down this slope from the Trafalgar Square end, and he just cannot get it right. And we saw a little bit of this from Jamie Overton yesterday. And as I say, that wonderful batter, no and ball are going very, very well, because there we are, no and ball, thank you to Kate. 52 not out in this game. No and ball, 52 not out in this game so far. So there we are, the half century didn't get a ripple. It didn't get a ripple anywhere around Scarborough. 121 for 1. 3 slips and a gully. And Don Best down there to our left at long leg, just thinking about his next over as Amler settles over his bat once more. Can Shannon Gabriel get that front foot behind that line? As in over the wicket he comes to Amler, and Amler's driving thick inside edge. That's flying away down towards Don Bess, who does the fielding down there at long leg. End of the over, and Shannon Gabriel, as I say, hasn't really settled into this. He's making his Yorkshire debut in this game. 122 for 1. Oh, not quite the end of the over as yet.
No.
I've got ahead of myself. Rory Burns comes back onto strike on 72, but yeah, he just hasn't quite settled yet, Shannon Gabriel.
I think it's been rather disappointing from the West Indian fast bowler. He's not found his rhythm, and in this second spell he really hasn't threatened the batting at all.
Burns waits again. Frayne at first, slip Lyth at second. As in round the wicket comes Gabriel, and that's short outside the off stump, left alone by Rory Burns, who then comes down to do a little bit of gardening. Just going back to that 521 all out from Yorkshire for our listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Well, a wonderful innings from Jonny Tattersall. He was left 180 not out. Earlier on, Adam Lyth 183, and a record 6th wicket partnership between those two gentlemen of 305 for Yorkshire. Yorkshire yesterday morning were 125 for 5 when those two got together, and when Lyth pulled McCurr to Tom Laws at deep backward square, it was 430 for 6. So brilliant effort from those two gentlemen. 122 for 1 though, Surrey in reply as Gabriel charges in once more. Round the wicket he comes to Burns. Burns lets him go wide outside the off stump. End of the over. Still a good crowd in today. I think we had round about the 3,000 mark yesterday.
Just over, yeah.
Yep. And Graham Orange is alongside. And today it's been a very, very good crowd as well. And I had a little perambulate this morning, went off to the bookshop. Saw a few, Alex Stewart's book in there. And Mark Rampcash's book after Strictly Come Dancing was in there. The 1985 Surrey yearbook with Alan Butcher on the front was there as well.
Yeah.
And some old cricket bats for sale. So there's an awful lot to look at. Not just at the ground, but all round Scarborough. As Don Bess from this Pease Home Park end of the ground with his off breaks will come in over the wicket to the right-handed Amler. And Amler off the back foot just plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. I think Shannon Gabriel wants either to go into the pavilion or get something brought out from the pavilion, because he's waving away there towards the Yorkshire dressing room for something. As Best, that little stuttery start, then over the wicket he comes, and oh, that's a lovely bit of batting from Hashim Amler, because Don Bess has again just pushed that a little bit wider outside the off stump, and Amler's just lent on that and drives it exquisitely through the covers, and a gentleman leaps off his bench, manages not to spill his drink, and rolls the ball back. So Amler's first boundary, he's on to 7, 126 for 1.
Yes, some good footwork there by Amler, just stroking, caressing the ball through the offside to the boundary.
Lent on that, did Hashim Amler. As over the wicket once again comes Bess, and Amler's turning this one down into the leg side. If you tuned in on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra, this isn't the one-day international, because that's all done and dusted now. It's a 10-wicket win for India, so we're back in Scarborough. Yorkshire and Surrey in the first division of the Championship, day 2, and this will be 4 more, because Hashim Amler again has just got down on one knee and driven that square of the wicket through cover point, and away for 4 it goes. On to 11 goes Hashim Amler, 130 for 1, Surrey.
Do you think England should have swapped the England Lions for the...
Well, they're going very well, aren't they?
Absolutely.
There is an irony, as I was saying earlier, there is an irony to all this. Sort of in 6 weeks,
I'm sure there is.
There's been a complete turnaround in everything. As in over the wicket comes Don Bess, and that's a quicker ball, which is flicked leg side by Amler. You know, it might, as I said earlier, it might be that the Test cricketers are sort of playing too much red ball cricket now when they go back into the white ball stuff, as Dom Bess is skipping at the top of his mark, then over the wicket he comes, and this is pushed by Amner in his short sleeve sweater out towards extra cover, and there is no run. End of the over, so Surrey moving along very nicely here, 130 for 1. We have got 19 overs remaining in the day. We're almost at the first sitting at the boarding houses because we're coming up for 5:30, so you'll be seeing a few people leaving in to get back for their sitting at 5:30. Sort of it's 5:30 and 6 o'clock. Behind us in Pease Home Park, I'm not sure we'll hear a cannon tonight because we think it's the night off for the battle reenactments that take place behind us.
The Battle of the River
They
Plate.
they have. Well, I don't think they do it on a Tuesday.
No.
I think it's only Monday, Wednesdays and Fridays and the weekend. So Rory Burns is waiting for Shannon Gabriel, who continues from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. He's got the tea room down there behind him. And Rory Burns left-handed, of course. Little squat and then waits for Gabriel and lets him go outside his off stump. And that's taken by Tattersall, moving away to his left-hand side. Sir Geoffrey was here again today, I think, signing copies of his new book.
Yeah.
Of course,
Yeah.
Mr. Agnew was here yesterday to see Sir Geoffrey, and very kindly popped up and had a natter with us, which was wonderful. But as I said, there's a mystery going on because Peter's copy of his signed book by Sir Geoffrey has been found, and Peter
But we can't find
hasn't
Peter.
come back to
No.
claim it yet.
No, no.
So there's a signed copy for Peter from Sir Geoffrey. I think it's in the Scarborough shop, from what I was told, the Scarborough Cricket Club shop. So if Peter's listening's just got home and tuned in to listen to the One Day International, which is now finished and has got us, your copy, your signed copy is still here. As in round the wicket goes Gabriel, and that's left alone outside the off stump once more by Burns.
I'm sure I bought something at Scarborough today. Now, what was it?
Yeah, what was it?
Yeah.
Well,
Is it where?
I must be honest, if Sir Geoffrey signed his book for me, I'd be absolutely delighted, and
Oh,
I'd be
yeah.
devastated if I got home.
Yeah.
And I realised I'd left it in Scarborough. It would be a long way to come back to claim it. I think I might be making a phone call and seeing whether I could pay for postage and packing. But
Yeah.
yeah, Peter may be Peter may have just got in and think, oh no. Wherever you are, Peter, it's in the Scarborough shop, your signed copy of Sir Geoffrey's new book. As waiting once more is Rory Burns. 3 slips in a gully. Shannon Gabriel down the slope, comes round the wicket to Burns. Burns forward, just on the Walker touch here. Plays it up towards mid-off. And there is no run. 3 or 4 gentlemen making their way. They're either making their way out or they're off to the toilet. I think they're off to the toilet, actually. Although there is an exit behind us
Yes,
as well,
there is,
isn't there?
yeah,
So I
there
think a
is.
few people make their way out there because, of course, we have the great sort of Pease Home Park race where the rope goes up to stop people walking at this, and then it goes down, and there's sort of a mad dash or slow shuffle towards the seats.
I'll be seeing Geoffrey tomorrow, of course, so maybe.
Oh,
he
maybe.
could
Well,
bring a
you
book.
could. Oh no, that would defeat the object. If
It
you
would,
took,
yeah,
took
it
the
would,
book back
yeah,
to Geoffrey.
yeah.
Is in round the wicket. Oh, it's Gabriel. That's the best ball he's
Oh,
bowled.
that's a
That's
corker.
climbed on Rory Burns as he pushed forward, and that slapped into the gloves of Tattersall, and he takes it above his left shoulder. Well, apparently, it was announced here if anyone called Peter would like the signed copy. It sounds as if your name's Peter. And
well, it could be.
Yeah, it could be. I'm sure there is another Peter inside the ground somewhere that could go and claim it, because I think it says 2 Peter. But that was a lovely bit of bowling from Gabriel. That's the best ball he's bowled yet. And Tattersall was taking that off his feet, slapping above his left shoulder. Waits again does Rory Burns. Gabriel round the wicket to him. And Burns drives outside edge. God, oh, he's bowled a no ball. Oh, Gabriel's done it again. He's bowled another no ball. Frame took the catch. Rory Burns with the drive, and Gabriel has only got himself to blame here He's got it in the right spot. Rory Burns with the big booming drive, thick edge, frame with the catch, and Gabriel's overstepped the mark again. And it's all from umpire Lungley's end. We had it with Jamie Overton a touch yesterday. Conor McCurr had Luxton caught in the slips and had overstepped the mark from that Trafalgar Square end. I think that's the 8th now from Shannon Gabriel, and he absolutely thumped his foot down in frustration. He's 8 foot faults and 1 bouncer that was too high to play a shot at. But what a moment that is for Rory Burns on 72. 132 for 1.
The crowd are not very pleased.
No, they're not. There's a bit of rumbling going on down below us, as waiting once more is Rory Burns as Gabriel comes in round the wicket to him, and Burns is solidly forward this time, plays it back up the pitch, and there is no run. How costly could that be? Burns on 72 and having a bit of a drive at this one. I'll vacate at the end of the over and bring Jonathan Doidge in because he's got an update to do. Here on BBC Radio Leeds, the Yorkshire stations, BBC Radio London, and on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra. Little survey of the field from Rory Burns. Gabriel turns again. He'll be absolutely furious at the moment. Will Shannon Gabriel? Burns won't be too upset. 132 for 1. Gabriel comes in once more past umpire Lungley, and Burns lets this one go outside the off stump. That's the end of the Gabriel over, and a few thoughts from Graham Orange away to my right hand side with Surrey 132 for 1, and then it'll be Jonathan Doidge to pick up commentary.
Oh, that's so disappointing for Yorkshire. Caught in the slips of the bowling of Shannon Gabriel, who bowled a no ball. So Rory Burns survives. He's on 72. Ashim Amla is on 11. 132 for 1. And I think frustration is the operative word, JD.
Yep, Matt Churchy coming back on to replace you on there. It certainly is frustration. Thanks, Graham. We'll be back in half an hour to see us towards the end of the day's play. And there's still quite a lot of that to go. It might even be another 90 minutes or so of this yet. Frustration because, well, you can't understand it, can you? That somebody can persistently overstep. What is wrong with taking that mark back just a few inches? That's the difference. And that's the difference between getting Rory Burns out for 72 and who knows how many now from Yorkshire's point of view. Don Best bowling from this Peaceholm Park end in. There's a little bit of turn. And Hamlar flicks him to Gabriel out at mid-wicket. They get a single. Just had a word with Dom, actually went for a wander round. He was feeling down on the boundary edge. And I said, will you be swapping ends and that sort of thing? And he said, probably not a great deal, if at all, because there's more bounce at this end and it's doing a little bit more, we think, than it would do from the other.
Well, this is the end he practiced from when I watched him for about half an hour this morning with Otis Gibson. So, yeah, I think he'll stick to this end.
Burns on strike. Best round the wicket to the left-hander, who's gets a thickish inside contact on it, and Luxton round to do the fielding.
England Lions now need 38 from 16.5 overs to beat South Africa. They made 318 for 9 South Africa. England Lions 281 for 3.
Best into Burns, he uses his feet nice. That's a beautiful shot by Rory Burns. That is exemplary in terms of how to play off spin as a left-hander down the pitch, taking it on the half volley, and he struck it so well that even Jordan Thompson, who's not slow in the field, couldn't quite get across there to get his hand on it. So 4 runs with a beautiful off drive. 76 now to him. BBC Radio Humberside on the line for their update as Dominic Bess, I should say, is in and bowling to Burns, who this time doesn't play it with anything like as much confidence as the ball before. The ball squirting out square on the offside, where Will Frayne, who I bet he's still feeling that catch that he took off Burns at first slip, snaffled it well, but doesn't count. 137 for 1, and Bess, the skip and the walk and the delivery to Burns, who steps away and cuts quite firmly but into the deck. And it bounces a couple of times on its way out to Frayne. Stephen Patterson looks like he might be going through a stretch or two, and maybe not too far from having another go. Manu Mao's about to leave Hull FC at the end of the season, as Burns opens the face and pushes that out to Frayne at point, and there is no run. 137 for 1. Burns on 36, and 12 runs so far to Hashim Amla. Might get the big moment. Might be soon, Churchy.
Well, I'm looking forward to this.
I'll tell you what, I'll try and do it justice. Don't hold your breath.
It's very exciting when we can't hear the cue, where we're just sort of, I'm just watching you waiting.
Yeah, to describe the scene here, the mobile phone was on silent, but I just happened to pick up that they were calling me. I've got the phone under the cans to the right ear with cue going on. I'm listening to the BBC Radio Humberside Sports Bulletin, waiting for them to put me into bat, as it were, while also trying to describe what's going on out there at North Marine Road, which I'm delighted to say is brighter in recent times. This is probably about as bright as it's been all day, really. It's not sunny just yet, but it's definitely lifted as the gloom to a large enough extent. Here we go with the update. And Shannon Gabriel in to Amla, dot ball. Yep, and Surrey 137 then for the loss of 1 wicket in their first innings in response to what Yorkshire made earlier on. 521 all out, 183 from Adam Lyth, 180 not out for Jonathan Tattersall. The best score he's put up in first class cricket. He's also been in the game with the gloves as well as wicketkeeper, stumping Ryan Patel, one of the 2 Surrey opening batters, off the bowling of Dominic Best for 29. That only wicket to have fallen so far. It should have been 2. Shannon Gabriel in his first match for Yorkshire, bowling down the hill from the Trafalgar Square end, has just had Rory Burns caught at first slip by Will Frayne, but it didn't count because it was one of many no balls that the West Indian has bowled so far. Surrey 137 for 1.
Gabriel, down the slope he comes to Hashim Amla. Something's woken the crowd up. Amla's forward. Oh, he's bowled another no ball, Shannon Gabriel. I think Steve Patterson will have to have a serious think about if he bowls Gabriel again, he'll have to come up the hill. He just can't get this right. That's a 10th now. 9 foot fault and 1 that was too high on Rory Burns with the bouncer. 139 for 1. Surrey, it was 3 extra overs from Surrey in terms of no balls. Well, Gabriel's racing towards that on his own at the moment.
I'll ask the question again.
Quite get it right.
Why can you not just move your marker back?
It's just he's trying. He's moved it back. He just can't get this right. He's just overstepping at least once and over, and it's been costly in the fact that he had Burns caught at first slip by Frayne, and it was a no ball. He might be better coming up the hill. As over the wicket he comes again, Gabriel, and driving his Hashim Amla out towards extra cover. There is Patterson. I bet umpire Lungley has never given this many balls in a first innings of a first class game. He's been very busy down there at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
When I think no balls, the person who always springs to mind, probably being of not dissimilar age, might for you as well be a man who played for Surrey, of course, RGD Willis, who did have a problem, didn't he, at one stage in his career? I seem to remember he bowled something like 26 no balls in a test match or something like that.
It can happen. It can happen, and I was saying it with Jamie Overton yesterday. You know, it sounds pretty simple, and the only person that you can get at is yourself. As in over the wicket again comes Gabriel, and this is turned off the stumps by Hashim Amla up towards mid-on. And there's no run. But the problem is, umpire Lungley is so in the game at the moment. He is watching that front foot like an absolute hawk. Every single delivery at the moment for Shannon Gabriel. It might be that he's just got bigger feet, but it's just he can't get it right at the moment. And as I say, costly having Burns caught by Frayne. That first slip. Conor McCurr had it yesterday with Luxton as well. 139 for 1. As Amla waits again with that familiar bat raised, and then the little shuffle, and then lets this one go from Gabriel outside his off stump. It's taken by Tattersall away to his left-hand side.
I wasn't far off, thanks to Kate. Bob Willis bowled 28 no balls at Lords against the 1981 Australians in one innings.
Yeah, and it just can. Gabriel's never bowled here, and I was sort of saying I watched him warm up this morning, and he did loads of stretching and a few deliveries, but it's a bit different when he's absolutely charging down that hill and just keeps overstepping the mark. Hashim Amla waits again, settles over his bat once more. Patterson doing some stretching exercises in there at extra cover as Gabriel's over the wicket to Amla, and Amla, wow, he's got that one right. That has taken off on Hashim Amla and has looped into the gully and almost carried. Back of a length delivery, and it's hit the shoulder of Gabriel's bat. It's looped, Amla's bat, apologies, looped into the gully. Desperate dive to try and get there.
James Wharton it was.
Yeah, but it's a good bit of bowling that from Gabriel, and as you can hear, it's got the crowd going here at Scarborough. Sort of leapt from nowhere, shoulder of Amla's bat, and it was one of those tantalising ones that hung in the air and didn't quite get there to Wharton, diving forward. Amla, that will have woken him up. Settles over his bat once more on 12. Gabriel takes a while to get through his overs anyway. Coming towards us. Over the wicket goes Gabriel, and that one's clipped off his hip by Amla. Down towards Dom Bess there at long leg. They'll take the single. That'll be one more to the total. End of the over. Patterson looks at Gabriel. Gabriel looks at Patterson. I think Patterson will probably come on next over from that Trafalgar Square end of the ground, but that ripple of applause I think is for Shannon Gabriel for that one delivery. So 139 for one, 76 to Rory Burns, and Hashim Amla has 12.
Tom Best going to continue at the P-Zone Park end. Malcolm Palmer says no balls. Hi JD, as an ex-long jump coach, I used to get fed up with people who kept fouling. It really isn't rocket science to take your mark back a foot, and although I was personally a slower bowler, I can't see why pace bowlers can't correct the tendency. I bet Pato never bowls a no ball, question mark. I wouldn't be able to say either way, but certainly can't remember many of them during the last 4 seasons. What I can remember is Best comes over the wicket here to the right-handed Amla, who pushes forward. What I can remember is that in the days when Bob Willis was bowling 28 no balls in the 1981 Ashes series against the Aussies, it wouldn't have hurt you as much as a bowler as it does these days. 2 runs on your own against your own name in the scorebook is a lot different to Bob Willis when it was just genuinely extras. Wouldn't go against his bowling, would it either? Just against the team, as Amla works one into the mid-wicket region and picks up a single. Ted Lester has messaged in, never mind RGD Willis for no balls. D.E. Thackeray of Menston once bowled 39 in his 13-over spell at Illingworth, and he blamed the umpire.
It's good effort, that, isn't it?
Best round the wicket to the left-handed Burns, who pushes out into the covers. Jordan Thompson doing the fielding, no run.
39 no balls?
39 no balls.
Oh dear.
David Thackeray was scoring in those days when he was playing. He used to play for the Airedale and Wharfdale League side. Ted will probably tell us how many wickets and runs he scored, but a good, very good all-round cricketer in that league as Burns sweeps this latest delivery and will pick up 1 run. We've got to that stage now where we have, to coin the 80s pop band, a flock of seagulls on the pitch out to our left. Some seagulls are on the pitch, they think it's all over, but they've got a while to wait just yet as Bess is in and bowling to Amla, who pushes the ball back to him. Patterson continues to get loose, winging his arms around at mid-off. Much better conditions as we thought, but we did think that this was going to be better earlier in the afternoon than it's taken to get to this stage. Amla pushes out to Luxton, in the covers. No run, end of the over, 142 for 1. And what Don Best did say to me when I walked past, and I think he was paving the way for draw territory, was that it is a very good pitch, JD.
Yeah.
So,
well, we thought that when Yorkshire were batting. And it's just, they're always good pitches here at Scarborough. Bit of pace, bit of bounce. There's a little bit of turn there for Don Bess, but with the sun coming out as well, it could be one of those that gets better and better. It's going to be Steve Patterson.
just a heads up so you're aware, there will be an update to come from BBC York at some point, so if I give you the signal.
Yes, no, you tell me when to be quiet, Mr. Deutsch. So it's going to be Patterson down there from Trafalgar Square, end of the ground, and Rory Burns will be the man on strike. Gabriel's off the field of play. He wandered off. That was the ripple of applause you heard just before the start of that Don Bess over. There you go, a few people. Yeah, 6 o'clock sitting for dinner, making their way out the ground now as Patterson comes round the wicket to Rory Burns, and Burns is forward, pushes this one out towards extra cover, and there is no run, as you can probably hear as well. The breeze has got up a touch, so that's probably what's blowing the clouds. Well, that will be what's blowing the clouds away, because that's normally what happens. But we haven't.
It's a good guess.
Thank you very much. But we haven't had much of a breeze today, so these clouds have sort of been stuck here all day.
Which seat of learning did you go to?
At Durham University, they taught me that.
That's good.
They taught me that about the wind. As in round the wicket once again goes Patterson, and this is pushed by Burns out towards cover point. They'll pick up another single. That'll be one more to the total. Good running from Burns and Amler. 143 for 1. Just a little aside here that if I'm the opposition, I always get slightly worried with Amler when he takes his short sleeve sweater off. A, it means he's warmed up, and B, it means he's in. So at the start of the season, Hashim tends to walk out with every sweater he owns, and then as the season progresses, even if it's warm, he tends to start off in his short sleeve sweater. But he's removed his short sleeve sweater now. That's Hashim Amler. Elsewhere, Gloucestershire now 76 for 3 in their second innings against Essex, trailing by 98. 100 today for Sir Alistair Cook, as this one's turned into the leg side, number 73, I think that is, for Sir Alistair Cook in first class cricket. Hampshire 348 for 8 against Warwickshire, so they lead Warwickshire by 131 runs. Northamptonshire 303 all out. Kent 260 for 5, so trail Northamptonshire by the 43. Patterson right arm over the wicket to Amler, and Amler drives back down the ground. Patterson does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Lancashire, lovely start, 133 without loss at Southport against Somerset, who made 446. In Division 2, Durham 292 for 9 against Derbyshire, who made 283, so Durham lead Derbyshire by 9 runs. Glamorgan, good effort from Glamorgan here. Nottinghamshire, the league leaders, all out for 285 in reply to Glamorgan's 318. As Patterson is in, and there's that solid Amler defensive shot. That bat looks very wide when Amler plays defensively. Moving on at Merchant Taylor's School, Middlesex in their second innings against Worcestershire are now 154 for 6. That means they lead Worcestershire by 151. So nobody got a batting point in that game. So it's moving on. And Sussex 588 for 9. Leicestershire in reply 112 for 1. Sounds like a good track at Hove. As in over the wicket again comes Patterson, and that just hops at Amler off a goodish length, gets the bottom hand off the bat handle, rolls away into the leg side. Nice tidy first over as always from Steve Patterson. End of it. And Surrey are 143 for 1. And just a quick look, England Lions now are 311 for 3. Going to be a great win this. Needing 8 more runs to beat South Africa. So England Lions 311 for 3. And they've had a very good day. Ben Duckett's 85 not out. Stevie Eskenazi 48 not out after 90 from Smead and 57 from Banton, and David Payne 4 for 39. So 4 for 39 for Payne, and And Rihan Ahmed 3 for 54. So good day for the England Lions, not such a good day for England against India, who have lost that opening one-day international by 10 wickets back in South London at the Kia Oval.
Best bowling here to Burns from the Peas Home Park end of the ground. Floats one up, round about leg stump. It's flicked into the deck and Wharton fumbles at short leg. No run. Mighty Mariners has tweeted, "Evening all, how about this for no balls?" He's googled something and sent us a screenshot which says, "Believe it or not, the record for the most no balls in the longest format is a whopping 103. Best round the wicket here to Burns, who flicks to leg again. Not sure if he got bat or pad on that. We'll find out in a moment. They've got through for one something, and it's leg byes. Yeah, 103 no balls. This was achieved in a 1977 test between the West Indies and Pakistan in Bridgetown, Barbados. The two teams together conceded 173 extra runs in 395.2 overs. Best switching back to over the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Amlar, who is pushing solidly forward into the offside no run. With that roundup of scores, I think I should add as well, Yorkshire second 11, 255 for 6 in the 70th over of their first innings against Derbyshire second team at Chesterfield. Best to Amlar, who's pulling this one towards Jordan Thompson at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Gary Balance completed 100 earlier on, 133 in fact in the end, has become the only victim of Matty McKiernan, who would of course been trying to get a bit of confidence back, I suppose, after what happened over the weekend. 1 for 43 into his 12th over. 40 runs as well for Tom Loughton in that Yorkshire innings, as Amlar turns his latest best delivery to short leg, and there is no run. We have an update coming for BBC Radio York in a moment or two.
Here we got movement behind the
movement
arm
behind
as
the
well.
bowler's arm down at this Peas Home Park end. And Bess in, and Amlar goes big and goes long and goes 6. So taking on Dom Bess, much as Ryan Patel, the left-hander, did earlier on just before he was out. Bess will be hoping it goes the same way next time for him as well. But 6 off that final ball of the Dom Bess over takes the visitors to 150 for the loss of just that one wicket. 78 to Rory Burns and now 20 to Hashim Amlar. He's just given Bess a little bit to think about there. And that completes the Bess over. Patterson going to continue at the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. And we're still waiting for some music to be completed. 20 seconds apparently. There we go. That's the countdown. The countdown is on.
Just to say, what a lovely bit of batting that was again from Amlar, because he didn't use his feet. He just played that from the crease straight down the ground for 6.
Yep.
Gorgeous bit of batting.
So the left-handed Burns on strike. And Patterson bowling to Burns here. Flicks into the leg side for a single. Yep, good afternoon from North Marine Road, where Surrey in their first innings have just passed the 150 mark. 151 now for the loss of one wicket. Opening batter Rory Burns on 78 at the moment. He was caught off the bowling of Shannon Gabriel, went on 72 at first slip. Well taken catch by Will Frayne, but unfortunately one of a significant number of no balls from the West Indian Test star Shannon Gabriel. On his debut, of course, for Yorkshire in this match, and so it didn't count, and that will frustrate both he and clearly frustrated the Yorkshire fielding contingent out there, because Burns, England opener, as he has been in recent years, playing well and a formidable opponent. So 151 for 1, as I say. 20 runs on the board as well to Hashim Amlar, a bit of a South African legend out there, and facing Stephen Patterson, the Yorkshire captain at the moment. Just to remind you that earlier in the day, Yorkshire's first innings came to a close at 521 all out. Adam Lyth made 183 of those, and Jonathan Tattersall of the York Cricket Club, 180 not out, by far and away his highest first-class score, 23 boundaries he hit in a 344 ball stay at the crease, and both Lyth and Tattersall ended up with a 6-wicket record partnership for Yorkshire in first-class cricket of 305 runs. So 521 all out, and Surrey in response at the moment 155 for 1.
Yep, and Hashim Amla here has just tucked the ball quite beautifully away off his legs and away for 4 more. Tom Bess was doing his level best to get round there to do the fielding, but that was travelling off the bat of Hashim Amla once more. So 4 more to this Surrey total, and the 150's been and gone. 155 for 1. Amla's on to 24 now. Gabriel's making his way back to the edge of the pavilion, so he should be back on quite soon. As forward goes Amla here to Patterson, turns it into the leg side. They'll take a single, and that will be 1 more to the total. Rory Burns will come back on to strike. Yeah, very solid start. They're Surrey ticking along quite nicely as well. We're in the 38th over. They've got 156 on the board. It's going to be a lovely evening in Scarborough because we've got some blue sky and the sun's arriving now, so it's going to be a lovely walk back along the seafront a bit later on, past Coney Island, where I attempted to win a cuddly toy on the first night here with me 2p's. Didn't get very far, I have to be honest, but one of those fortune teller things as well. As in round the wicket comes Patterson to Burns, who's got right outside his off stump here and pushes that one up towards mid-on. Really did get out to that, did Rory Burns, and played it back up the pitch. Walked past the marina this morning with all the boats. It felt like I was in Monte Carlo there for a minute with all the yachts, speed boats, all there. Waits again, does Burns. That little look towards mid-wicket. As round the wicket goes Patterson to him, and Burns walks into this defensive shot, just taps the ball on the head, plays it up towards mid-on. End of the over, the sound of the seagulls, that time of the day here in Scarborough. 12 overs left in the day's play. 156 for 1. Surrey, 79 to Rory Burns, 25 to Hashim Amla, and I think we're going to get a change in bowling down here at the Pease Home Park end of the ground. It looks like Mr. Hill is coming into the attack to replace Dom Bess.
Yep, George Hill, who can swing the ball. Interesting to see how he goes here. Martin Rowe says, David Thackeray, first overseas player in the Air Wharf at Menston, ? Every time I see him, he says, your father, best bowler the Air Wharf has ever seen, pause, except for me.
To say in that Essex game as well against Gloucestershire, it's Harmer again. He's taken all 5 in the second innings, 5 for 19 to go with 5 for 44 in the first. Harmer, extraordinarily good bowler. He's got to be one of the great sort of signings, isn't he?
Yeah.
Because of what he's done ever since he came to Essex. Just brilliant. Just a brilliant bowler.
Can George Hill be from the Pease Home Park? And then bowling to Amla. Good delivery first up, and he's there's an appeal for LBW. It has hit Amla somewhere on the leg because he's flexing at the knee, and George Hill can get a wicket with, I think, with his first ball of the season at Northampton earlier this year, and he's got that little reputation of coming in and nipping one out.
I enjoyed Adam Lyth there. He was bouncing up and down at first slip after everybody else had given up. He was still bouncing up and down at first slip.
Adam Lyth still gets excited if he pours milk on his Rice Krispies and there's a snap, crackle and pop.
He's one of those great enthusiasts, isn't he?
Hill then. Amla drives into the offside, diving stop by Bess. And there is no run. He's excitable, but he's a great lad, Adam Lyth. He's one of those you were talking about, how other people perceive their fellow players. I think we were talking about that maybe yesterday at some point. We touched on it, and he's one who will always kind of hand the glory to his teammates, no matter what he's done out there. It'll always be somebody else's fault that they got that 300 partnership that he got 274 of. as he's bowled a short one here, George Hill. He's probably got away by just being pulled for a single down to James Wharton at the long leg, when it could have maybe been pinged for a boundary square on the leg side. Amlar moving on to 26, 157 for 1.
Yeah, he just played brilliantly yesterday. And as I say, the impressive thing with the live innings was starter play yesterday morning. You looked down the Yorkshire scorecard in terms of batting experience, and wasn't a huge amount below Adam Lyth, and he managed to be there at the end of yesterday. Took it on to 183. Great partner in Jonny Tattersall, of course, and they ended up putting on 305. So, you know, that tells you everything you need to know about Adam Lyth. Just a super innings.
Here comes George Hill then, round the wicket now to the left-handed Burns. The ball shaping in towards him, but too wide to get him interested. They've got a couple of slips in place. Long leg out towards the tea room corner at the top of the ground. Will Luxton at mid-wicket. He's set back a little bit deeper than what you'd call a tight one, but he is starting to walk in. Patterson mid-on. Probably about 10 yards deeper at mid-off is Shannon Gabriel, and Don Bess in a catching position, advancing in from the wicket ends at a short extra cover. He's going to catch the ball as it's returned to him by Hill, who's just been patted back by Rory Burns. And then out in the covers, Matthew Waite, the more muscular figure of Matthew Waite, who went for 19 in his couple of overs so far. So he's having to wait patiently to get the nod for a second time from his captain. Jordan Thompson is the man at point. We have got a bit of shadowing, as if sun is poking its way through for the first proper time today, as a little cut shot played here by Burns to the final ball of the over is fielded by Thompson. No run. 79 to Burns, 26 to Hashim Amla, who's getting going ominously. And Surrey facing 521 or 157 for 1. And with what appears at the moment to be little prospect of wickets being picked up between now and the end of the day, one or two more starting to shuffle their way out, back ready for the gong at the local B&B.
Not those two gentlemen there. They're shuffling their way back in with 2 or 3 pints of something looking very delicious there. So they're on their way back in. I'll do this over and then I'll vacate for Graham. And it's going to be Steve Patterson from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground, coming into Hashim Amla, who again just plays this so late. Amla, that's the thing about Hashim Amla. He plays the ball so late, almost as if he played it yesterday. That one, just waited, didn't really go anywhere, and then just knocked it on the top of its bounce straight down in front of him. Rory Burns is just shadowing some shots down there at the non-strikers end. After this, over 10 remaining today. So 10 remaining today. We had a 40-minute delay this morning for I'm not quite sure what. There was a little bit of rain around. As in over the wicket again comes Patterson, and covering up again is Hashim Amla. Plays this one back down the pitch, and there's no run. I think the forecast for tomorrow is blue skies again. Although in Scarborough it's got its own microclimate, really. So yesterday it was very, very hot here, like the rest of the country. Today we've just been covered in cloud, but now we've got some blue sky up above us, which is very nice. And as I say, I think it'll be a lovely evening in Scarborough tonight. 157 for 1. Surrey. As over the wicket comes Patterson to Amla. He's got that one to bounce. Amla's got to cross his stumps. It hits him on the thigh guard. Rolls away into the offside. It's very well played by Hashim Amla. Just got himself across his stumps, so when it did bounce, he was up on his toes and he was hitting his thigh guard, just rolling away down into the offside. Still a few people dotted around in front of the tea room, away there in the distance, and then some people sat in the deck chairs in front of the marquee away to our right from Cali 2. As forward goes Hashim Amla, plays this one out into the offside. Of course, both commentary boxes named in honour of the great Dave Callaghan, who sadly passed away back in 2018. We were sort of just talking about that before we came on air today. And Kelly would have loved this at the moment, wouldn't he? Bit of blue sky, bit of a breeze. As Waiting once again is Hashim Amla. Over the wicket goes Patterson to him, and Amla's forward again, playing this one down into the leg side. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket. Surrey players will be fairly satisfied with this at the minute, just sat watching away. As you look at the pavilion here at Scarborough, this famous old pavilion, I was saying yesterday that the away team dressing room is on the left and the home team dressing room is on the right. Nice big spacious pavilion this one. As over the wicket again goes Patterson to Amla, and Amla drives, doesn't really time it this time. That rolls up to Shannon Gabriel. The end of the over, 10 to go today, 157 for 1 Surrey. In reply to that, Yorkshire 521. Jonathan Doidge will stay with you, and in a moment he'll be joined by Graham Orange.
Yeah, we may have an update for BBC Radio Leeds in a few minutes' time, not entirely sure. No contact today on that front, but we'll work towards expecting it. As Mark says, 157 for 1. George Hill going to continue at the Peatone Park end as one or two more dispersed. Quite a lot of people with haversacks and backpacks on as they walk beneath us, as if that's it. They've packed up and they're disappearing off either home or to their digs for the evening. And George Hill then making his way in away from our commentary position, bowling to Rory Burns, who pushes the ball solidly back to him. Variety of choice of shorts from our spectators today.
You're looking at shorts, are you?
Yeah, I think I'm on shorts watch at the moment. It's just this last little bit. Gentleman just disappeared off in a pair of khaki ones. There was some combats a moment or two ago, then a pair of white ones. There were some sports shorts. All shorts on display here at Scarborough. As Hill is in, and Burns turns that into the leg side, where Bess whips it back in. There is no run. It's always nice when you remember as well, isn't it? I saw a chap today by the name of Andrew Swires, who I used to work with back in the days when I was at Sporting Life and Sky. Morning, Andrew. And he looked at me as if to say, "Do I know you?"
Yeah. Who are you?
And I would have been involved in plenty of conversations with him back in the day. It's been a while, I'd admit, as George Hill is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Rory Burns, where Shannon Gabriel feels. And why would he remember me?
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why it's the question. Yeah.
Eminently forgettable. Sounds like we have the sports heads on as well tonight. Johnny Buchan, better be a good update, this one. Radio Leeds in a moment. Short of length this time from Hill, and that's a beautiful shot by Burns, who is almost like a forward press. Took it tall and drove it away through the offside for 4. Yep, Rory Burns just hitting a boundary down to the west side of the ground. It's been pretty gloomy a lot of the day, to be fair, but it has just improved in terms of the light and a little bit of sunshine coming through in the last 15-20 minutes or so. Surrey 161 for the loss of 1 wicket. That 1 wicket to have fallen was of Ryan Patel, stumped by Jonny Tattersall off the bowling of Dom Bess for 29 off 75 deliveries. They did have Rory Burns caught at slip by Will Frayne off Shannon Gabriel, but he's been suffering from a bit of no-ball-itis today. Burns was on 72 at the time. That was given as a no-ball and therefore did not count. And Rory Burns still out there on 83 with that boundary he's just struck. And he's been joined by Hashim Amla, South African legend, 26 not out. So this is a very formidable partnership out there. Yorkshire, of course, were dismissed for 521 earlier today, 183 to Adam Lyth, who played superbly mainly yesterday, and Jonathan Tattersall, who took his overnight score on to 180 not out from 344 balls. He ran out of partners. Shannon Gabriel, the last of them, was bowled, his first ball faced for Yorkshire. So a very healthy total given an inexperienced side, 521. But they're also making heavy weather of it now, trying to take some Surrey wickets. They're 161 for 1 after 40 overs of their first innings. Or is it into the 40th over? My apologies. George Hill bowling here to Burns, who pushes into the offside, where Will Luxton does the fielding. And there is no run.
Earlier today, Church, you mentioned the bookshop, and I've just paid a visit, and he's absolutely right. It's full of, well, books.
Tell you what, Churchy went to Durham University and paid $9 grand a year to find out that the wind blows the clouds, and now you've got a book from a bookshop.
Yeah, and it's a nice little bookshop, and I've got a book called The Oval, Test Match Cricket since 1880 at the Oval, because of course the Oval hosted the first ever Test match in this country in 1880. It wasn't Lord's, it was the Oval. Of course, the first ever Test match took place in Australia in either 1876, 1877. And of course, the famous 1882 match at the Oval was the match that sort of saw the birth of the Ashes. Bit of a history lesson for you there.
Thank you for that.
Okay, pleasure.
Patterson coming towards us then from the Trafalgar Square end. And Amlar has got just a little bit on this that's diverted it towards short leg, where James Wharton is under the helmet waiting for a catching opportunity. It did bounce short of him though. You see, if DT was in the com box with us now, he would be vilifying you for saying first ever, because he and Martin Emerson up at Durham think it's just the first.
The first, all right, the first Test match.
There's no need to say ever.
Okay.
Don't worry, when he first ever says that, I'll be the first to pick him up on it. As Patterson's in, and that's turned to short leg again by Amlar. There's no run.
Should have been the inaugural Test match.
Very good, that.
Yeah?
Very good.
You like that? Okay.
Just going to get the dictionary out now. There you go, some maroon shorts on the way past. Black ones as well. Patterson to Amlar, pushes into the offside where Jordan Thompson feels no run.
Yes, it must be the second sitting now, because a few more people are going out. I can see from the main exit as well, they're going out. Because I mean, it is, well, nearly 6:10, isn't it?
Yeah, a bit of beige. Some Adidas blue stripy ones and some navy blue. Short swatch here. It's exciting, isn't it? As Patterson's in and Amlar pushes to mid-on, where Matthew Waite makes a little bit of a meal of it, but doesn't concede a run.
Yes, Yorkshire need a breakthrough here, don't they? Burns has been there from the word go. He's on 83. And as you mentioned before, the South African legend, that is Amlar, is on 26.
Here's Patterson then. Amlar leaving one wide of off stump that nips away on him slightly. Still plenty breezy enough here. There is a bit of blue sky overhead. Goodness me.
Yes, whilst I was making my way to the bookshop, it is considerably brighter, and it's quite pleasant out there actually.
Here comes Patterson then, in towards us once again. Amlar back and across and drops that into the offside where Thompson fields to complete that over on 161 for one. And to answer you, Scott Allen, not wearing shorts today. That was yesterday. Hopefully a man of good sense. It's definitely cooler today, and the jeans went on, and I'm delighted to say that 2 of my 3 colleagues felt the same way. Safety in numbers and all that. So George Hill going to continue from the P-Zone Park, and that's an interesting shirt that the gentleman's leaving the ground wearing. Yellow with sort of a red dots on it, red stripes, broken stripes.
Interesting is one way of putting it.
George Hill round the wicket to Burns, who's stepping across towards the off stump to open up the leg side, and pushes it along the deck to Dominic Bess, who's at a shortish mid wicket. There is no run. Bess had a reasonably decent length of spell from this P-Zone Park end. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 41, the only wicket taker in this Surrey innings so far. quite a lot of now left looking around the ground by comparison to what we had in earlier. And George Hill's just given Burns a little bit of room to work with here. Too much width and short of length, and he's played a lovely cut shot down to wideish third man for 4.
Yes, good shot by Burns, taking full advantage of that short delivery by George Hill. He's not going to miss out there, and he didn't. 4 runs all the way. So 87 not out for Burns.
And Hill coming scurrying in again, but this time just straightens things a little bit too much, and he's clipped the other way, square on the leg side. James Wharton round to do the fielding and keeps them to 2. But we're in that one of those phases of a cricket match where there's not a lot happening at the moment. The batting side playing well, milking these runs, and the bowling side with a ball that's 42 overs old, not managing to find much in this pitch, which, as I say, Don Best mentioned as I walked round earlier that he said is a very good one. That's a better delivery from George Hill and does induce a little bit of a false push from Rory Burns and draws an ooh from the crowd.
Yep, close, but not close enough. As Yorkshire strive for this second Surrey wicket. Are they looking at the ball now? Steve Patterson is with the umpire.
Well, Surrey asked the question a few times, didn't they? When they weren't managing to find a way through, and Yorkshire, bit of cheek trying that. Pato thinks he's seen something about the ball that's not right. Maybe it's the red either side of the seam and the bit in the middle as well. As Hill is in and Burns pushes that back to him. And there is no run.
Yes, if he was asking the questions, had no joy from the umpire there. And he just said, let's get on with it.
Sort of thing that Pato himself might have said.
Yeah.
If he was umpiring. Yeah, get on with it.
Get on with it. Yeah, yeah.
Top of off stump. Here's Hill, and Rory Burns solidly behind that one. And that is the end of the over. 167 for 1 with Burns on 89 and 26 to Hashim Amla. They've seen enough of a few of the gents in front of us there. You might have heard a few of the seats flap back as they have decided to make their way into the Scarborough night.
The Scarborough night. That sounds rather ominous. I'll soon be making my way to Scarborough Station.
Commentary team, most of us are out for a bite to eat together tonight, but Graham, remaining aloof as ever, has decided to make his way home.
Billy Nail mates.
Stephen Patterson bowling from the Trafalgar Square end in the Scarborough sunshine as it is at the moment, and that's Amla pushing into the leg side where Will Luxton is round to do the fielding. And there is no run. Still got how long to go today? Overs wise?
It's 7.
10.
Is it?
10 overs.
10 overs.
I think.
Okay.
9 after this.
Okay.
And here comes Patterson again, and Amla drops that into the pitch in the offside, and there's no run. And Scott Harland says the bonus of England being dire, I think I'll rephrase, is that we get to hear you on 5 Live. You can blame England for that, of course. Not my fault. Plenty more. God dear me, look at that. That's a fluorescent orange top if ever I saw one. The gentleman just on his way out now. Could have stood him at the side. There'd have been no issue with bad light earlier. Walking past like a beacon as Amla turns this one backward of square leg. Jonny Tattersall hairs across from behind the stumps to field it, and they get through for a single to take them to 167 for 1. 8. I thought I'd said 167 before. Thanks, Kate. 168 for 1, 27 of those to Amlar, 89 to Burns, who's on strike. It all feels a bit sedate at the moment.
It does. I mean, I think both sides are wanting the close of play, aren't they? Certainly Surrey want to get there without losing another wicket.
Burns with an open stance. Patterson bowling round the wicket to him, straightens him up. He pushes that beyond the stumps at the bowler's end, and Gabriel round from mid-on to do the fielding. Shannon Gabriel, interesting day at the office with the ball. Figures 8 overs, no maidens, none for 44 from your overseas, and his first day in the field for Yorkshire. I would imagine it wasn't what was envisaged when he put pen to paper. Now then, Rory Burns has just had a nibble at one outside off stump, and it just leaves him. Good delivery by Patterson. Angling it in, Graham, from round the wicket, and then if it does grip on the seam and just hold its line, that is the sort of thing that you get, not far away from feathering a catch through to Jonny Tattersall.
Oh, that must have been very, very close to getting the edge. A false shot there from Burns. He hasn't played many of those.
Patterson round the wicket. Burns flicking to leg, where Wharton will do the fielding, and that will complete another over at 167. It still says on the board, even though it is 168, as Kate rightly pointed out, after 44 overs of the Surrey first innings. Still to come for the visiting side. Jamie Smith, Ben Foakes, Will Jacks, Aaron Hardy, Jamie Overton is a formidable numbers 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8. Conor McKerr 9, Dan Worrell at 10 and Tom Laws 11. So it's a good job this is a 4-day game. If it was time, we could be here for a couple of weeks. 11 more overs remaining in the day.
Could be like one of those timeless tests, couldn't it? Last 9 or 10 days, it's still a draw.
Here's George Hill, yep, over the wicket, bowling to Amlar, who turns that to leg. Matthew Waite is set back a little bit deeper at mid-wicket, and therefore he's got through for a single. That's one of those, isn't it? I can hear now a skipper in club matches around the country saying, if you can't save one there, get yourself into the point where you can. If I want you to save two, I'll send you back a bit further. And he is now disappearing deeper because he's going to be sweeping to the left-handed Burns. 169 for 1.
Yeah, the game's at the moment in this phase just sort of meandering, isn't it?
George Hill around the wicket once again and makes Burns play. He's played really well here, Rory Burns, but certainly not flawless. He did get the nick to that no ball. Patterson just giving that a good shine on the back of his pants. Still a few up on the balcony away to our left. We're level with the first floor pavilion balcony here at Scarborough in the com box to its right. As you look at the ground, as Rory Burns pushes his latest delivery out squarish on the offside, and there is no run.
Yes, I think George Hill would like to get into this game, having been out in the first over of the match yesterday without scoring. He wants to put a W in his bowling column.
Here's Hill again. Burns waits and takes it late and flicks it to leg where Patterson does the fielding. Photographer down beneath us just having a look at his day's work on his laptop. Maybe he can find the right shot for whichever publication it is he's trying to hit. Earn his day's pay. And here comes George Hill in and bowling to Burns, who pushes back to him, and there is no run. Got to say the fella who's been handling the rope down to our left today has done a thoroughly good job. He can retain that, I think, for the next 2 days.
What would be his title? Rope handler, do you think?
will. Don't know about that.
No, don't know.
Rope handler. That's a bit too demeaning, isn't it? Rope handler.
Well, okay.
Do you not think as
well, possibly.
Hill into Burns, who's played a dot last ball of the over.
What about green rope handler?
Could be green rope release executive, something like that.
Yes, I think so.
He's wearing a lovely woolly hat. You know, the sort of tea cozy type with a bobble on the top that you might get a hole in hole in the front for the teapot spout, that sort of thing. He's got one of those on.
I have one of those.
Might be listening. Give us a wave if you are. And give us your job title.
Yeah. He's released the rope now, hasn't he?
Look at that.
Yeah.
He's released it.
No,
dear
nearly
me.
fell over. Oh,
goodness
nearly
me.
tripped someone over there.
And he's gone to the final flight there, so leaving the ground to go out at Scarborough cricket ground. As Patterson's in and bowling to Amlar, who's running that one out to Gully, where it's fielded by George Hill and there's no run.
That's just like Sir Peter O'Sullivan.
Well, they're going around.
Yeah.
Going around from the right to the rope now, and they're going to take the left-handed turn out of the ground. Absolutely marvellous.
And it's Red Rum in the lead.
Just like him, that wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just like him.
Just
How did I not get that job?
He's like just been there.
Yeah. Meanwhile, here at Aintree, Stephen Patterson running in from the canal turn end, and Hashim Amlar is beaten by one that wraps him around about the thigh pad and drops into the leg side, where James Wharton picks it up and gives it a bit of a shine. Look, you see, I don't know actually, when at the end of the day review of the rope handling executive, look, you see, somebody's made a statement there with their foot, haven't they?
He's trying to tell him, isn't he?
Yeah,
really.
He's not quite lowered it down all the way.
No.
There's just a little bit of angle on the end of it, nearest to the fence, and one of the speckies walking out stood on it purposefully to say you should have this totally down all the way along the ground, as Patterson's latest delivery is another dot.
So I doubt whether he's actually an executive then, if that's the way he handles the rope.
He's more interested in his mobile phone at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
Should we text him and just say, will you sort the rope out properly, please? Kate's going to go down and have a word, I think. Rightly so.
I hope not.
Patterson coming in past umpire Tom Lungley, bowling here to Amlar, who flicks to leg. Wharton is hit by the ball rather than fielding it. Cannons off him, but he manages to pull it in without having to concede a run. What's he called? Have you ever tried that game when you sort of, you know, you're in an airport, in a cafe or whatever, and you look at another table and there's a couple there and guess the names? Fred and Edith or whatever it might be.
Well, I don't guess I sort of like to overhear things.
Tarquin and Tara, you know, that type.
Tarquin and Tara. Which people do you associate with?
Well, I might be in coffee shops with you over the years. There's Patterson in, and that's flicked off his legs by Amlar down towards the pavilion, where Bess will field for one. What are we going for here? Is he Steve, do you think? Is he Steve?
What, the rope executive?
Yeah, rope executive.
Alan.
Alan, he's an Alan, is he? Oh, I'm not getting Alan when I look at him. No. Probably. I mean, I don't know.
It could be a David.
It's hard to tell his age from here, but he's probably going to be a more modern name than that. He's going to be something like a
Harry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or a Jack or a Cameron or something like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Patterson round the wicket is a Stephen, and Rory is leaving this one. He could be a Rory, couldn't he?
Could be a Rory because he's got the rope.
Rory, tell us a story. Now then, what's he thinking about here? The rope's still down.
It is.
And he's going to need to pull this rope up soon. A couple of ladies just could have been in an awkward position there if he'd have pulled that rope up at the wrong time.
No, but he did well there.
He did. And he's hooked it round as well. I think his marks have just improved slightly.
Yeah.
He sort of looks like the type of guy, actually, that, you know, he might take a joke for a moment or two, but you wouldn't want to mess with him for too long.
I was just going to say, I wouldn't like to argue with him.
No. George Hill has the ball in his hand at the P-zone park end, 170 for one, and he's in and bowling here to Amlar, who's flicked that, tidily enough off his legs. Wasn't a wholly convincing Amlar-esque shot, but he's going to pick up 4 runs.
if there'd been a leg slip, not that they maybe should have been, but if they had, it'd have gone straight to him, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
But there wasn't. Ball down the wrong line there, George Hill, and was punished for it. 4 runs to Amler's on 33.
In comes George Hill then, shirt flapping in the Scarborough breeze, and this is straight again and picked off the legs by Hashim Amla. Fielded out there in the deep by James Wharton, and they get through for one more. Amla well into the 30s now. 34, 175 for one. Rory Burns has been on 89 for a little while.
Yeah, I don't think he'll mind about that. He's doing a very good job for his side. 175 for one, and they're really eating into this big Yorkshire first innings total of 521. And this is the reply that Surrey wanted. You can, and you can see why they are the league leaders.
Hill then bowling to Burns, who's solidly behind this one, pushed out into the offside, and there is no run. George Hill.
Kate's coming back into the commentary box.
Anything to report, Kate? Did you go have a word with our man? They'd ask him his name. Here's Hill bowling to Burns, who flicks off his legs nicely, but there is a man positioned out there in the deep. That's Will Luxton, who fires it back into the gloves of Tattersall for the concession of one.
Yeah, it's not so much his name, it's more his job title, isn't it, really, that we want to know. This is the best part of the day now. It's glorious sunshine here at North Marine Road, as George Hill prepares to bowl once again from the P-Zone Park end, bowling to Hashim Amla,
who's flicking off his legs. Sorry, Graham, down
right,
to take backward square for a single.
I wonder how many runs he's scored just flicking off his legs in his career. It must be literally thousands.
Yeah, it probably is actually literally thousands, looking at the sheer weight of runs he's got.
I mean, that's food and drink to him, isn't it, really? Just flick off his legs.
George Hill shuffling in away from the press box, which is to our right, and this time can't tempt Burns into playing a stroke. End of the over, 177 for one. 6 left in the day, Kate. Yep, I think it's 6 to go on day 2.
Yeah, and it's sort of stalemate at the moment, isn't it, really? 2 big scores. I mean, obviously, Surrey well behind Yorkshire's total, but they're only 1 wicket down. And Rory Burns, the opening batsman, left-hander on 90. Hashim Amla, the right-hander, on 35. And it's Matthew Waite coming on at the Trafalgar Square end. And he'll be bowling to Hashim Amla. He's got number 1 on his back, and I suppose if you have number 1 on your back, JD, you've got to be a good player, I would suggest. I
totally agree. If you want to make a statement like that, then you've got to back it up with runs, and he is top draw. So Matthew Waite, as you say, and I think the best stat of the match, in fact, I think the best stat of the season, possibly even in cricket history, as Waite's in and falling over, bowling to Amla, who drops it into the leg side square, and is sent back by Rory Burns, no run. Kate's come up with, I think I agree with this actually, and I hadn't really thought too much about it before now, but Scarborough Cricket Club has the loudest hand dryers in the toilets in the world. Is that just in the world or in the cricketing world, or well, in the world? Ever as well, and ever in there as well.
That's correct. In the gents, they're very loud.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come to think of it, I think that's absolutely spot on.
It is. I was when I was on a comfort break earlier on, the window was open, and somebody, one of the houses behind, you could see out the window, there was Dad out there with his hose pipe as Waite's in, and Amla flicks that to leg. And Walton does the fielding, no run. That out there with his hosepipe, was spraying his back window with one of the children in there just for a bit of fun. And then the other child was out in the little backyard with him. And whether it was a he or she, I couldn't really tell, but they fell over, and there was that moment. Everybody will know it, whether you've been a parent or not, but certainly if you've been a parent, where a child hits the deck, smack, and there's that moment of, you're waiting for it, aren't you? You're just waiting as weight comes in, and Amlar plays into the onside, and there's no run. And I don't know why it is like it is, as Kevin Howells appears from stage left with his ISDN kit ready for tomorrow. Look at this for professionalism. Waiting and waiting for that moment where they're going to start screaming. And there's always a pause. They never hit the deck and scream straight away, do they? There's about 10 seconds.
You know it's coming, don't you?
Yeah. Is it? Am I hurt? Am I not? Am I shocked? What is it? And then bang, off they go. And it was a big, big, fearsome roar. As Waits in again, and that's a beautiful shot off the legs by Hashim Amlar, just backward of square on the leg side. Picked off Matthew Waits. He went for a few earlier on. And, well, we talked about him being a talented young all-rounder, but bowling against players of this calibre, well, you've got to learn all the more quickly. Kevin Howells, good evening. We get the nod. We're okay. We're in now. We've got the nod.
It's the royal nod, I think.
That sort of nod that says, I've been listening on my way across. I'll be having words with you later.
There's not much going on. You spent half an hour talking about the man with the green robe.
Yeah.
He was listening.
Yeah, he was. We were just testing there, weren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Observancy skills. Here's Waite bowling to Amlar, wide of off stump and his shoulders arms, and there is no run. Yeah, the cricket's kind of gone into one of those holding phases at the moment. Surrey trying to build and still a long way behind what Yorkshire put on the board. And for the sake of a result in this match, they're going to have to score their runs quickly if they're only going to bat once and put some pressure on Yorkshire a second time. They need a lot of those to do that. Or Yorkshire are going to have to try and find ways here of chipping away and picking up some wickets. Or else I think we can start to predict the way this one will be after 4 days, as Waite is in. And Amlar drops that into the leg side. And there is no run. 181 for 1. Mark Church, I don't know where he's gone. He might reappear for a few overs before the end of the day. Yeah. Kevin Howells might even fancy coming on for the last 4 or 5. No, he doesn't.
No.
There's a man who loves his work. Ow! That, he just cracked me over the back of the head there. Be in trouble tomorrow now.
It can be arranged.
Kev's on the comms team tomorrow, so we'll all have to be ship-shape and Bristol fashion. 180 for 1. 90 of those going to Rory Burns, and 39 to his partner out there, Hashim Amlar. They came together when the score was on 102. So 79 this partnership is worth. We're going to get a bit more twirl from Dom Bess. Kev's just making his way down. I think he might be asking the man on the rope what his name is. No, in fact, he's disappearing out of view.
Yes, he'll be here tomorrow.
Best part of the day, Graham. Beautiful and sunny now.
Absolutely.
Five overs left in the day, and Bess in and bowling to Burns, who opens the face and runs it out to Shannon Gabriel at point, and there is no run. They could have taken him on there. Well, he struggled to get in the 3 or 4 paces he had to make, didn't he? They might take him on next time. Here's Bess. Burns using his feet to come down, and he struck that firmly. Will Frayne was right in the line of it, though, at mid-wicket, and does the fielding. Stephen Patterson having a chat with Matthew Waite, perhaps about what he might be able to do next at the Trafalgar Square end that he didn't quite do in his previous over. As Burns pushes one back to Bess, who flicks it up nicely off the toe end and catches.
It'd be great for Yorkshire if Bess could just nip out Burns here.
Pitches again. Burns once more wants to use his feet and flicks this off his legs to the sweeper. We'll pick up another single. And Don Betting his 12th over here. Sole wicket taker so far. He's bowled really well, I think. Really well period since he came to the club, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Consistently well.
He's asking questions of these two batsmen. There's no question about that. He's taken the only wicket to fall in this innings.
Often on unhelpful pitches, or we know what Spin and Headingley are like as bedfellows, are a little bit at odds with each other, as this latest delivery is flicked to James Wharton, who's gone a little bit deeper at sort of silly mid-off, or not quite so silly mid-off. That was a dot, and another one this time. Wharton stepping across the field, and that will complete the best over at 182 for 1.
Yeah, we're in the dying embers of day 2 here at North Marine Road, as Surrey, in reply to Yorkshire's 521, are 182 for 1. Rory Burns on 91, and Amler is on 39.
And Andy from Cottingham, who occasionally messages us. Good evening to you, Andy. Good to hear from you. He says, GRH, green rope handler. How do Doiji et al? Surely the bobble-hatted man is the SSSO, Sight Screen Security Officer. Yeah, because we didn't actually bring the sight screen into play, but that's what he's doing, isn't it? That's good thinking. I'm liking that, Andy.
In essence, that's correct. Yes, it is.
He says, perfect innings from Adam Lyth and Jonny Tattersall. I was in Scarborough all day yesterday, but left early today. Always a pleasure to visit Scarborough. Good to hear the sun has finally arrived. Peace and wickets from Andy from Cottingham. Yeah, the SSSO.
Yeah.
Sight Screen Security Officer. Easy for you to say. Matthew Waite from the Trafalgar Square end coming round the wicket. And bowling to Burns, who drops it into the offside. There's no run.
Yes, forward defensive there. Which Indian batsman was called the Rock, or the what was that, Dravid? The Wall? Yeah. Well, Amler reminds me of the Wall. Difficult to get out.
Here's Waite to Burns, who pushes to mid-off, no run. All in all, it's just another block from the Wall. Is that maybe how it would have been retitled if they'd have done it for cricket?
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
There have been one or two songs that have been turned into cricket lyrics over the years.
Yeah, yeah.
Think of Paul Hardcastle's 19. Rory Bremner did his version of it, didn't he? They fought the most disastrous series in Test history. Good delivery from Waite here that climbs on Rory Burns, and he's interested in having a flick at that. And he's walking quite a long way down to give the deck a bit of a pat.
That flew through to Tattersall.
Just the odd one.
It's the odd one, isn't it? Yeah.
Although it was short, so you could have expected it. The one that Stephen Patterson bowled earlier was much fuller than that and then took off, didn't it? Couple more backpacks leaving us. Combat pants again in order this time. I'd just like to keep you up to date with shorts and trouser watch as Burns pushes up to mid-off, where Patterson fields, and there is no run. Stripy beach bag now being carted off into the distance. You a stripy beach bag man? I can imagine when you, I don't know, when you took the kids on holiday when you were younger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stripy beach bag, and maybe a windbreak as well, hammered into the local
yes, I've done
beach.
That. Yeah.
Here's Waite. Burns pushes out into the offside.
Yeah.
And there is no run.
Building sandcastles.
Yeah. We used to build race courses when I was a kid on the beach. St Anne's, yeah.
All right, okay.
Yeah, we'd dig a ditch and pile the sand up, and that'd be a fence, and we'd have races around the race course.
Well, that with the water jump.
I thought you'd have done that. I mean, you'd have been there in the paddock going,
Yeah, okay.
Another defeat there for Jonathan Doidge as Matthew beats him. Here's Waits round the wickets, and Burns pushes that one up into the mid-off region where Patterson strolls in to pick up, and there is no run to complete that over with the score on 182 for 1. And not only have we got a little bit of a holding period for a while up to now, which is why we've been wobbling on about very little, but also we're now seeing 2 batters playing for the end of the day.
Yeah, no question about that. They'll only be there tomorrow morning, and then they can crack on and eat even more into the this Yorkshire lead as Dom Best continues to bowl.
Yeah, Best to Amlar, who's pushing forward into the offside. No run. Let's have a quick look around the other grounds and maybe even talk about cricket for a moment or two, eh?
Yeah, why not?
Somerset 446 all out at Southport against Lancashire, who are 164 in reply. That's got a feeling that it might go something like this one is, as Amlar receives a ball wide of off stump that he opens the face and stabs out along the deck to Will Luxton at point. No run. That is stumps on day 2 there, by the way, as it is at Southampton, where Warwickshire were bowled out for 217. Hampshire made 370 for 9 declared in reply, and Warwickshire's second time around are 11 without loss at the close, trailing by 142. Amlar working this one off his legs, and Gabriel again, dear me, he's stiff as a proverbial board trying to get round and field that, and they get a cheeky single. At Chelmsford also stumps there. Gloucestershire were all out for 136. Essex 310 in their first innings, and Gloucestershire are in big trouble, 140 for 6, trailing by 34 with just those 4 second innings wickets remaining. It's looking like that one's going to go the way of the former champs, as Burns pushes forward into the onside and Bess fields off his own bowling, and Kate just saying, as you may have heard, Harmer taking another 5 for the home side at Chelmsford. Stumps also at Canterbury. Northants 303 all out, Kent 287 for 5, trailing by 16 in their first innings, as Burns opens the face and runs one out to Gabriel, dragging him in front of square on the offside to field that one. They get a single. Burns 90, is he 92 or 93? Have they put it up? 92, 184 for 1. Bess over the wicket, floats one up. Amlar watchful and turns it to leg. End of another over at 184 for 1. So that was the first division roundup. It stumps also at Northwood, where Middlesex made 188. Worcestershire 191 all out, and Middlesex second time around 180 for 6, leading by 177. That is developing into an interesting game where it looks like, unless there's a bit of weather, there will be a result either way. Derbyshire made 283 and Durham replied with 296 at Chesterley Street, and the visiting side are 19 for 2 in their second innings, leading by 6 with those 8 wickets in hand. That's at Chesterley Street. At Hove, Sussex 588 all out, Leicestershire 159 for 1 at stumps there, trailing by 429. At Cardiff, Glamorgan 318, Nottinghamshire 285, and Glamorgan 47 for none, leading by 80 in their second innings. That is still in play by the looks of things, as Burns opens the face and drives square to Luxton out towards the point boundary and picks up a single. And that is your lot for the first class scores from elsewhere on day 2 of this round of championship matches.
How are England Lions going on, do we know?
They are 321 for 4 in that match at Taunton against South Africa.
They've won by 6 wickets.
Oh, they have. My apologies. They have won by 6 wickets.
That's a good result.
77 balls to spare.
Yeah. Very good result.
Here's Waite over the wicket to Amlar, who has to play that ball round about off stump, solidly behind it.
Smead made 90. This is against South Africa. Banton 57, Hayne 20, Duckett 85, Eskenazi 52 not out.
New Zealand made short work of Ireland's 216 at Malahide in the second one-day international, knocking off 216 for the loss of 7, but with plenty of time to spare. 71 balls remaining. Now then, short ball here. Amlar's got underneath this. It's in the air for some time, and Luxton came in to try and take the catch, and then, well, that was unlucky, wasn't it, really? A very awkward bounce. Really did kick off the outfield, and he's a tall lad, is William Luxton, but even jumping high and with an outstretched arm, he couldn't compensate for the bounce and pull the ball in. He's going to get a bit of stick from that for the lads. I don't think at the end of the day it's going to be a championship deciding situation. But Amlar, well, Matthew Waite will just feel a little bit aggrieved that he didn't get the wicket, but also maybe a little bit more confidence that he did induce a false stroke from the great South African. That one looping up down towards long leg. This time he's pushing forward at one into the offside, and there's no run. Still a hardy few hundred probably left in the ground.
That was a strange shot from Amler, wasn't it? Because easily have been out. But he's on 44 now, so he's on his way to a possible half century.
Wait then. Short ball. Ducking underneath it is Amler. Through to Tattersall. More and more on the way out. Talk about two different people thinking about two different modes of weather that they were going to need to account for today. One chap and his mate, one of them in a pair of sort of tan suede boots right all the way up his ankles, and his pal was in a pair of strap-on sandals.
That's Scarborough for you.
Takes all sorts. As Waits in again, bounces Hashim Amla. He'll have had quicker bounces than that, and he's happy to sway out of the way and watch it go by. 18941 Surrey first time around, 93 to Burns, who, unless he gets a couple of nice helpful buffet balls from Yorkshire bowlers in this next over or two, is probably going to be sitting in the 90s overnight. And Amlar 44 not out at this moment in time. Best going to continue at the Peashorn Park end.
Yep, striving to take a wicket in the, as I say, the dying embers of this second day. He's bowling to left-hander, Rory Burns.
Here's Bess into Burns, who flicks that to leg. Oh, now then, Stephen Patterson, who probably wouldn't be the most agile fielder on the county circuit, gets an awkward bounce, to be fair to him. I think cannons off his chest, and they've taken a single. Yeah, he's just, I think, explaining to Matthew Waite what went on, but again, probably something else that he'll get his leg pulled about in the dressing room, as Bess now bowling to Amlar at 190 for one over the wicket, and plays that to mid-wicket where Jordan Thompson collects. Tomo 10 overs for 27 today. There was evidence of swing for him, certainly from this Peashorn Park end early on in this Surrey first innings. Here's Bess again, and this time Amlar manages to clip it too far to the right hand side of Jordan Thompson, out to the sweeper for a single. According to the Cricinfo website, this is the final over of the day. Kate thinks, did you say 3? Oh, our scorer's not sure how many overs left in there. What do we start on? 94 overs should be bowled today. That's what was deemed after the late start. Bess in, and that's wide of off stump, and Burns leaves.
It's a change of innings.
So it is the last over.
Is it change of innings?
Yeah, change of innings would have lost a couple.
Yeah.
So it is the last over of the day. Glad we've established that nearly at the end of it. Bess just checks in his run-up. They've just brought in James Wharton, a very silly mid-off. He's only about a couple of metres at the most from the bat end as Burns tries to pad off here to Bess at a big appeal. That would have been angled in towards the stumps, and Bess can't believe that that's not been given.
Well, the reaction of Adam Lyth, my word, he still can't believe it.
So good shout.
And Stephen Parsons asked the umpire why. I think he said it's just going down.
Interesting if that was going down. I don't know. Actually, looking at it on the replay, which I've just seen, it might have actually not made it back towards off stump far enough. Just having a look at the replay here. And he got a long way across. It was well outside the line when it hit him, and you just wonder if it was doing enough to hit the stumps.
Yeah,
I think is probably what you'd say. That is the close of play, though, for the day. Dot off the final ball, and so Hashim Amla not out 45. An excellent 94 by Rory Burns, although he was caught off a no ball, went on 72. And between them, they have put on 89 runs. It was 102 for 1 at one stage, when Ryan Patel was stumped by Jonny Tattersall off the bowling of Dominic Bess for 29. They closed the day on 191 for the loss of 1 wicket in response to Yorkshire's 521 made earlier, so 330 runs behind Surrey. And it's been a bit of a laboured afternoon and evening in the field for Yorkshire. They've struggled clearly to take wickets here on what is looking an increasingly good pitch. Very well-deserved round of applause for the cavalier look of Rory Burns and for Hashim Amla. We were entertained, of course, by Adam Lyth a little more this morning, finishing on 183, and a superb knock from Jonathan Tattersall, 180, not out, his highest first-class score. And I suppose the question from here on in, we know that Surrey obviously just want to bat and bat and bat. That's the obvious thing. If they're going to try and get anything out of this game, then they're going to need to score at a reasonable rate tomorrow to try and do that. Put some pressure on day 4, but they'd have to have a pretty appreciable lead to be able to do that. And I guess Yorkshire, well, obviously, Graham, they want to chip away at the wickets column. It's just how are they going to do that from what we've seen in these last couple of sessions?
Very difficult to envisage that. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Surrey have batted well. I think it's been a fascinating day's play. There's still plenty of time left in this match, and if they lose a batch of wickets, then Yorkshire are right back in this game. Of course, they're in the game now, but they can apply some pressure. You never know. You know, 1 wicket might bring 2 or 3. You just never know. But it's been fascinating. You know, both sides trying to dominate, and you know, Yorkshire, after being 125 for 5, finishing with 521, they'll be very, very pleased with that in fairly quick time. And but Surrey will be pleased with their response as well. So, you know, it's still everything to play for with 2 days left.
Yep, so thanks to Graham for his input in the last couple of days. He's off into, well, he's off wherever you're going, aren't you, for the next 2 days. You're umpiring tomorrow in that under-13 final.
Yorkshire Schools under-13 final.
Jeffrey Boycott around.
Yes, he is.
So
yeah.
all about very best with that. We'll have James Hall, I think, with us tomorrow as our third voice for the last 2 days. Kevin Howells, of course, is going to be here as well with 5 Sports Extra. Kate will be back as well with her scorebook, and of course from BBC Radio London we'll have Mark Church once again. We do hope he'll join us on day 3 of this one between table topping Surrey and Yorkshire here at Scarborough. But from all of the team